believe Fabled Area is being discarded for cost here, so I don't think he'll get to activate his effect to come back. No, Fabled monsters can discard it at all.
That's correct. That's correct. They're not Dark World monsters. They're Life Fiends. They're even more interesting. But it is cool to see Yubel, both players just happening to think, you know what, this is what I'm going with. And speaking of old reliable decks, you know, we forgot to cover Fire Kings, we forgot to cover Yubel. There's a lot of decks still floating out in the format doing very well.
And as you can see, these decks are more than powerful enough to keep up. I would say the only thing that these decks maybe like don't love playing against that other decks are more okay with are things like the Mulcharmies, right? Like Yubel has to summon from literally every single zone of the game. And so giving your opponent like 4 or 5 free cards can sometimes not feel worth it, even though your end board is so powerful.
No, you're absolutely right there. And also the Malice conversation kind of comes into play too, because Yubel can stutter step whenever Dimension Shifter comes into play, or perhaps there's a bunch of hungry Bestials looking for some delicious dark monsters in the graveyard.
And here we see some really hungry cards like Fiends with Engraver trying to use this effect there to fiend on some of those cards, but unfortunately did get impermed and stopped, and now Alexander's thinking of where he should go next.
Infinite Impermanence still a very powerful card, obviously keeping yourself safe from triple tactics talent and even activate a monster effect.
I'll banish. So there we see the banishing of the Aerial Eater as well as Phantom Yubel and regular Yubel. Speaking of Battles of Legend Terminal Revenge.
Oh yeah, that's such a crazy card for it to still be seeing play after like what feels like a year.
Oh, we actually summoned the Aerial Eater back using his secondary effect to summon from the graveyard by banishing 2 Fiend monsters with different levels, and then boom, we're going to be linking those two into SP Little Knight, banishing the Nightmare Pain, turning off that ability here, and I think that gives Alexander an out to go for lethal with a swing on Muckraker this turn.
Yeah, Muckraker I do not think is big enough.
It's 1,000 attack points, which means 600 damage with SP Little Knight would be enough for game. And there it is. Did SP just attack for game?
Yeah, I think so. So Jack cleaning it up, Alexander with a smile on his face. I think that assures that he's either a very good sport or definitely won that duel.
Yes, and that's the power of playing a mirror match, right? Alexander knows, like, oh, the only reason I can't attack this Muckraker right now is because of the Nightmare Pain. All I have to do is get rid of that, and we're golden.
Matchup knowledge is certainly a thing. There's no better matchup knowledge than playing against the same deck.
Yes. And it looks like we're going to be going into game 2 here. You casted a lot during the Fiendsmith Yubel mirror match days. What was happening, would you say, between that mirror match? It's been a while, like you said, since we've seen this.
Yeah, it's really interesting because it's kind of the Nightmare Pain face-off, right? You're trying to establish that board where you have little monsters that obviously reflect damage back, but it's about everybody else, and I think we saw exactly that in this duel. The Fiendsmith engine just gives you ways not only to out some of the things that are preventing you, like Nightmare Pain, but they also give you attack points, right?
Yes.
You need at least 1 attack point to do damage, and with so many Yubel monsters being at 0, it's not on the cards. But really great use of Aerial Eater. I think that may be the first time I've ever seen on the featured match stage the Aerial Eater secondary effect be used. So.
Yeah, I believe it requires 2 different levels, which is why it sometimes can be a little awkward to pull off, because most of the cards in this deck are either level 1 or like level 10. but I believe Phantom Yubel is specifically level 9.
Yeah, still going through the side deck action here, but just some good stuff there as he decides what cards to change. Now, it's true that like the conversation has changed since Yubel first was in its heyday, right, when Phantom Nightmare came out early last year, and even in the Infinite Forbidden format when we just started with the Fiendsmith cards, because no Mulcharmy Fuwalas.
Yes.
So now the deck does get punished a little bit more for just doing what it was going to do anyway.
Also, the most recent FNL list did unlock opening the Spirit Gates back to 3 copies, which is a super powerful card in the Fiendsmith Yubel deck. It's essentially everything the deck wants to do. It's more consistency with Dark Beckoning Beast, it's also more extension, and it can bring back your Nightmare Pain, so you only really need to play 1 of it.
Yeah, it shows you how much a format can change when there is a Forbidden and Limited list that gets dropped. So we'll see what happens with this Yubel mirror match here and what cards they end up adding in. But just, it shows you that Yubel's really good. And I think Yubel has been doing numbers around the world in terms of maybe not always getting first place, but certainly still getting, you know, top cut contention. And it's a good deck. You don't have to put down your favorite deck just because there's other new shiny cards to play with, but you certainly should know what you're up against. So definitely get some information. But speaking of information, looks like Alexander's ready, present the decks, and they're going to go ahead and cut and get down to it.
And I'm really excited to see how this one match goes, because it looks like their first game was a super grind fest, both getting to super low life points. They only have 14 minutes left, though, to finish off these games 2 and game 3, so I bet you Jack is feeling that time pressure right now.
Definitely, because certainly don't want to get a draw. That is a possibility in Swiss, because we're not single elimination yet. And these duels go a while, as we saw. That was practically a 30-minute game 1. But with Yubel, you know they're playing their hardest. They just got no attack points.
I also saw Alexander there reveal his first card in hand for turn, which was Fiendsmith Impermanence. Paradise, a card that I'm not really used to seeing in Yubel, but as we know, it's a really awesome way to get more interactions during your opponent's turn while playing the Fiendsmith deck.
Now, speaking of interactions, we started off with the Nightmare Throne, grabbing the Samsara D Lotus, going to go ahead and normal summon it to tribute it for its effect.
Oh, I just noticed Jack is a fellow lefty player like myself. We love to see it.
Yeah, remember you can always ask your judge for a left-hand accommodation. That's why you see the field spell on what feels like the wrong side there. It's not the wrong side, it's the right side for a left-handed duelist.
So there we're going to see the Throne effect.
I'll set Nightmare Pain face down.
Going to be using Spirit here to get Nightmare Pain set to the field. Going to be activating Nightmare Pain. Probably going to destroy the same Spirit that we have in play.
Spirit.
Ooh, destroying a Spirit that's in hand.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it can use its effect multiple times a turn, so I think we're going to see many Spirits go to the graveyard.
Ooh, Ghost Ogre and Nightmare Pain's effect.
That's huge. That's huge. Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, I feel like people know it's a good card now, but I'm so happy to see it being used more and more because it's just, look at the results you get by adding that card to your deck.
Oh, actually what Jack did was he used the Spirit in hand and the Samsara in the grave to fusion summon Phantom and then activated Nightmare Pain.
Oh, I see, I see.
And now he's activating Opening here, going to be because he controls a level 10 monster, he can bring back that Nightmare Pain, so it's like Ghost Ogre didn't do anything. And because Nightmare Pain can still be activated more than once, you just can't use the effects more than once.
Definitely the commentator's curse. I said, look at the results you get. You don't get any results, my bad.
No, it was an easy thing to fix. I was like, oh, he's clearly destroying the one that's in his hand, right? That makes so much sense.
I'll draw a turn? Yes.
All right, so now Alexander gets his turn to play. I do see a Cosmic Cyclone in the hand, I think, so... Oh, we're going to start with our own Nightmare Throne.
And actually banishing that Nightmare Throne would be super huge if Jack only plays one.
The Ash.
Ash on the throne.
I'll steal.
Ooh, and there we see Triple Tactics Talon, one of the most powerful cards in this game, and he steals the Phantom Yubel from Jack, thus turning off that potential monster effect replacement that card can do.
Yeah, we were talking about the mirror matches. It's one thing to steal a monster, it's another thing to steal a monster you need for your own combos.
It's like Alex has access to 2 Phantom Yubels, even though he can only play 1 in his deck.
Oh, good times, good times. All right, so now that things are settling, Jack considering to activate a card here in the open game state on Resolution. May not.
Samsara D Lotus is definitely more than enough for Alexander to combo off from this position.
Summon from deck.
You guys could just straighten up the games in the course, make sure everything is right, the graveyard. Yep.
So Jack is considering on the effect to do something.
Summoning from deck.
Now looks like he's going from the deck
Spirit of
anyway, so Spirit of Yubel hitting the
Spirit
field.
effect.
And then Spirit Effect to get that Nightmare Throne like we just saw Jack do on his turn.
He keeps considering that face-down card. There it is, Infinite Permanent stopping the Yubel. And I think that is the right play there because, of course, it would stop access to things like Nightmare Pain. Still a lot of pain on the field there with 2 monsters. You could still make like an Unchained Soul Lord of Yama, but we'll see what happens next.
Yeah. Jack having no more monster effects, so that way Alexander could get value out of that. Phantom Yubel is a little rough to see, but he can always use it as link material, like you're saying.
And what's very interesting, you know, some Yubel players would think, oh, why would you give up your one Phantom of Yubel? He's not. He's giving up his opponent so he can still make his own later.
100%. I think Alexander's considering going into his Fiendsmith engine, actually, because he does have that Paradise, and so if he gets to Desiree, he could just send all cards on the field with the graveyard if he wanted to. So that could be a cool line that he's trying to go for.
Hey, you're absolutely right. Moon to Close Heaven is here.
Moon.
I always forget. For the regular effect of Paradise, is it send or does it destroy all cards?
I feel like it sends.
That'll definitely matter.
I'm going to lose some points on my Duel Academy exam.
I know Desiree sends. Yeah, it is in fact send all cards to the graveyard. That's beautiful. That's wonderful.
So powerful. Because destroy like in a Rizal format, obviously not as strong, but send, that's always good.
Especially against the Yubel cards, because they all need to be destroyed to activate their effects. Yep, so here we see the Requiem to Lacra, Send Engraver, and now we're just going to do the fun song and dance that is summon more Light Fiends, do more Light Fiend things.
The powers of light and darkness intertwining in this deck. It's not just a Dark Fiend deck, it's also light. And that's paying off dividends easily as Fiendsmith Engraver hits the field. Moon to the Close Heaven recycles.
Going to be re-equipping the Engraver from the yard, use the effective Engraver to send both Spirit of Yubel and Requiem to the yard.
Oh, this is interesting. He went to go activate his own Nightmare Throne, but it looks like there's also going to be Jack's Nightmare Throne here.
1 level higher or lower.
Yeah, so Spirit of Yubel cannot summon regular Yubel from the deck using Nightmare Throne. It does need to be 1 higher, as Alexander said.
Can't be 10 to 10, it has to be 10 to 11.
Spirit leaves, you gotta get Yubel now.
And that is interesting, yes, because Engraver does destroy with his effect.
I'll
Nightmare
make
Throne does trigger, which is interesting.
And I will make...
Just like some interesting things you only see.
If I can
And
find
you
the right
see this
card.
in a lot of different games where two characters are the same character, but in the Yu-Gi-Oh!
Sequence?
Trading Card game, there's all these little nuances, right? Which cards are you adding that your opponent
sequence effect,
isn't?
fusion
What
summon.
things are you thinking about that they aren't, etc.?
Speaking of adding, look at that beautiful OTS 27 super rare sequence coming out from
There's
Alexander. It just gives it that nice little extra vibe that I think a card like that deserves.
To summon
You always see
Desiree.
when duelists really, really love the deck when they start to upgrade it and upgrade it and upgrade it because they've been going to the tournament over and over with the same deck. Like, well, what can I do? I love this deck.
Next.
You get some shinier versions of your favorite cards.
I'll link summon.
Yep, so there's Desiree. We're going to link someone for the Agnum Day probably here, so that
Agnum
way
Day?
we can get access to Desiree plus an even
Desiree
more powerful
effect?
Desiree.
Target the Terror Incarnate. To send it to grave, shuffling back sequence.
Oof.
Ooh, Agnum Day's effect. Sorry,
Battle
using
Phase?
Desiree's effect here to get rid of that
I'll attack
Terror
for 18.
Incarnate so we can attack for more damage.
And no Ultimate Nightmare in sight. Certainly a hard card to play
That
because
is
Yubel
much
Terran Incarnate
62.
does miss the timing very often.
Is Alex going for
Agnum Day
game here?
effect?
That's
Targeting
1,800
Desiree to
damage. We're
summon
going to use the effect of Agnum Day to
Yeah,
bring back Desiree, but I don't think he'll
And
be
he
at the
gains, how much attack does it gain?
62 he needs.
I
I think he gains only to
1800?
44.
So this is at
50 something.
Doing the math
38
here.
plus 800, so 46, right?
46.
46.
So
Oh,
it's like
swing and a miss,
4600.
but still a big chunk.
If he held
puts you
on to the
at
sequence
18?
in the yard and
16.
equipped that as well, it
My
might have
math
been
is bad,
enough.
but we're
But
getting there.
he had to get rid of the Terror Incarnate to do any damage at all, so
Main phase
I understand he had to do that.
Yeah, you definitely do not want to have all that
I'll
damage
shuffle these
reflected
two
back
back to make a
into your
Phantom.
own face.
So there we're going to see the Fusion Summon of Phantom Yubel. Like we said earlier, Alexander has not used his yet.
I'm putting it in defense.
Ooh, speaking of OTS 27, there's the ultimate rare version of Yubel.
Oh, that is nice. You can see like the little wavy foil lines on it from here. That is crazy.
Except the hand. The hand is perfectly in view
I
because
will
that's who
set
Yubel
one.
is.
And I will pass.
And I'm pretty sure that set card is Fiend Smith in Paradise.
Yes.
Going to be able to use the full
And I'm
power
just throwing
effect
my
to send
cards around
all of the
everywhere.
cards to the graveyard. It's
You
super
rarely
huge.
see that. This is going to be really insane if he pulls that off.
Also, oh yeah, go ahead.
No, you.
I was going to say we have a really fun interaction here from Alex's side because Jack has two continuous spells. If he normal
Desiree?
summons a card or activates a card,
I'll
Desiree
give
can
it
actually negate all three effects. But he's just going to
Actually,
shotgun
I can do
the
three,
effect of
right?
Desiree here to
Sorry.
turn off both those continuous
These three.
spells.
I think that's a good idea because, I mean, actually it's all three, right? Because if he
Nightmare
has
Throne.
three, yeah,
Chain Phantom.
wow. So he's just operating on that. And there's the fist bump. We never get to see the Fiendsmith in Paradise get activated, but Alexander feeling like he's in Paradise right now. He got that game without fail.
Yeah, Dark Beckoning Beast is a really good card when it can search for gates. It's a really bad card when it can let your opponent destroy a monster from their deck.
Yeah, just a little
Oh
bit.
my
But that's
gosh.
what's so cool about Phantom Yubel. And honestly, a very interesting matchup. You know, we talk about how sometimes decks that prey upon each other's weaknesses, they get hit by that blind spot, right? Think about Fire Kings when it won at YCS Birmingham. It doesn't have any light or darks for Bystials to go ahead and swoop in on. But also, having the Phantom of Yubel really does protect your graveyard and keep it safe because if they try to go in for the kill, they can't.
Yeah, and not only does it like stymie your opponent, it also sets you up in the process. That's why that card has always been so strong and why it's limited to one.
Absolutely, absolutely. Certainly some great stuff here. And the good news is, too, because this is a bonus match, we actually are going to get to do a bonus feature interview. Not going to go to it just yet, but soon, soon, soon. But it's really neat to see just all sorts of different walks of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. It's such a short span of time, right? We've already seen the impact of Maze of the Master. We've also seen the impact of sets from last year, right? I mean, Yubel's still eating well.
Oh, Fiendsmith always eating well as well. Like that deck, that engine could just make any deck more consistent. We saw in round one that it made the Tomb Keeper deck just much more resilient and able to play through so many more things than maybe otherwise it would have been able to.
Makes sense. It doesn't give up your normal summon, right? And some decks, maybe you're a Malice player, you get locked in a Lynx, you're like, cool, I've got plenty of Link monsters in my Fiendsmith engine, right? But it's nice to see like all these different things showcased throughout the tournament. Hopefully we get to see even more really interesting decks that maybe you didn't think were going to show up. So we'll see soon.
And no matter what, we'll get to see more dueling, and that's always a treat.
Yeah, absolutely. So, just vibes. I apologize for just being like, great Yu-Gi-Oh! But it's a good time here. We always want you here at YCS Houston. It's one of these things where any of the YCSs, you almost can think of them as just like, it's just a convention for duelists, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's full vendors with plushies, and there's all kinds of different ways to play. And at the NAWCQ, you get other fun activities too. So we hope to see you here soon. I'm just asking. Please.
Oh, and it was so amazing. Speaking to that thing about like it feeling like a convention, when you, me, and Stephen Kangas, fellow commentator for these shows sometimes, got to do a Team YCS in Vegas, it was the most fun I've had dueling in a long time. and I'm going to be a little jealous of everyone out there getting to play. I'm going to be real. This format is so much fun.
Don't worry, our time will come. There will be another event where we get to play. It just isn't going to be this one. So with that in mind, looks like we are ready for a winner interview. So ready to throw it to the stage?
Yeah, let's go ahead and see what Alexander has to say with his Fiendsmith Yubel deck. Over to you guys.
Thank you so much, casters. And that is right. I'm with Alexander. Congratulations. 2 wins now. You have to be feeling fantastic, right?
I am very tired. I'm very tired. That's all I can say.
That's your emotion right now, tired?
That's all I'm feeling. I've only slept about 3 hours the past 2 days because I picked up a deck yesterday and decided to relearn it all and learn all the interactions. And man, I'm beat.
Hey, all that study paid off, though. I do want to ask you, you were playing with the Yubel deck. So what was the strategy behind that? And it sounds like kind of last minute.
So that one was, it seems like an interesting tech pick versus Ryzeal, just because everything kind of floats. And I'm also kind of comfortable with Yubel because I played it a bunch in the past. All I had to do was put in a few tech options to go against Malice, and it seems to have a very interesting matchup versus Malice. You can make Dark Beckoning Beast and the Mannequin Cat to shut off Malice decks completely by summoning Chaos Hunter, or even just getting into your Yubel lines by abusing the fact that they're darks. It was a lot of thought that kind of was like, hey, I can do this, and hey, a board. Awesome.
Hey, it was a swift victory. Fantastic. So I know you're feeling tired right now, but you have to be pretty excited for the rest of the tournament, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm excited. I'm really glad to be here in Houston. It's just a long drive, but other than that, everyone's vibe is great. Man, it feels exciting, honestly. It's kind of waking me up a little bit.
And is there anything you want to say to everyone watching at home?
Piri Reed's map is the best card. I don't care what anyone says. Even if it's not in the deck, it's still in the heart.
All right, Alexander, congratulations again. Thank you so much. Let's send it back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Jackie. That was a beautiful interview from Alexander here. He did just unlock a new jump scare for me as a Malice player, talking about Mannequin Cat and Yubel. That's a little scary for me, but that's awesome that he got to play that.
That's really cool. So I love the idea that he just picked the deck up and he was studying and studying and studying. And little did he know, he was studying to play against himself. He was studying to play against another Yubel deck. So
with that said, duelists, get your sleep. It's very important.
yes, I have to say, one of the greatest strategies you can have is just go to bed. Just rest yourself. That way you're there and everybody else stayed up all night playtesting. You're like, I feel rested.
Speaking of rest, I think it's time for us to throw to a break, and then we'll bring you guys round 3 later.
Hello, everyone. It is Jackie Jing, and I am with Tyler and Lelouch, and it's trivia time. Are y'all ready?
Yes.
Are you ready?
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh, I'm loving the enthusiasm. Okay, first question. What is the name of the first Apophis card released in the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG? Okay, you clap first.
Temple of the Kings.
Incorrect.
I don't know the name of the card.
Okay. I'm going to give you all a little hint. Of is in this word, or in this phrase.
It's Apophis of the Buried Tomb, or
No.
What was the hint?
There's of in the phrase.
Of.
Oh my goodness. Embodiment is in it. Okay, embodiment of...
Apophis embodiment of the.
No!
Apophis, embodiment of the serpent.
No! No! Oh man. Okay, it starts with embodiment of. Clap if you know.
Oh my god. Embodiment of Apophis.
Yes! Oh my goodness. Okay, we got a little round of applause. Did I give every hint? I don't know how many more I'm getting nods. Okay, you can see we're having fun here. Okay, help me keep count. So, Tyler, you got one.
Yes.
Okay, second question. What quick play spell card is depicted in the artwork of a Union Controller? Okay, your clap is not making me feel confident.
Enemy controller.
Wait, repeat it?
Enemy controller.
You're correct. I thought you said anime control. Enemy control is correct. Okay, we got a tie. Okay, stop trying to look. I see you over there. Okay. Third question. Fill in the blank. Trickstar Aqua Angel is always treated as a blank card.
Marincess.
Got it. You have to be faster. You can clap at any time. Okay, so 2-1. What is the attack of Galaxy Eyes Tachyon Primal?
3,000.
Correct. Oh my goodness. We're 2-2, right? Okay, crowd, I need some love and energy, okay? We got a tie right now. Last question. What level is Anubis the Last Judge?
10.
He's correct. Your clap was just a little too late. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for playing though. Are you having fun today?
Yes. Yeah, it's great. Woo! Okay.
I'm like, talk to me about the atmosphere and seeing all these people walking around and what it's like here.
Oh, it's really cool. My first big event was Nats last year, and it was awesome, and this is awesome so far. So it's really cool. Woo!
Aw, I love your energy. You're awesome. Unfortunately, didn't win though. Our winner is Lelouch.
Yippee! I'm the best. Also, I want to say that I love my girlfriend and that I'm the best Malice player in Dallas-Fort Worth.
Okay, I love that. And are you excited about your prizes?
Absolutely. I'm so happy.
Yay! Okay, we're going to send it back to our casters, but yay, trivia time.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. It's Billy Break and Asala Watu Tandage, and we're here at YCS Houston. 2 rounds are already in the books. We've seen Tomb Keeper and Blue Eyes, right, coming out on top. Plus, even that bonus feature match last round with the Ubels going at it. Ubel was able to win too, so maybe that's a deck that we're going to see appearing out more than we expected this weekend.
I mean, I think that's as much as I would expected. I did not expect to see any of them going into this weekend, mainly not because it's
Hoban's not here, right?
Yeah, it's not a poor choice, I don't think, but it's just not as strong as the other decks. Like, Ubel as a strategy is still very strong, but these newer decks are just so powerful.
True, they are, but it's not about you, Bell. It's about me, Bell. But it's been a crazy day, as I mentioned. 2 rounds already done. Over 1,400 players showed up to try and get their hands on that trophy. The VIPs will be entering the game this round, but we have 366 undefeated duelists remaining, along with, as I mentioned, all those VIPs that just got into the tournament. They got 2-round buys. They have their special little section. They're able to get some water. It's pretty cool to be a VIP. If you're looking to come to a YCS in the future that's coming into a town near you, you should definitely check out your local OTS and see if they have some of those VIP qualifier tournaments as well. But I think we are just about ready, so I think Jackie might be standing by. So without further ado, let's jump into round number 3. Jackie, take it away.
Starting with the blue chair, we have Aaron Luviano from Katy, Texas. He loves rock climbing outdoors on cliffs. Now to the red chair, from Frisco, Texas, we have Ethan Gregan. His fun fact, he has 9 toes. 2 are conjoined on each foot. He says it makes him a great swimmer. There you go. And this is the first YCS for both of them. Who wins? Let the duel begin. Back to you, casters.
It's Merman. It's Merman. I'm just kidding. That's awesome that he's great at swimming. I love to swim too. Some interesting facts. Hector out of Katy. Katy's basically Houston. It's not too far from here. And then Ethan, Frisco, Texas. That's going to be up in the Dallas DFW Metroplex. But we see the 2 decks we're having. Maybe a surprise here. Fire King Snake Eye. It's been a while.
Did anyone tell him?
Well, that original Sinful Spoils is forbidden? We're going to have to find out. That is what I'm the most interested in. We've seen Fire Kings win a YCS. Din Kaibui won in EU not too long ago. We caught everyone by surprise. But he didn't opt to use the Snake Eye cards. But Hector here is using them, so I'm really intrigued to see how he's going to incorporate that in the strategy without, the original Sinful Spoil that is now on the forbidden list that used to kind of bridge these 2 themes together, being able to special on a level 1 fire and all. But Ethan, on the other side, he brought the Tomb Keeper deck too. We told you, it is all over the place here this weekend. People are trying to capitalize on the freshness, the newness of the Maze of the Master and try and catch people off guard. And it's been quite a powerful strategy so far into the first 2 rounds. We're going to see if we're going to be able to continue on with that success with the man with the mark.
I mean, yeah, people get so hyped whenever there is a new release of a card, especially when they didn't expect there to be something coming out of the woodwork like this, where it is potentially so strong and people are really trying to figure things out with it. And it seems like Fiendsmith has been the most popular way to play this strategy so far.
Yeah, definitely seems like the Fiendsmith engine lines up really well into what the deck's trying to do. It gives you that extra amount of disruption along with the disruption that your strategy is naturally bringing to the table. But we're going to have to see, this is going to be brand new. This is a matchup we didn't expect to see because, Fire King, while it did win that YCS, it's still unexpected. Not a popular choice by any means, despite getting the victory, but it definitely started popping up more since it was able to win. But we're going to see how it plays out. I mean, Garunix is still, the Sacred Fire King Garunix, still an incredible card. Kieran is still an incredible card with disruptions. There's a lot it has going for it. Promethean Princess, also still an incredible card. A lot of stuff that is still positive for the deck. I think a lot of people, after the original Sinful Spoils was forbidden, it had also been like a year that they'd probably been using the deck, so they were happy to try out new strategies. But sometimes you overlook ways that decks can still be powerful despite the limitations that happen.
Honestly, I would have expected it to be, again, like I mentioned before, a more pure Fire King strategy, because I think they can just capitalize on having a high count of just seeing those Fire King monsters, trying to get more access to their field spell. But it's going to be interesting to see where the Snake Eye cards come in now without access to original Sinful Spoils.
It is going to be quite interesting.
There's also some key cards that I feel like Hector's missing in his deck that you would normally find in a Fire King strategy that has to take advantage of playing such a pure engine. Notably, not playing Dominus Impulse here.
No Impulse. Yeah, Impulse being mainly a fire deck, that's something you can definitely include. But he's found other things that he's probably trying to capitalize on. Maybe he decided Impulse isn't the kind of card he wants to play. Maybe he wants to focus on more cards to stop Duo Drive as things as special summon. But we're going to have to see if that works.
Yep, we're heading right into game number 1. Let's see how these duels get started. Looks like the players are ready to go. We're about to roll the dice. Oh, that looks like a 10 here.
Do it again.
Okay, we're going to have to roll again because one was off. That is much lower.
Not 5.
Okay, well, looks like we're even 5s here.
Sounds good. Good luck, bud.
All right. It looks like it's about time to duel. Players are shuffled up.
I drew 6.
Oh, looks like he accidentally may have drawn. Oh, is it the blue? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, one of those.
That is
that's
a
one too
lot.
many.
Yeah.
One too many. You're gonna have to make sure you put one of those cards back.
Yeah, current policy, I do believe they just put a card back. Very small penalty here, like just a warning.
Yeah, I don't think he even like looked at his hand yet or anything. Not too much of a big deal.
Okay. No, yeah. Okay. So 1 through 6. Oh.
Yep, just going to be randomly selecting one of those cards to go back to the top of the deck, or well, shuffle the deck rather.
The nerves literally got for sure.
Yeah, like I mentioned, going to the feature match table, especially for both these players, it is their first YCS. They're doing well so far, having both wins locked up, but sitting on the feature match table can get your nerves out.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be nervous for every tournament. No matter how many YCSs I played in their big events, I had the same nerves before round 1 because like it's something you've been preparing for. This is the moment. Is your deck going to perform the way you want it to? Are all your decisions going to line up the way you expected them? So it's okay to have nerves, especially when you're on such a big stage too, the feature match stage. You got the bright lights.
There you go.
It's a pretty big spectacle. But yeah, there will be a minor warning issued for drawing extra cards here at the beginning. No biggie. It happens sometimes. Yeah. But I like to have one card at a time. Make sure.
Yeah, sometimes you can get a little too excited. I know I also have a fault with this. I try to draw 5 immediately. I just know what 5 cards feels like now.
See, that's where you get caught up. Maybe that's exactly what's happening with Hector here. But he immediately notified them like, oh, I have 1 extra card here. This is 1 too many.
Clearly nothing meant by it.
Oh, so he's rolling. He's like, this is the card that's going to go back.
That is the card that's going to go back.
Revealing it is pretty.
Revealing it is insane. I did not know that.
That is a crazy card to reveal. It goes back to the top. Maybe if he saw his hand, then that would be he would reveal it there. Because if he knows, it'd be knowledge for everybody. But the deck's going to be shuffled anyway, so no harm, no foul. The cute baby bird Ponix is coming down. That's going to let him add Fire King Sanctuary from the deck to your hand. Fire Kings was always like one of my favorite decks over the past year, and there was very few that I actually got to commentate the feature on. I just never really lined up. So I'm excited to see it here in this format and what it's going to do. But Sanctuary is going to let him place that Fire King Island onto the field. So we're doing Fire King stuff right off the bat.
That's going to be using Island's effect, destroy a copy of Kirin from the hand. And that's going to be adding, looks like that's Sacred Fire King Grunix. And now in the new chain, Grunix is going to activate in the hand. We're not activating the Kirin, it seems. I mean, he could, I guess, chain the Grunix and the Kirin if he wants to try to avoid something there.
Potentially. Just summon the Grunix anyway.
Yeah. I don't think that's what happened, but...
Arvada target Kirin special. Yeah.
All right, so he's getting Arvada into rotation. Once Arvada in the graveyard, potentially be able to summon it back with something like Promethean Princess later on the turn. And now it looks like we're going to Link. I didn't know if it was going to be a zombie vampire or...
It could have been a number of things, but it looks like we're going to be going into a Ghost Rare Sunlight Wolf.
Cool. That is really sweet. I've always wanted a Ghost Rare one.
I appreciated that it was still very clear what it was. So not always a guarantee with Ghost Rares.
Yeah, you can see his arms there. Then he's going to link away the Link Kribo into Relinquished Anima. Then he's going to be able to add back the Kirin to the hand thanks to Sunlight Wolf, since the monster was special summoned to a zone it points to.
Pretty ideal setup here. And now we're going to be able to link those two away. This is where it's great that Link Kribo's gone, because that could have been a few cards drawn here.
Yep, Heat Soul is definitely a lot easier to make with Link Kribo around, but We're going to see Promethean Princess bring back Arvata in defense mode.
I feel like he's just going to like leave it here, right? Yeah, we're just going to leave that up because he doesn't really care about the Firelock. He would rather have the Arvata alive, and the Princess going to the grave anyway is still going to be useful. Kieran is also in hand, so he can turn off the Princess whenever he wants.
Yep, he has the Sanctuary that's going to let him have the Exceed summon for a rank 8. So, as tradition is with the Fire King field, doesn't look too scary, but there are so many layers to it once things start getting in motion.
If your deck doesn't like having its card destroyed, then this could be a hard time.
On resolution, I destroy fire.
Okay, it looks like it's been enough time. Ethan's not as familiar with the Fire King cards as maybe a lot of people are from the past year. Maybe just got
I mean, it is their
game.
it's their first YCS, right? So maybe they just haven't been competing while Fire King was such a prevalent strategy.
True, true.
And there is a copy of Infinite Impermanence likely on the Arvata here, which, I mean, is technically good, but, I mean, the Kieran could turn it right back on.
Definitely. But
well, we're just going to cross it out.
Doesn't even need the Kieran, has the cross-out designator. Unlike Mitchell Martin in round number 1, he does have Infinite Permanence in his deck.
You have to wonder if the card shuffled back in this hand was Ponix. Would you think things would have gone so smoothly?
Don't know. Yeah, it would have been a lot more rough. But Anubis, the last judge, is going to come down here from Ethan. He's going to discard from the hand.
And that's going to be immediately met with the effect of Arvata, destroying the Princess to negate it. And then we're normal summoning Lacrima. Didn't have the man with a mark to follow up here.
Yes, sir.
On summon Lacrima, the Crimson Tears is going to be able to send...
And he fiends with that. And then Hector was considering using a set here, but I think opting not to because usually interacting with the Fiendsmith cards that don't immediately provide a threat is just not advisable, especially if you're just able to go into Requiem, you're going to get that body anyway.
Definitely.
There is that Requiem.
Requiem's going to tribute off the field, a special summon an Engraver from the deck to the field. Any Fiendsmith monster.
Probably the Engraver now that the Lacrima is already out of the deck. There it is. Okay, now we're opting to see if we want to just get rid of the... Yep, so Princess is going to activate now, targeting the Arvata as well as the Engraver.
Now this is where the wheels are in motion. You could either use Arvata to bring back something, he can trigger the Garunix.
I think he's just going to Arvata summon back the Ponix here, and then save the Garunix because he has the Kieran. Yep, there it is, and then no other chains. Makes sense.
Yep, he still has the Kieran to enable the Garunix later on in the turn.
Yeah, but he just doesn't want to turn on all of his effects at once.
Yep.
Yep, so the Engraver is now going to be able to hit the field here. He's going to be able to threaten one of the monsters on the field with the effect of Requiem once it's able to equip itself to the Engraver, but I don't think Hector really cares about that.
I would still just take it out, just because he has the other layer afterwards to also go into the Garunix, and Ethan's sitting on so low cards. I would just take it out right away, but it would be nice to wait until the Requiem equips it potentially. Just one less effect that he can use, yeah.
I just don't think he needs to do anything at the moment. Because, okay, the normal summon is gone. Okay, we have Skyburn as well.
More layers. Fire King Skyburn's let him destroy his Fire King monsters, destroy the same amount of cards on Ethan's side of the field.
This is the ideal situation. You have Kieran into some face downs here. So the Kieran is going to destroy the Promethean Princess. Now the Garunix is going to be able to activate in the graveyard to special summon itself back and then destroy a fire monster from the deck, likely going to be another copy of Kieran.
Funny enough, if he did it the other way and used
the Kieran,
Kieran first, the Skyburn would have just wiped out all of those spells and traps at the end. But he'll still be able to take one down here, not too bad. And he gets to bring back the Arvata on the field. Kieran will destroy at resolution. Yep, and that's going to be, the...
Can't quite tell.
Anguish. It's the Statue of Anguish pattern.
Mm-hmm. That could have been pretty useful, especially if he's able to trigger twice, get rid of the island.
Ethan won't be activating Anguish. He will be in Anguish this game. It has been all Hector, all game 1.
The tomb is in flames.
Yeah, the Tomb Keeper did not protect the treasure this game, and Hector is going to burn it straight to the ground with his Fire King strategy. And you see, Fire King's still good. We didn't get to see the Snake Eye part of it, but I'm assuming it's just more ways to get to more fire monsters and find other ways to get the Fire King monsters out of your hand. You don't have original Sinful Spoils, but you can still find other ways to do it. But I'm shocked because I would think if you were using the Fire King stuff, you might also want to include the Azaminia cards as well, because that also still lets you get your engine online and finds a way to utilize your Snake Eye cards. I mean, there is no original Sinful Spoil, so it's a little harder.
Yeah, the Azaminia cards no longer get you into the Snake Eye cards anymore, right?
I mean, you can still go into Wanted and get in Diabell Star, but yeah, it's a little tougher at that point. There is no original Sinful Swell, so yeah, it makes a lot of sense that the engine might not be here. But we're showing you just the birds themselves, just the Fire King birds can find a way.
I mean, yeah, this is what we've been talking about, though, with the Tombkeeper strategy. A lot more powerful when it's able to take the first step, having to play into the board there, especially when some of those disruptions are able to interact with your spells and traps as well. It makes it really difficult for the deck to play, and we found just that in this game number 1, but he will be able to start in game number 2, so we'll see if Fire King is able to power through the field that Tombkeeper is able to establish.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about it. Like, Tombkeeper decks going first are a lot better than when they go second. They do main deck copies to like compensate for that, of like stuff like evenly matched and board breaking kind of cards, because you need it, because it is difficult to break through a field with everything. He had a couple of starters. He had the Anubis. He didn't have the Man with the Mark, so he was having to normal summon the Lacrima. Like, if that Lacrima is an Engraver instead, where he can access track, and he also has Man with the Mark in 2, maybe that game plays out a little differently. But just the few interactions that he had. But there was a Droll in Lockbird? No, there wasn't a Droll. No. That was the one. That was from round number 1. But yeah, the Crossout Designator, the Skyburn on top of everything else just made it
a very powerful going
difficult.
first hand for sure.
I'm a big Skyburn fan. Like, I always like to have Fire King Skyburn in my deck. This is a nice option. Like, say someone drops like Mulcharmies on you, get Perilliad, you get even Meows is pretty good against Fire Kings because you summon from the graveyard. But any Mulcharmy, you can just stop, get Ponix, and make sure you get Skyburn.
I mean, I think specifically, like, this is one of those decks that's oddly where Fuelos is the worst one.
Really?
You really don't need to go in your extra deck more than once.
Yeah, Perillia is terrifying if you're a Fire King player. Everything summons from the hand. You got your normal summon, you got the Garunix, the Kieran. If you use Olconix to get Ponix, that's another one that comes from your hand.
You might have to do some like tricks with it. You like just get rid of the Garunix from your hand, summon it back from the grave somehow later, so you just like skip that step.
Yeah, there's a lot that the Mulcharmies will be good against, but he will be going second. Hector's going to have to face down the powerful Tombkeeper strategy here in game number 2. We're going to see if we can get access to the Treasure of the Kings, or will Hector be able to burn it all down again? We're about to find out that answer as we jump into game number 2 of our 3rd round of Swiss here at YCS Houston 2025. Can't believe we're in round 3 already. It's just flying by.
You're just excited to see duels being played.
I am. I've been waiting. There's been, the Blue Eye Structure deck, the Maze of the Master came out since then, and oh man, this is not going to be a long turn. He's setting every card in his hand face down, 5 back row, best.
Yeah.
Draw phase. What do we got?
Different dimension ground. That's a good one.
That's a good one.
The Tomb will probably be safe this turn. Is there a Lightning Storm to follow up? Is there something to just immediately answer these spells and traps?
Inner battle phase. What do we got? What are we looking at here? What from the side deck is going to come play for Hector? It's just going to be Olconix.
It's interesting that he's opting to invest resources here into the different dimension ground. And we're going to be using a set purge, so bypassing the restrictions here.
I don't believe it's a May. Yeah, it's not a May.
Yeah, won't be locked in out of the types that you need for it.
Oh, it's not.
Yes, I'm destroyed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but gets destroyed since there's a trap in the graveyard. Banished straight to the banishment. AKA the Shadow Realm.
Sanctuary.
Okay. He is really committing into this.
Yeah, when you play against like anti-stuff, like different dimension ground or things that are banishing, sometimes you can utilize Fire King Island just to special summon the big monsters from your hand and then go for like a beatdown strategy potentially. But it looks like the Sanctuary being activated does prompt Ethan to activate Apophis, the new deity.
I mean, that works out, I think, pretty well for Hector here because he's able to at least get the island on the field. If the Swamp Deity had been set up a little bit prior, he could have been able to actually stop the Sanctuary.
Yeah, but now he'd be looking to stop the Fire King Island effect. You got to declare which effect you're using, too. A lot of times people say Fire King Island, but there's 2 different effects, and yeah, now here comes the
I don't
Swamp
think anyone
Deity.
really uses the effect.
I do. Just give me a reason. You can summon Grunix straight from your hand. But he's going to negate that with Apophis, the Swamp Deity.
Which is, I mean, fine. Like, you're just setting yourself up for next turn, but this is the position you want to be in. You can go into your fusion monster in the next turn. Oh, it looks like we're going to go straight into game number 3.
Is it secret? Is it safe? The treasures are safe for game number 2 at least.
You know, I was worried a little bit there because, you know...
Set 5 isn't great, but in Tombkeeper, set 5 could actually, like, if you don't have a way to, like, activate your traps turn 1, you can, if you can survive that turn. It's like a starter if you're able to use them during your opponent's turn.
Yeah, because, like, I mean, this shows at least Hector's familiar with the strategy because going into the next turn, he's going to be able to immediately fuse those away and then reestablish them. And I think at that point, the game's just over.
Yeah, I mean, that's like a big key of why this strategy, the Tomb Keeper strategy, is so popular, because of the fusion that you just keep on setting back those traps over and over and over again. The Divine Serpent Apothis. It's always got to be snakes. All right, now they're side decking. Now this is where things are going to get a little scarier here from Hector. We saw Hector won game 1. I mean, yeah, things are going to get scary here for Ethan. Because, yeah, your biggest concern with Tomb Keepers is how they deal with going second. They main deck cards to help that, like stuff like Evenly Matched. But now I'm sure if it is a deck that going into a tournament, going second can be tough, that's where your side deck is going to shine. You're going to include cards that are going to help you go second. So we're going to have to find out if he's going to have the right ones for this particular matchup. Because I know if I was building my deck for this tournament, Fire King Snake Eye wouldn't be at the top of my list of cards I need to consider in my side deck.
I mean, I saw 3 pretty good ones that he was eyeing a little earlier right there. But I think this is a very difficult deck to even side for in such a category. Because if you're trying to capitalize on really high impact cards, there's not that many that you can have for this matchup. There are like a few, like Perulia that you mentioned earlier. But outside of that, having any type of board breaker type card is really difficult to actually get value from in a deck against a deck that has very layered interactions, right? All those interactions come from the graveyard. There's nothing really on the field that matters too much. It's from the hand and from the grave. So there's no single removal option that's going to be able to actually answer all of that.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, especially with Apophis the Swamp Deity, just being able to stop the cards that you're classically known to destroy most of your spell and traps is huge. Let alone if they somehow access like Fiendsmith's Desiree. I don't think I've ever seen them bring it out in the Tomb Keeper deck. And that might be a little more difficult, but if they can get Desiree plus the Apophis Deity out at the same time together, that's pretty intense.
I assume that they don't for a reason, right? They're trying not to do that, mainly because they do the same thing. So they want to at least
not overlay on.
Yeah.
They want to have too much of the same thing. Yeah, different. That's perfect. Different types of interactions. Yeah, because I mean, having the Fiendsmith in Paradise is pretty useful too. I mean, it's funny that both of these strategies, I mean, Fiendsmith and Tomb Keeper, they just both do kind of like similar things that they don't do too much, but they keep the resource like going. You're going to constantly be able to do the same thing every turn. The Treasure of the Kings, the field spell, it's once per turn. It's not when this card's activated, like being able to add over. It does do something when it's activated, but it also has the effect to add once per turn. That's huge.
You know what else is once per turn? Fire King Island.
I was like, there's a lot of cards. Oh yeah, so this is the battle of the field spells. Will the volcano erupt? Will the treasures be hidden? Will they be safe? Find out next time at YCS Houston.
I'm not sure which one of these decks has a better value game. I think the impact of Fire King is just stronger if you're able to resolve it. But I mean, I think it's really going to come down to if Ethan's going to be able to see his Perulias here going into game number 3.
Yep, I think the side decks will play a huge part here in game 3. Looks like Ethan's trying to like inspire his friends. He's in. I see some good cards in Ethan's hand. We'll see if it's gonna be
there it is.
Is that Perulia?
That is Perulia.
That's Perulia.
That is absolutely Perulia. The best option you can have.
So any time that Hector summons from his hand this turn, Ethan will be drawing a card. There's the first one.
I mean, he has the Ponix. Wow, that looks like
Ethan's
a pretty
hand is insane.
Yeah.
I don't know. You guys can't see it. Well, maybe you can see parts of it on the screen. We have a little bit of a wider view, but we won't spoil the fun just yet. But
we're going to be purging the effect of Ponix and not going to be able to grab Island.
Drew that off the Perulia.
I know.
That's so cool.
Sending cost.
All right, one for one. That's going to summon from the deck.
Discarding Ash. So I guess we're not summoning Snake Eye Ash.
Unless you Princess. That's the way you can incorporate it. You just have to discard the Snake Eye engine and then summon it back later on. But one for Poplar. Now what Snake Eye card is he going to grab? That's the question. I mean, I know the answer because I can look at the deck list, but we'll take a look here. It is Snake Eye's Dramatic Chase. I'm a big fan of this card. I think it's awesome. I like using it in tandem with the trap. The Silvera Betrayal Trap, because you can negate any face-up card, which is pretty sweet.
We'll go.
So how does he get to Princess from this point?
I don't know. We're going to find out. The Dramatic Chase places in your spell and trap card zone, and you can summon during the end phase, but he's going to have another monster on the field.
Which one is that?
This one's going to place a Diabellstar monster from anywhere except from
so he gets to put Diabellstar the Black Witch, or if he's playing the other one, he can put it... Snake Eye's Diabellstar. He does have it in his deck list. So he could... Oh, that's the other body then. As long as he has a fire in the graveyard, which he does. He has Snake Eye Ash. he'll be able to summon the Snake Eyes Bellstar. So he's just using the Poplar to get another monster on the field. I like that. All right, now he's going to link away the Snake Eyes Poplar.
Yeah, probably better to put the Poplar in the grave than have to use the Ash.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Actually opting to use the Poplar in this situation.
Good, sir.
Oh, we forgot about Doom Dragon.
Oh, can't forget about Doom Dragon. That's the Master Duel MVP right now.
Yep, so he gets to send the 2 face-up cards from Spell and Trap Card Zone to summon Snake Eyes Doom Dragon.
It makes sense having access to another level 8 body in a deck like this. And now you're going to be able to link away all 3.
Just going to go into a Princess probably. Yep.
Yep.
He's only had to give up 1 card so far, something in hand. Not too bad.
I don't think he's going to have the option to summon from hand again, honestly. So now we're going to be able to get that Snake Eyes Ash. Probably going to add another copy of Ponix, if I had to assume.
Ooh, very nice.
Oh, he might have drawn from the Poplar, too. I don't remember how the Poplar got summoned, but I'm pretty sure it might have been from hand.
No, it was from 1/1.
Oh, it was from 1/1.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
right. I knew it was something different. Okay.
We'll go Ash effect.
Because normally you would summon Snake Eye Ash and add Poplar off 1/1 and have the extra body, but he had the Ash in his hand. It makes a lot of sense. Now he's going to link those away, or send them away for Flamebird's Dragon. Okay.
Flamebird's effect targets Snake ID Bellstar.
Now he's going to use the Flamebirds to place back the Snake Eyes
This is
Bellstar.
pretty great, because now he can use Snake ID Bellstar to just summon itself back up, and you're able to make something like IP.
All right, see, we're seeing why the Snake Eye cards still complement the Fire King cards. All right, Hector.
You can
I'm
never
taking
count out
notes.
Snake Eye.
The ink in my pen is running out as I'm taking down so many notes here from Hector right now.
Oh, he's putting the Ponix in the back. Okay.
Saul, can I borrow your pen?
I'm out of, I've been out of ink.
And now he's going to...
Is he gonna...
He puts the Ponix. He's going to be able to summon the Ponix during the end phase, too, with his Snake Eye Dramatic Chase if he wants. That's kind of cool.
I mean, the effect's been used, but...
Yeah.
Oh, is that Doolittle Chimera?
I love Doolittle Chimera. I tried to make that card work for so long in Fire Kings.
Is that really better than IP in this situation?
I mean,
like,
I think it's something he might be considering, but he will end up just falling back on IP Masquerena.
I think he's also eyeing Sunlight Wolf, but I don't know if there's anything worth grabbing back here because you didn't access your Fire Kings just yet. Looks like we will be going into Doolittle Chimera.
And then we'll go Flamebird's effect. Yes, sir.
I mean, 2 very powerful effects here from Ethan, but not enough so far. We'll have to see if his hand's able to power through.
Anything here? You're good, sir.
Does he have a Kieran? No.
Yeah, no, the Nibiru check was done here, so now we're going to be linking away into the IP Masquerena still.
Anything here? You're good, sir. Attempting to leave me.
All right. Good. Looks like he's going to the end phase.
We'll go Dramatic Chase, target.
Yeah, but so the Ponix at least is another monster you can use for IP Masquerena.
Yeah, and the Doolittle will
good to go.
will float here.
Yeah, Doolittle Chimera can add back a fire from your graveyard.
Go main phase. Yeah.
All right, we'll see if this is enough flames. But ooh, Ethan's starting off with a big one. It's Lightning Storm. That's going to force out the IP right away.
At least, I mean, if all it's doing is forcing out IP, that's pretty good here. Because IP does give the monster that it summons the effect that it can't be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. So, you know, not too bad. Obviously, if you're going for something along the lines of SP Little Knight, you'd want to have more relevant use for the on-summon banish effect. But this is still fine. And you're going to be able to activate the effect of Doolittle Chimera as well.
Yeah, it's just tough not that he wasn't able to access like Garunix or have any of the Fire King cards online. And now he loses his fire monster that he needed for Princess.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah, it's tough, but there's still cards he can have.
Well, he can add back the Poplar, which, I mean... yeah, well, because the fire monster was destroyed, he can summon Ponix from hand.
If he has another Ponix in his hand, let's keep this train going. Gonna get a fire monster back
that makes
onto
sense.
the field. Yep.
We got the Ponix from the Snake Eye Ash in that combo, so... This is able to resolve, and now Ponix is going to be able to resolve as well.
I'm placing it above like the graveyard.
All right, SP Knight going to banish the trap out of the grave. Since those dominance cards do get a little bit of a bonus of a trap is already in there. Smart stuff.
Yeah.
Smart stuff.
Poplar killing 2.
Does Poplar work that way? If it's added from graveyard as well?
I mean, I know Baku, the ninja, does. So I guess
I'm thinking of the shark monster.
Like, if it's worded the exact same, I think it does work that way. Because that's the cool thing with ninjas. With Baku, you can banish it with the Iron Digger, and then when you add it back to your hand, you just special summon it. It's pretty sick. But this isn't ninjas. This is Fire Kings, and it looks like Ethan is going to discard Engraver. This probably reads the same.
Yeah, if this card's
yeah, they all have the
same
line of text. Baku. Shout outs to all my ninja duelists out there.
And
You
there
guys
is
know
a Joel
what's up.
Lockbird.
That's huge. The best thing you can hit is Engraver when it adds track.
And I believe he had a Anubis Last Judge in his hand too, so he's truly cut off from his engine right now.
Joel and Lockbird doing Joel and Lock things here in round number 3.
That is rough.
Oh, I apologize. That's habit.
It looks like there is going to be some form of play here for Ethan. Let's see how he tries to continue.
Normal summon alert.
Yep, normal summon alert. It's like he had track the whole time. Obviously a little rough here.
You have to give up the normal. Not something you want to do in the Tomb Keeper strategy, but
Yep. He's going to be able to use the Requiem here. Requiem is going to summon a monster, and I think that's going to force the Princess here once that Engraver is summoned. Not really forced, but it just seems like a good time to use it. Set yourself up for next turn. And then if Engraver is activated in the grave, it doesn't really threaten anything. Yes, okay, so it's going to be Lacrima in this instance. That makes a lot more sense. So that'll just...
We'll chain SP target.
Oh, we're going to actually just go ahead and banish the Lacrima here with the effect of SP. And then if Engraver comes out from the graveyard, then you're able to
Princess.
use it there. This also cuts off Lacrima's effect to summon back Requiem from the graveyard as well, so this is pretty good.
Yeah, that's the prime thing for SP Little Knight here, what you're trying to go for. Not too shabby. That Joel and Lockbird is probably doing a number on Ethan right now. He's having to think what he can do while under it.
Yeah, this is again another complaint I had with the Tomb Keeper strategy when we were testing it for Vegas, is that we thought, okay, it might be a little bit more versatile and better into the interruptions that people were playing, but it was still not great into Joel and Lockbird, not great into Infinite Permanence on Man of the Mark if he didn't have ways to extend past that. So it just played into all the same cards that the other decks were losing to anyway.
And they forgot to fireproof the tomb. We told them we need the fire extinguishers at every exit. We need the fireproof lining. Unfortunately, Ethan forgot his fire extinguisher at home.
It turns out you don't really need to invade the tomb if you can just light it all on fire from the outside.
Just set it ablaze with your Fire Kings, yeah. But no, now Engraver is going to
be summoned and then trigger the Princess. Princess destroying the Ponix as well, so it will be going back to the hand.
Yep. Ponix does return back to your hand if it's destroyed during the standby phase, so that's something that Hector can look forward to next turn. Also, just starting your turn with the Princess on the field is incredible.
I mean, this game is over.
It's not.
Yeah.
It is not looking good here for Ethan. The temperature is rising. He needs to open a window. It's getting too smoky.
Yeah.
But Hector's going to keep the blaze burning bright as he draws for turn. Oh, first we got to resolve our end phase effects, bring back SP Little Knight, bring back the Lacrima, the Crimson Tears.
Stand by, Ponix to return to hand.
Yep, mandatory Ponix going back to the hand here.
Now, how is he going to navigate? Don't want to fumble at the finish line.
Normal summon, anything on summon.
Oh, that's very old Kieran.
Sorry, that's not the new Kieran. That's just Fire King Kieran, right?
Yeah, not
Avatar Kieran. Yep, not High Avatar.
Just a regular Avatar.
Just the regular one.
I believe when it's destroyed, it just has to send a fire from deck to grave.
Yep.
That's a.
Skyburn target.
I see. We're just trying to get these cards out of the way here.
I do like that now that the original Sinful Spoils is gone, you have to, or you're more likely to use more of the Fire King cards.
Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2, Kieran.
And then he had Garunix as well. Chainlink 2 Kieran to just send any fire from deck to the grave. Let's see what he opts to send.
Hector saying your tomb may be sacred, but so is my Garunix. Is that 2 copies of Fire King Island on the top of his deck?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? You're playing
Gotta play the backup?
I mean, it's not really, yeah, this is your main strategy, right? You need these Fire King cards. If you lose your one island, it could be really rough for you. And I think Fire King Island has more of a target on it than Men with the Mark, so.
It probably does. Yeah, lots of things that can prompt that. I mean, Rise Seal Detonator is a field spell, just destruction monster.
And there is the High Avatar Kieran to be able to summon back the Arvada and destroy the Lacrima. Now the Lacrima is able to use the Effect in the Grave, but Arvada is on the field now, and that's a lot of damage already represented. That is enough if you just go into the battle phase, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay, Poplar attack mode for good measure.
Do as much as you can with as few summons as possible to try and play around every avenue. I don't. Did he use?
I'm just doing map 36.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Garunix is much bigger because it destroyed the Kieran from the deck. It gains half of its stats.
Lacrima targeting the Requiem in grave.
We'll chain Armada. Still in, that's in main phase, correct?
That is still main phase.
Okay.
Yep. So now.
We'll go Poplar targets negative.
Yep, and then his board got bigger.
It just got a little bit stronger. We're going to exchange the Poplar for a bigger one. And Ethan has seen enough. The treasures have been excavated, and Hector is going to win round number 3 here with Snake Eye Fire King. We're back. We're back. I've been waiting.
I know you've been waiting.
I wanted to fly high with my Fire King brethren.
I think you've been getting everything you wanted out of the feature matches so far.
This is my YCS Houston. No, it's been really great to see. The format's awesome. There's so many different ways you can go about it. The big thing is just knowing what you're using, knowing your cards well, and knowing what you're going to be facing and putting the time into it. Like, a lot of strategies can win. It's not just going to be the dominating decks of the weekend. There is going to be a lot of Ryzeal, a lot of Malice, but there's other strategies you can capitalize on, like Blue Eyes, Tomb Keeper, Fire King. There's so much out there to try, and it's just about what you can pilot the best.
I mean, we saw some really critical points of interaction against the Fire King strategy here. He had the Perulia, he had the Purge, even had Lightning Storm, which, I mean, not necessarily as strong, but it really hinders the amount of layers that they could produce. It at least forces the interactions typically. But then a single Droll Lockbird was so critical. You saw the 2 cards in his hand was Tract and Anubis the Last Judge. If either of those were able to resolve, it would be a much different game. Yeah, the Droll Lockbird was the key tipping point in that 3rd game for sure. I mean, even just the Princess seemed like it was decent. I mean, just having like the little bit limited action for Princess into like Arvada potentially. But yeah, no Garunix. Definitely not the ideal Fire King board. Into all of that, was still able to find a way. But yeah, the Droll Lockbird was key. I mean, yeah, Game 1, we saw him playing pure Fire King. And Game 3, we essentially saw him playing pure Snake Eye up until the next turn. So we saw the value of both sides there. Yeah, I'm really glad we got to see how he utilizes the Snake Eye cards. Because you think, yeah, there's no original Sinful Spells. How do they bridge together? But you just haven't done, you have to, you can't, it's not 1-card combos, but now it's like 2-card combos. You just draw them together and you can incorporate it all at the same time, which is still cool to see. Yeah, so I think a lot of the value here comes from the Poplar being able to get you to the chase, which sets up Doom Dragon, and then you just have to Princess from there, right? But so now the key is you got to get the Poplar. Yeah, whether it be, I mean, I guess it was really niche there with 1-for-1. Yeah. Like, he already had access to Snake Eye Ash to discard for the 1-for-1 with the Poplar as well. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, 1-for-1 is just original Sinful Spells, yeah. Like, in a way. I mean, a little less accessible. Yeah, not searchable, but still, if you find it, you can definitely get access to both. I'm still wondering if there is a way for Snake, like, if you just open Snake Eye Ash, can you get access to the Ponix in that situation? I'm not really sure how you'd go about it. You'd have to, you just have to have another card. Like, you can Snake Eye Ash for Ponix, but then you'd have to have something to destroy a fire monster of some sort. So yeah, you would need something else. But we didn't get to see Olconix there, but like that card still brought so much to the deck. When it came out Rage of the Abyss, just having Olconix to add Ponix and then summon Ponix to get Fire King Sanctuary, to go into Garunix to destroy Olconix, to summon the old Garunix. Like, you end up with a lot of fire art monsters on the board really, really fast. Like Sans the Snake Eye cards. No Snake Eye cards needed. But it's really cool to see them incorporated because, like, really all you need to do is just draw, way to get Poplar on the field, or draw the Dramatic Chase. Just activate Dramatic Chase, place, like, the Snake Eye's Diabell Star, get another monster in your spell and trap card somehow. I guess you need Poplar. Yeah. And then you can go in the Doom Dragon or something like that. There's definitely a lot of bodies represented, and that's always been what Snake Eye's been good for. So I think being able to capitalize on that, trying to make like a bit of a higher ceiling version of the Fire King deck, even though it is able to do so much on its own. But, I mean, it's been great to see, and we're excited to see what he has to say about it in his interview. Definitely. It was an exciting match, but now Jackie has standing by with our Fire King Snake Eye winner, so take it away, Jackie.
Thank you so much, Billy and Asala, and I am with Hector. Congratulations on your victory. 3 wins in a row. You have to be feeling fantastic, right?
On top of the world. This is my first YCS, and I'm just excited. Like, that I've been testing with it, trying to make ratios work, and I'm just happy that I can finally, like, test what I've been trying to, like, make work.
Talk to me a little bit about strategy. So why Snake Eyes?
So with the loss of OSS, we had to, me and my friends, figure out like a line where we can still bridge into it. And so the Fire King Baby Kieran, the no one really was thinking about, makes it where there's a line for you to bridge into it in your natural combo. So I was like, okay, once we know the line now, it's just figuring out ratios and just making it work. And for me, it just gave me more options to play through certain interruptions, so I enjoyed it a lot more than just pure Fire Kings.
Definitely made it work. I mean, y'all went the distance. How did you stay focused?
Just trying to, like, every time after a match, just go to my friends, make sure that we're all doing well, make sure that if I had anything that questions about that they knew, like, just get focused with them, and they're just helping me stay centered throughout everything.
They're helping you stay centered?
Yeah, them right here.
Look at them yelling and hooting and hollering for you. Aw, look at, you're so loved. I love it.
Well, that's why, Houston local. Everyone here knows a little.
And for everyone at home, can you describe what the atmosphere is like here and what you're really enjoying?
It's fun but intense. Even at the last WCQ, like I enjoyed the intensity of it, and so this just reminds me of that. So this being my first YCS that isn't the WCQ, I've been enjoying it, like just the competition of it.
Oh, and is there anything you want to say to the community and your friends out there?
Shout out Galaxy, Omega, shout out all my local, shout out all my homies over there helping me test with this. Thank you all for everything.
Hector, thank you so much and congratulations again. Back to you, Billy and Asala.
All right, thank you so much. Awesome to hear from Hector. I didn't realize this is his first YCS, but playing with your friends, like that's the best thing you can do because like everyone's gonna have their own deck. You know, collaborate together. Just you got to play test in the right way. Just try and be positive instead of, not positive. I'm so positive I don't even know what the word for not positive even is. But play with your friends, try against different strategies, and then find what you're the most comfortable with and play. Don't play a deck just because someone tells you to use it, unless it's really, really good. But no, most of the time you want to know your cards. You don't want to learn while you're going along the way.
Yeah, it's always great to try new things, be open to other people's ideas, and that's why testing circles are so important.
Definitely. So it's good to hear that he's with his friends. And yeah, still, even though the tournament has started and they're all competing against each other, they're still meeting in between rounds, talking about what they played against. Maybe they learned, like, oh, this side deck card wasn't as good against this deck as I thought it was. Don't put it in. I learned the hard way. And you can, like, learn from each other. There's a lot to do out of YCS. With your friends as well. But before we go to break, we want to talk about something cool that is going on right now, and that is going to be regional qualifiers. They are going on from January 25th to April 20th for the Supreme Darkness season. They will be going on way beyond this after Supreme Darkness for the next booster set, but for right now, you're going to be able to get this awesome card case and beautiful game mat featuring Tinyi Spirit, Mula at Hara. Those new Tinyi cards are really cool. I know I saw a couple of Tinyi Sword Soul decks in the tournament that are utilizing some of those new cards. We're going to see if maybe we can get them up on the feature match stage later on. We'll have to see how they do, but it's going to be an exciting one. The Supreme Darkness regional season is under full swing right now as it comes to a close on April 20th. But then there'll be more regionals after that before the NAWCQ this year. And just like there's going to be more regionals, we're going to have more rounds of Swiss. We're going to have our bonus feature match up as always. You're going to want to stay tuned. We've seen a couple of Tomb Keepers. One won, one lost, but we're going to see how they're going to do, how many are going to make the top cut. Will Raziel and Malice still dominate the tournament? Will Snake Eye Fire Kings make a comeback? Find out later on in this tournament. We got more action coming. Stay tuned for more YCS Houston. Don't go anywhere.
Also, if you need assistance making your Neuron account match your card game ID that we have for you for this tournament, we can assist with that.
Standard phase, main phase? Sure. Normal summon Ether Barrel, effect to set a Primite card.
Sure.
I will set Lordly Load. We'll go Link 1 into Spirit.
Sure.
Spirit effect on summon to add the field spell.
Thinking. Oh, Ash.
Okay. We'll go Activate Load, effect on activation to add a Primite card.
Sure.
I'll add Drill Beam.
Sure.
Go Maiden of White, effect to place True Light from hand, deck, or grave.
Sure.
Plays it from hand. Effect to set a spell trap that mentions Blue Eyes that I don't have in rotation already.
Sure.
Sure. I will set Roar of the Blue-Eyed Dragons.
Sure.
I will activate Roar to summon Blue Eyes.
Can I read it?
Sure. It's summon any Blue Eyes, but if I don't control the vanilla, I have to summon the vanilla, and it's in defense.
Yeah, that's fun. Do you mind if I read Drill Beam?
Drill Beam? There it is.
Sure.
Some of the blue eyes. Let's see. We'll go. Link into spheres.
Sure.
A second effective Lordly Load. I'll call Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Thinking. Did we use True Light's effect this turn already?
I set Roar of the Blue Eyes Dragon.
Okay. I'll Impulse.
Okay, no response. In that case, I will set a mysterious card. You have coming, correct?
I have not.
I will pass.
Draw for turn.
Uh-huh.
Standby.
Yep.
Main phase.
Uh-huh.
We'll go ahead, activate Lightning Storm. We will declare a back row.
I will Drill Beam, revealing Lordly Load in hand to target, negate, vanish.
Sure. Oh, sorry. I will normal summon Neptibus.
Does it do anything on summon?
Nope.
3 in hand? 2 in hand?
Yes. 2 in hand.
I will effect Veiler on summon.
Okay. I will activate Neptibus effect, paying cost.
No response.
Sending goons. Effective goons.
Which one?
Effective Atlantean Dragoons.
In order to?
Add a Sea Serpent.
That's fine.
I will. Thank you. Send Neptibus. We'll go Chain Link 1 because it's mandatory. Chain Link 2, Foolish for cost. Shadow Squad. And I will target. True Light.
In order to destroy it?
To bounce to hand.
Bounce to hand. No response.
Okay, so this is going to resolve, and this is going to resolve to Reborn Dragoons, and then new Chain Link Shadow Squad.
In order to?
Special summon a level 4 or lower Mermail or Atlantean from deck.
Okay. It's if it's sent to grave.
Effect of Abyss Pike, sending for cost.
In order to?
Add a level 3 water monster.
No response.
Affected Dragoons.
In order to?
Search a Sea Serpent monster.
No response. On summon, I will Sphere's Effect to bounce.
Sure.
I will bounce the Bahamut Shark.
So this goes extract, and this will go to grave.
New chain mandatory effect of spheres to summon a dragon.
I'll impulse.
Okay.
I'll activate Abyss Run, sending Berserker.
In order to?
Summon a level 7 water monster from deck.
I wonder what one.
No effect of Silica.
No response.
Thinking. Go ahead, battle.
Okay.
22, 28.
So 5k total?
5k total.
Okay.
Past you.
Check here. Okay. Draw for turn?
Sure.
In standby phase, effect of the Ether Bale to add bags, does that have a normal?
Sure. Let's hear Grave.
Sure.
Negate its effects. Negate its effects. Oh. Sorry, what's up?
Just straighten your deck on.
Sorry. If you control a normal monster. You can set this card for me. Yeah. And then, can Ether Barrel... Okay, never mind. Can I read the load? Can this add from Grave as well?
Just from deck hand, on activation at least.
Okay.
Do you have something?
Nope, go ahead.
Okay. We'll go normal summon Ether Barrel. No effect on the performance.
Sure.
I will activate Drill Beam to reset since I control Primite.
I will negate and yeah, I'll negate. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Let me get a monster.
Sorry.
I will activate the second effect of Royally Load, calling Blue Eyes my Dragon.
Does it summon an attack or defense?
It summons into defense.
Sure.
Finally get to use the ugly one. Well, ugly is rude. The least favorite. I heard that. I'm going to go effect of Roar Engrave to fusion summon. It's poly, but I have to include Blue Eyes White Dragon.
I can't negate that, right? That's fine.
Yeah. Blue Eyes plus a Dragon Monster?
Sure.
I will attempt to move to battle phase.
Can I read this?
Yes.
Okay, so you can't activate its effect because you use Lordly Load, right?
That is correct.
Sure.
But it is not an activated effect to
Sure.
attack everything.
Yep.
We'll go 34 over 22.
Sure.
That should be 12.
Effective Toad.
No response.
So I take 12.
Should be 12, yes.
Yep.
We'll go 34 over Bahamut.
Yep.
Should be, what, 800?
800.
And then we'll go Tyrant over the Coelacanth.
Sure.
Should be, what, 600?
Yep.
What are our life totals?
3,000. Can I read this?
Sure, sure. I don't have a trap at the grave.
Yeah.
Not that I can activate that anyway. Let's see. I'll go to main phase 2.
Sure.
I will set one, and I will attempt to pass turn. I believe I've been inside.
Okay. End phase.
What you got?
Effect of Orbistory.
In order to?
Discard, and then draw a card.
Okay.
New Chain Link, Neptupus.
In order to?
Special summon a Atlantean monster for Grave, and I will target Poseidra.
No response.
Poseidra on summon, I will Foolish for cost, and I will thinking. Bounce that. Yep. And then I will bounce. New Chain Link, Shadow Squad.
In order to?
Special summon.
You're using the effective balance, right?
Yeah. But I Foolish for cost.
This doesn't foolish for cost.
I believe it does. You can read.
You send and then wait, yeah, you're right. My bad.
Okay. Neptupus effect.
In order to?
I didn't see this.
Sorry. This summons a Marmel from deck.
Okay.
Or sorry, Atlantean or Marmel. Draw for turn. We'll go effect of Neptupus, Foolish for cost.
In order to?
Add a Atlantean card. Foolish Dragoons to add this one.
Resolution, I will attempt to draw a marker.
Sure. Activate Abyss Spirit, sending infantry to summon a level 7 from deck.
Okay.
New Chain Link infantry effect. Target Tyrant Dragon.
In order to?
Destroy.
No response.
Send Neptibus, Chain Link 1 because it's mandatory, Chain Link 2, sending for cost to bounce.
I will change True Light, activating the effect to summon Blue Eyes White Dragon from hand or grave.
Sure.
And it bounces. Any triggers on your side?
Yes. Neptibus effect. We will summon. Dragoons?
Chain Link 2 is made to summon itself.
Sure. Effect to reborn. Effect to reborn.
Okay.
I will detach 2 to bounce these 2 to your hand.
Does it target?
No. Sure. Enter battle. 3K. 17. 17.
Is that game?
Yep.
I'm free.
Good game, man.
GG's. Next time we see each other, I won't break.
Yes. I was scared of Nibiru.
Never saw him. Never saw a starter either. Normal summon Droll to start my combo.
It's like, I need to ash this.
Welcome back, duelists, to YCS Houston. My name is Steven. His name is also Steven, and we are here for the Round 4 match. I'm really excited. We have 2 decks that I think y'all are going to be really happy about.
Yeah, we definitely get the run back on one of them that has been featured on the stream, and then one that we haven't quite gotten to see yet, but I don't want to spoil all the surprises yet. We'll let the duelists do the talking with their cards, of course. But this format continues to show that these tournament competitors can really go far in with some decks that you wouldn't expect.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be a really exciting round. I can't wait for you to show off some of the intriguing ways that these players are approaching this format.
Well, speaking of format, why don't we go ahead and send it down to the stage with this Jackie Jing so we can see the duelists themselves. Oh, looks like they're not ready. My bad. Getting a little too ahead of ourselves. Still, as you've been going through like the tournament scene, what's the vibe like when you just come out there for the energy?
One of experimentation, I feel like, because this is kind of the end of the quote-unquote Maze of the Master format before we get some new sets around the corner for YCS Providence. I feel like people are going to try to end with a big bang so that way they can really celebrate all the new cards that we've got here in the TCG.
Now, it really shows you that Maze the Master made a very, very sizable impact. The Tomb Keeper deck is just insane. The stuff we've seen it pull off both on the primary feature stage and the bonus feature matches. Just, trap cards are a thing, friends. Trap cards are a thing.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully you and I get a chance to commentate it over at one point, too, because I just love seeing all those powerful apophyses and references to the anime, one of my favorite duels of all time.
Oh, goodness, goodness. I know that Joey should have won. I know that, Odeon should have won in his duel, but Battle City, as we were talking about all the finals, it's like nothing but upsets. Maybe this YCS is going to be exactly that.
Ooh, maybe. And maybe Odeon will get the retribution he deserves here now in 2025.
Just don't tell the Winged Dragon around that, right?
He'll be coming from his throat for sure.
Ah, goodness. Well, I guess enough gabbing at this point. Think it's time?
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and throw it down to the stage. Now it's time to duel. Let's go ahead and hear it from Jackie and our great duelists.
Starting with the blue chair, we have Aaron Boudreaux from Plano, Texas. Dark World was his first deck and one of his favorites still. Now to the red chair, and we have Abasai Alejandro from Houston, Texas. He loves powerlifting. His favorite lift? The deadlift. And this is both of their first YCS. Who will win? Let's send it back to our casters.
Great to see duelists here from the Texas scene. Texas has some of the most celebrated competitors, a lot of winners here, so we might be seeing future champions that you will know as household names.
And as you can see, those decks that we teased you guys are going to be Aaron piloting Primite Blue Eyes and Abasai piloting Memento.
Oh, Memento's such a great deck. A lot of surprises. I was talking with a friend of mine when we were outside of the venue, and, he thought that he had games clinched out, and then Memento just did what Memento does. Keep piling on those card effects, and eventually you're going to run out of ways to interact with it.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of the really good decks this format are decks like Ryzeal, decks like Malice, decks like Memento that can just play through so much of your opponent's interactions to the point where those interactions may as well have not even existed.
No, it's always great when the format is just about playing the game as opposed to setting up a field that says, no, 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 you can't. This format doesn't seem to have a one-trick pony deck like that, right? You have to play. You have to figure out how you're going to get into the game, and if you're on the opposing side of the table, you have to figure out how you're going to stop their game plan, because there's also not just one card that you can drop from the hand like a Dimension Shifter or an Nibiru that'll stop everything.
Yeah, and as someone who's both played Blue Eyes and played with and against Memento many times, how do you see this matchup going, Steven?
So it really just kind of depends on who's able to get set up first and what the stops are. I think Memento has an inherent advantage, and I'm sorry for the Blue Eyes fans out there, but it's just the fact that it can keep on going. But Blue Eyes is really able to consistently grind turn after turn. So if, for instance, the Memento deck goes first, but the Blue Eyes deck is able to hang in there for future turns, then you start seeing the impact of True Light just resolving every single turn.
I mean, I can't think of anything more scary in this format than a Memento deck with a full graveyard of names. That just has so much advantage, so many interruptions built into them, whether they're things like the Arichan, of course, the Giant My Creation, or even Creation King himself.
Certainly the Creation King, Tukutlaka is such a good card by itself because of its ability, of course, to attack all monsters on the field and special summon monsters from the graveyard. But what's really interesting is the Cranium Burst, because Appaloosa's gone, except for a Memento player. No, it isn't.
And this could also be a game where we see the Primite side of the Primite Blue Eyes deck playing a really big role, because being able to banish those Memento cards might be a really useful thing for Aaron to come out on top in this game.
The Primite Drill Beam really helps out because it can really create some weird circumstances. Again, Memento cards, typically when they destroy themselves for their positive effects, they don't actually target, so you can force your opponent to remove one of their favorite cards by banishing one of the other ones.
Looks like our duelist are just being told right now by the judge everything that's going to go down for this match. Make sure it's a nice, clean match of Yu-Gi-Oh! Soon we're going to get the roll, so you goes first. Like you said, I feel like setting up is going to be the big priority here because Blue Eyes has that grind game, but Memento has that follow-up and that explosion factor that I think will really overwhelm Aaron if he's not too careful.
Well, the only issue that Abasai may run into if he doesn't get a chance to go first in this duel is just that Memento has so many different cards that are vital and necessary to the strategy. Sometimes you're just watching your opponent play because if you're not playing yourself, you don't really have anything you can do.
Yeah, like I would say the one thing that like kind of turns people off of playing Memento is the high amount of engine requirements, like you're saying. Cards that don't necessarily do anything on their own, but if you weave them into your combos, makes your deck so much more powerful.
But they've got a lot of in-archetype ways to get some crazy stuff done. Again, Memento Sleepy is just such an incredible card unto itself and has gotten better and better with new fusion monsters. And I guess we'll be seeing soon who's going to go first and who's going to jump in this duel.
Let's go ahead and check out this game one right now between Abasai and Aaron.
Good luck.
Are we going to get another draw on camera? I feel like you and I always get draws whenever we commentate over things. Is it 4?
All right, let's see if you're right about that.
I was close. It's a 6.
Okay.
That was a 6, I believe. So, yeah.
Lining up. So it looks like Abasai probably going to go first here, and we're going to get to see Memento at its finest.
There we see him opening the Creation King in his opening hand, kind of flashing it to the camera. Not the best way to kind of start off your hand.
Well, you can always put it back, but it looks like we're going to start with the Dark Blade here. So, not going to do anything in Resolvation. Going to try to destroy itself to special summon a level 3 Memento monster from the deck or lower.
I will activate this Chain Link 2, effect Veiler targeting Dark Blade.
Ooh, that is a harsh start there. Memento can't get locked up, so effect Veiler negating that.
Yes, it does not destroy for cost, notably.
Looks like we got that triple tactics talent at the ready. You wonder if he draws 2 cards or fleeces his opponent's hand in that forceful sentry-like effect.
Maybe he could be hoping to draw some kind of extender, like maybe a Bone Party or something, but we are going to see that talent come down. What's he going to call? It depends on what he already has in hand. He chose to reveal.
Oh, that's tough because the 2 copies there of the Sage with Eyes of Blue means you can only really put back the Wishes for Eyes of Blue. And even though you put it back, well, it could come right back out if the effect resolves and he's able to get Mane of White and True Light.
Yes, Abasai's going to go ahead and shuffle that back like you said, and now it's all a matter of how he goes from here. I'm not sure what spell card he has in his hand, but let's see. He's just going to set one and pass here.
It's pretty rough if you don't have any follow-up there on the Memento Darkblade. You would have to have the Seahorse, right? Tatsuno Toshigo.
Normal summon Sage with Eyes of Blue. Effects on normal summon to add a level 1 Light Tutor.
All right, so gonna go ahead and normal summon, but oh, the Forbidden Droplet there. Gonna go ahead and get rid of the Darkblade to negate it. Now this could be a little bit jumping the gun because Spirit with Eyes of Blue is probably not far behind. Oh, and Fuwalos too.
Yes,
wow.
I was gonna say, I feel like Abasai's making a really heads-up play here, going for that turn 1 pass into Droplet, getting rid of his board, because now he has Fua to kind of incentivize Aaron to not really do anything. But if Aaron just ended his turn there, would Abasai have anything besides Combined Creation in hand?
Yeah, that wouldn't go very far, but Aaron doesn't know that. As long as I keep my voice down, right?
Yes, of course. Of course, yeah.
But the Spirit with Eyes of Blue here is going to really turn the tables here because, of course, grabbing the Mausoleum of White and then doing everything that Blue Eyes does well from here.
Yeah, notably, a Mausoleum of Light would give you an extra normal summon from the hand, which would not turn on Fuwalos, but it'd still give you the extra bodies you need to maybe keep playing.
And just nice to see Blue Eyes White Dragon again, you know, on the top tables again. Both of these duelists with undefeated records so far. And we haven't seen Blue Eyes do this well since the Blue Eyes World Championship, right, in 2016.
And here we see that Mausoleum coming down, going to be sending a Blue Eyes monster from the deck to the graveyard, going to be bumping up this Spirit of White.
Sending Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Now this is always telling too, you get to find out which art is the Blue Eyes duelist favorite, rocking out the classic one, but that is the quarter century reprint from the tins last year.
I'm going to put my money on Aaron playing different arts, because I personally love doing different arts whenever I can.
Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and...
No, it's not. It's
going to use the additional normal summon, yeah.
And the effect to add is not monster.
So, Abasai just really surprised there again. The additional normal summon effect, Sage with Eyes of Blue's effect, does activate because it is not just once per turn, it's just once per that copy of him being normal summoned. And that makes sense too, right? So a normal summon card, who knew that it was going to ever be able to get out this easy? But there's True Light off the Maiden of White.
Yeah, that's going to be the main enabler for this archetype, is True Light.
It's such a good card. Sorry, the Dark Magician fan in me is jealous that Eternal Soul is just not quite as powerful as True Light is rocketed this deck up.
Yep, and here we see Aaron grabbing that Wishes, kind of making Abbasside's turn 1 play of Talencing away that Wishes a bit not worth it now. But like you said, there was no way he could stop him from doing this.
Yeah, I mean, even if you only had 1 or 2 monsters, even the Droll and Lockbird could have made Spirit with Eyes of Blue.
Ooh, he's going to be sending his Droll and Lockbird here. So what's that unknown card in Aaron's hand he's valuing over the potential interaction?
Well, we'll have to see soon. I guess he feels like he's got his opponent on the ropes, but you do add a lot of cards in Memento, so this may backfire. But right now, for Wishes of Eyes of Blue, looks like he's grabbing an Effect Veiler and, Majesty of the White Dragons.
Majesty of the White Dragons in the main deck. Not always the thing you see in Blue Eyes, but a really powerful way to make your turn 1 boards even more powerful.
Eyes of Blue to special summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon from hand or graveyard.
All right, so we're going to use the effect of Spirit of Blue. Yeah, it's good. So tributing it to bring out our Blue Eyes. You're locked into Dragons there, but now that that's gone.
I don't think that'll be a problem for this deck.
Well, it's convenient since the Dragon Spirit of White is gone. Now you can bring out Maiden of White, who is a spellcaster.
Very true, very true.
Attack directly with the Blue Eyes.
Oh, not going to bring it out, though.
Going to go for a nice Neutron Blast, bring Abbasside down to 5,000, and then probably end his turn with something like Blue Eye Spirit Dragon. Only give away 2 draws for Abbasside, but have access to all the interaction he has in his hand, plus a potential Spirit Dragon to go into Ultimate Spirit Dragon.
Blue Eyes with a Blue Eyes White Dragon.
So banishing the Wishes for Eyes of Blue. This is so cool to be able to equip it. He is going to use the Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon there. Is going to give 1 Fualos draw, probably for a Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon, I would say, but you also get the targeting protection of that Neo Blue Eyes in the grave now.
100%. Plus you can turn off effects from the graveyard too, which could be pretty nice against Memento.
So good to see Blue Eyes in high spirits. But not to be sold short. Abbasside draws for turn. Let's see what Memento's got in the tank.
Yeah, we do know that Aaron drew another trap card for turn because he set an additional card and has the Veiler in hand that he searched off stage. Obviously, Abbasside's thinking about this and how to play through everything.
You can activate, negate an effect that activates.
Now, the Blue Eye Spirit Dragon seems powerful here, but it may not actually come into play as often because most of your Memento effects are happening on the field. It's a weird deck. It wants to destroy itself. However, it doesn't actually get effects usually for destroying cards in the graveyard. Oh, no!
Speaking of getting rid of effects on the field, there we see the Effect Veiler coming down, starting Darkblade once again, but we're going to be chaining Bone Party, going to be destroying our Darkblade probably with that.
Definitely a heads-up play there. Let's see if we have any interaction from Aaron. Oh, just double negation there, really trying to lock things down.
A Chainlink for Infinite Imperm to still make sure that Darkblade's effect does not go off. And so now Abbasside is going to be able to still destroy the Darkblade using his Bone Party, but the monster he summons off Bone Party will not be destroyed, and thus might not be able to activate its effects. And there we see Anguish coming down.
So Anguish for the search there, still not doing too bad. Seems like we burned a lot of resources there on Aaron's side, so this might be the one opening that Abbasside has, grabbing the Mevin Tatsuno Toshigo. Good old seahorse.
Now, I believe it's an ignition effect for Tatsuno Toshigo, correct? So like, it needs to be on the field already.
Correct. And most of the Memento cards are ignition effects, except for the trigger effect of Darkblade when it's normal summoned. Few exceptions here and there, like Gaddock. Oh, but they're sleepy.
Going to be activating its effect to either to summon itself, I believe.
And then it might just go right into the fusion here. And depending on if there are any other Memento cards in the hand, we might see a Twin Dragon. We might see the Creation King.
Chainlink 2, I will activate Blue Eye Spirit Dragon, contributing it to special a Light Dragon Synchro monster from my
So using the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon there to swap out. Could be a great opening to bring out Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon.
Yep, there it is. The ultimate boss monster from the Blue Eyes White Destiny Structure deck. 3,500 attack, 4,000 defense, and essentially a negate for any card in the field once per turn.
It's crazy. And it gets an 1,000 attack boost for that too. So it gets that legendary 4,500 attack that ultimate Blue Eyes monsters are known for.
I will activate Ultimate Spirit Dragon's effect to negate the effect of Twin Dragon.
Yep, so Twin Dragon has been negated due to Ultimate Spirit, and that just leaves the Tatsuno Toshigo in Abbasside's hand.
Reveal the special? Yes.
He's going to special and then...
On resolution.
Ooh, we've got something on resolution.
I will activate Majesty of the White Dragons.
Oh, wow.
Blue Eyes White Dragon in my graveyard.
Yeah, this is why I was asking about that ignition effect. Because Aaron has that Majesty face down, he can destroy the Tatsuno before it activates its effect, and therefore doesn't get the free dump of all the Memento monsters that Abbasside was hoping for.
Now, you and Aaron are both looking far into the future, and it paid off because Abbasside, again, is locked out of his Memento plays. So, taking a look at the graveyard. Lots of Memento names there.
Is it enough to summon the Mind Creation, or does he only have 4 unique ones because he has 2 Dark Blades?
That's correct. Let's see. So there's you would have to somehow get rid of the Twin Dragon, but there's not really a good way to do that right now.
Yeah, I don't think there's any Link 1s that require a level 7 light.
Very specific. Give it time. There's plenty of Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading cards to come out, but right now Abysai does seem to be kind of locked up here.
When he's destroyed by battle or card effects, he can activate the graveyard to special a light dragon in my graveyard.
Yeah, so Aaron's just explaining here that at the end of the turn, when this Blue Eyes ultimate goes away due to the original Spirit Dragon's effect, it can float back into Spirit Dragon. Or like really any light, I should say.
And the duelists are still going.
Yeah, I think Abysai was, like you said, just one name away from just getting Combined Creation out, which would have been an amazing house to just attack over the Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon. Because it's
if
strong
only,
enough.
I mean, 5,000.
Oh, wait, here we go.
Yeah, okay, so we got...
He has the names, or does he not?
He's counting, so we got Sleepy, Anguish, Tatsuno Toshigo, Darkblade.
And another
he
Darkblade.
doesn't have it. Yeah, the Darkblade double.
Unfortunately, he's one name short. If it was Gaddock, if it was Goblin, if it was Akihiron, all those would have been enough.
Plenty of names out there probably still in the deck. Unfortunately, we weren't able to keep the combos going because really the deck starts. There's so many starters. Darkblade, great starter. Anguish, great starter. But if they're getting negated like this, nothing much is happening.
Yeah, I think our duelists have entered the grind game, and as Blue Eyes loves being in the grind game with a True Light face up, I feel like this might be all she wrote. But Abysai's just going through all of his options here before he has to pass turn here. Always worth taking your time and making sure, is there anything I could do from this board texture?
Well, you don't want to burn too much time. It is a competition, so you do have to keep a reasonable pace of play.
Ooh.
Oh, but wow, that's a way to get another Memento name to the graveyard.
That is 1,000%.
A lot of people argue about whether or not Typhon is worth using, right? Because it's a card that's usually your backup game plan. But in this, it's exactly the card he needs, able to remove that material and get that 5th name to the graveyard.
So we went to battle phase there and unfortunately attacked with the Typhon into the 4,000 defense Ultimate Spirit Dragon and took some damage there. I think Abysai was thinking that the Spirit Dragon has less defense than it does.
No, it is a big monster, that is for sure.
It's a chunky boy. It is worth noting that we have the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon in the graveyard, but we're going to bounce the trap card back to hand. Unfortunately, that does not destroy our monsters because it needs to be sent to the graveyard.
It's a mistake many duelists make because of that. Oh, and it looks like he can only target, yeah.
Yeah, Typhon doesn't target. It can still affect that card.
Yeah.
So we're going to put that back. Great. Wonderful.
Okay. Could I shuffle the deck?
They're just getting everything straightened out there, but it is true. It's a gigantic monster, but now it's back in the extra deck, but it only means it can be reused again.
That's true, and we have plenty of Blue-Eyed Spirit Dragons probably in our extra deck to summon it back out.
So the interesting thing is here, we did get the 5th name to the graveyard, but the only thing that could be special summoned with Combined Creations effect then would be an extra copy of Darkblade, and that's not necessarily going to help unless he uses the on-summon effect in order to destroy a spell or trap. So he might be able to use it to get rid of True Light, but that's a lot of setup, and he doesn't seem to have any hand.
And obviously, Aaron, like I said earlier, still has that True Light, which still gets some Blue Eyes, still gets some Maiden of White, but he's not going to be activating the effect, it looks like, and just going to go straight into his standby phase.
Well, taking a look at the graveyard here.
Main phase. Main phase, I'll activate True Light to special summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon from hand or graveyard.
You're right that it's interesting he didn't do that on the last thing. He might want to just wanted to wait, maybe not hurry up too much, but with no cards in the hand, there wasn't too much risk there. We do have a small update, though. There was a procedural error minor to Abysai, of course, for using the Typhon to try to bounce the trap card. So you know that is not one of the options you can do with Typhon.
Only monsters.
And chain 2, Maiden of White to special summon a level 1 Light Tuner or a Blue Eyes.
Ooh, very heads-up play from Aaron here. He's using his own Mausoleum of White to trigger his Maiden of White's targeting effect to summon another monster to the field.
Gonna be summon Sage with Eyes of Blue.
And it's crazy that that doesn't even target, too. You just get to bring it out, whatever it is you end up needing.
100%. And now we're going to use that again to search for...
You were right, by the way. Multiple arts.
Yes, that's a true Blue Eyes fan right there. Showcasing all the really cool ways this card comes out. That's the original Legends of Blue Eyes artwork right there.
So I guess Aaron's answered the question, what's your favorite artwork for Blue Eyes White Dragon?
All of them.
Blue Eyes, all of them. No Blue Eyes is bad.
At least 3. There's at least 3 of them, as we know.
Could be a 4th one, but Grandpa might need some tape for that.
I mean, I've never seen more than 3 Blue Eyes ever exist. Have you?
I've never.
Yeah.
Not once. If you've got a Blue Eyes White Dragon, you must be one of the greats. Watch out, Seto Kaiba is coming your way. But jokes aside, looks like Aaron is trying to figure out what he wants to do next.
It is worth noting that normally Typhon's really good against 3,000 attack monsters because he turns off all their effects. But jokes on Abysai, Blue Eyes doesn't have any effects anyway.
Oh, goodness. I mean, a powerful monster, you're right, but power that high can't have an effect. That'd be crazy to have a 3,000 attack monster with an effect.
How about having 2 with no effects?
Oh, here we go.
Attempts to go to battle phase.
This is definitely enough damage for Aaron to win this turn.
Blue eyes for 3,000.
That's 100 damage.
100 there.
I think he might have 3,900, so he may be
38.
holding on.
For 3,000.
Oh, I see, I see.
So he's got just enough for a premature burial to pay 8 and feel great.
Yes. Going to be going into another level 9 synchro, it looks like.
And this could kind of clinch it down here. Looks like we're going to another Blue Eye Spirit Dragon. No cards at all for Abasai, so it's all about whatever he draws next.
All right, we're going back to Abasai's turn, and as we know, his graveyard is now full of memento names, and I think he just drew, what was that, another Anguish for turn?
I think it was a Sleepy. If it was an Anguish, that would have been crazy, but that little splash of purple and green tells me this duel is over. So Aaron takes it.
Yep,
that's the winner game 1.
Yeah, I'd say the big turning point for that matchup was Aaron being able to summon out that ultimate Spirit Dragon and just really turn off all of Abasai's options. His hand was kind of stacked of memento names after resolving that Fulos, but it was not enough to fight through the Blue Eyes board.
Well, the silver lining for Abasai is actually the life points didn't make that much of a difference. He ended up having to concede because he just had no more resources.
Right.
So whether or not he had 800 life points or more, even more from not attacking into the Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon, all's well that ends well. But now he's going to get a chance to go first, and this could be crazy because he got to go first the last time, and it didn't make that much of a difference overall.
It was worth noting, by the way, too, that if that Maiden was in attack mode, it had 800 attack points, so it could have gone for game because of the Mausoleum of White.
Oh, that's
what
right.
I was thinking of. I thought it was in attack mode.
Oh, you're right. If it was in attack mode, wow, that would have been so heads up. But I guess he just wanted to play it nice and safe, keeping it in defense mode.
Yeah, you always summon it into defense mode usually, and normally your opponent's not at exactly 3,800 life when you're trying to go for game.
That's fair. The other thing, too, he may not have been able to activate Mausoleum in order to power it up. Oh, no, he did do it.
No, he did.
Yeah, so you're right, yeah.
How fun would that have been if he realized? He probably didn't even think about it. But
that's fair.
Because like, when do you ever attack with Maiden?
Well, I mean, when the fate of the world depends on it, but it didn't for Aaron. He was able to get through the duel just fine.
So it's looking like what Abasai is probably going to hope to do this game is draw more memento names in his opening hand versus his secondary hand that he got a Fualos.
True, but you have to be very careful with that because imagine this series of memento names. You could have Akihiron, and then you could have Sleepy, and then you could have Gaddock, and then you have Combined Creation. And that doesn't do anything. That is not a hand of cards. And that's the thing that is so difficult to play about Memento. It has limitless potential, but it does have weird hands in the deck. And so anybody who plays this deck is a very skilled duelist. So Abasai obviously getting 3-0 so far with Memento and a huge sea of players. He definitely can work this one back from the bottom.
But it was really awesome seeing some of those cards that he had in his deck, like Forbidden Droplet, ways that he can not only interact with his opponent's board, but also clear his own and enable his effects.
I think the Droplet is really heads up too because there's an interesting situation that could come up. You could technically use it to clear off other Memento names to allow something like your Combined Creation to attack multiple times.
100%.
You never know. Weird things come up in the Memento deck. It's such a cool combo deck with a very high ceiling of its potential, but you also have to be a good duelist to pilot it.
And from what I could see, Abasai is piloting a pure version of Memento, but there are all kinds of versions out there, like Fiendsmith or even Goblin Biker Memento.
Oh, that's right, because Memento Goblin, so it's just a Goblin name, so you can use things like Goblin Biker Grand Breakout to go ahead and chase that one down.
Let's see if we see any fun text like that in Game 2. Going to be going over to Abasai and Aaron here. My assumption, again, is that Abasai is going to choose to go first. Let's see how he opens up.
Well, I'm seeing a lot of green. I think I do see a little jailbreak there, as well as Mimitotlin Infusion. I think a Triple Tactics Talent, which will help him out quite a bit.
But just the Gaddock, that's probably not the normal summon you want to start with in this deck.
No, it is not.
But we do have a Bone Party there, which could enable Gaddock to do some stuff later, but also just get us into other cards.
Well, it depends on what Aaron has. Takes a look at his hand, but goes ahead and just gives the nod. So we are going into the deck. And I wonder if he goes straight into the Anguish out of precaution, or if he's brave enough to do the Dark Blade. Looks like he's going to Anguish. No slight there, but he's just playing cautious, so that if its effect gets negated, at least he's got something.
Plus, I think he does have that Grand Breakout in hand, so worst comes to worst, he can always get a normal summon of Goblin later, since he's conserved his normal summon up to this point.
That is true.
So there we see the Sleepy, like you said, going to be coming into his hand right now. Going to go straight into a Twin Dragon, maybe?
Okay. Think so. Yep, it's fusion time.
There we see Sleepy, and hopefully we'll see the Memento Twin Dragon that we saw in Game 1, but actually resolve this time.
Twin Dragon approaches the field. Abasai asking Aaron the age-old question, and apparently we are going to resolve. All right.
Going to be adding 2 more names to our hand, and at this point, I feel like the Memento engine is up and running.
Feels like it's on full cylinders. The only thing that could scare you now would be a Nibiru, the Primal Being.
So we see the Sleepy coming back, and I believe we added Combined Creation and Tatsuno Toshigo to our hand. That can just let us keep going, but having the Gaddock already gone kind of makes Tatsuno a little bit worse because you don't get the free summon back off of it. The best you could probably send is like Goblin, or maybe just send Achihiron itself by itself because it is level 5, I believe.
Yes.
It looks like we'll find out soon, but you're right that the options are limited, especially when you get this far into the combo and then the Seahorse shows up, right? Because, oh, but it looks like instead...
Oh, we're going to go straight into a Link summon here? Question mark?
Maybe?
Well, imagine using Tatsuno Toshigo just as a free summon. We're going to go into the...
Oh, wow. Moon of the Closed Heaven.
So we are playing maybe a little bit of a Fiendsmith engine in this deck. Oh, very cool. Going to be going into Requiem here. We've seen this before. Going to use the effect to go into Engraver, go into Lacrima. What are we going into?
This was completely hidden last duel, so I wonder if this is a big surprise to Aaron.
I wonder how big of a package it is that he's playing, because we didn't see it at all in Game 1.
Yeah. But the full combo is going. I mean, are we just going to make Necro Equip Princess in order to activate card effects from the hand and then draw extra cards?
That is true. A lot of the Mementos do activate in hand, so you can get like a free +1 off this while unlocking a rank 6 play like Caesar.
Ah, it looks like we are going to go ahead and do that.
You said the only thing he was afraid of was Nib, and this is an amazing engine to play around Nib. You're just going to Caesar, but Aaron knows that too, and he's like, well, I'm going to have to drop the rock now. And there we see the boy coming down, distributing all face-up cards in the field, and then summoning down, giving a token over the opponent. That token will be a nice, I think... 3,800 attack. No, 3,800 defense. 4,400 attack.
Comet cometh. There's only 2 ways to play, right? They have Nibiru, they don't play Nibiru. Ooh, now this is a very difficult question. Do you get rid of the Maiden of White or the Primite Dragon Etherbarrel? There's so much advantage from Primite Dragon Etherbarrel, but at the same time, save for Maiden of White, so it looks like that's the one going away.
Yeah, because Maiden of Light gets you True Light, and True Light gets you every blue-eyes card.
Everything. Oh my goodness. So... looks like Abasai off to a stronger start, even though his field is, well, just a token right now.
Yeah, but now Abasai has the complete confidence that he has full unfettered continuation. We saw Fusion in his hand. I think he still has not used his normal summon yet if he gets access to any more Memento names in his hand. And I believe he has that Combined Creation technically online right now if he wanted to.
Certainly could, but I think he might want to stack the graveyard just a little bit more with the Creation King. Let's find out as he activates the Fusion spell here.
He's going to be Fusion summoning from cards in his graveyard, it looks like. Going to be using Gaddock. Talk about a retrain. Goes from the attic, now turning into Memento Tolan Gaddock. Then we're going to go Tatsuno Toshigo, and we're going to be fusing with the Combined Creation from hand.
Very cool. Getting that almost feels like a free fusion material, right? Because now that the Tekutlika is in the graveyard, it's so easy to just go ahead and shuffle those monsters back. And now that we have the Creation King, it's easy to load up the graveyard. And it's so well that it sets from the extra deck, including itself. What a card.
So good. Reminds me of some of the old Lunalight cards that got to send from the extra deck too, and just how much advantage those created.
Yes.
Yep, so they're going to be using the Gaddock that we just put back into our deck to summon back out.
Yes.
And there's the Achihiron we were thinking about too.
It's always just nice having that in the grave as another thing you could summon during your opponent's turn potentially, which is nice.
I feel like the only Memento we haven't seen yet might be the Memento Trihorn Dragon. Not every duelist runs it, so that's fine. Or Mace. Oh, you're right, Mace. Or Goblin, actually. Okay, so there are still a few Memento names
There are so many Memento cards, and they're all really fun and can just make the deck so much more powerful the more of them you play.
Definitely some... Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
I was going to say, but like we said earlier, the more you play, sometimes the less consistent you'll be, because they don't all achieve the same kind of goals.
It's a weird deck. Like, it's really nebulous to try to figure out, like, what is he doing? He's just destroying his own cards. And then you just see the advantage that this puts out. As long as you don't interrupt it, it keeps on stacking cards onto the field.
Yep, and there we see the field spell Memento Mictlan, which is going to be like sort of the main topper for this archetype here. I think he's debating using the Fusion again. From the graveyard effect of it, I should say.
Yeah, I think he's going to banish a destroy, so goodbye, Creation King. And let's see what we say hello to.
We're just going to be adding back a Fusion, so that way we have one for potentially next turn or during our opponent's turn.
No, we've seen some crazy stuff cooked up with Memento decks in terms of fusions because Memento Fusion's such a strong card. I've seen even people pull out like El Shaddoll Window with it, and I'm like, oh, yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah, because they're all different types as well, right? Like, they all have all these different kinds of ways to summon anything you want. I think the coolest one's probably going to be Guardian Chimera. That's always the biggest culprit of, like, a quick play fusion spell.
Oh, definitely. Being able to destroy maybe 1 or 2 cards from the field, draw 1 or 2 cards. And speaking of which...
There's that Grand Breakout we were talking about. Going to be unlocking the last Memento name we haven't seen yet. Goblin, or maybe getting a regular Goblin biker card. Who knows if he has that in his deck? We don't know.
I was thinking about tributing that token, but the token's still got a lot of stats on it, so you may not want to get rid of that. So goodbye, Gaddock, and hello, Goblins.
I can't believe you were able to read that Aaron was like, Nibiru is all he needs here, but then Abysai's like, you know what, I think he might have Nibiru. Let me force him to use it.
It just really, like, it shows you what that Fiendsmith Engraver did. It sort of forced the opponent into a situation where they had to do it. You forced your opponent to play their best card, and that's exactly what you wanted, so you could play your even better cards.
100%. And it's looking like we're going to be sending the Huron here and the Mace. There's the other name we were talking about. The whole stacked grave of Memento is here.
And if we get the combined creation on the field, being able to add, you know, I guess the best way to do it would be with the Anguish from the graveyard, special summon, and then you could add either Goblin in order to prevent targeting, or you could add Mace from the hand. Being able to do Change of Heart as a quick play is insane.
Yeah, being able to steal your opponent's monsters during their own turn is wild. And like and we know Aaron's hand is just Aether Barrel pretty much at this point, and Abysai's like, I can handle that. And there we see a Mega Link summon, it looks like, into Fiendsmith Sequence. Going to be turning on, I believe, some more cards from that part of our deck.
Interesting that they're able to go back and forth. Certainly fusions are in this deck, so we're returning the Sleepy and the Moon of the Closed Heaven there.
To make Big Wing, no, is that Big Wing Baphomet?
I believe so.
No,
wow.
that's...
it's Baphomet, the mythical king of Phantom Beasts.
Yes, thank you. And that's a dump from Grave for Beasts or for Fiends, which is, again, very helpful.
These 2 monsters?
So many different combinations of cards in this deck. We were just talking about how El Shaddoll Window was a weird thing you bring out. That's just as interesting. Very creative.
Yeah, Fiendsmith Sequence can summon all kinds of Fiend fusion monsters, which Baphomet, the King of Mythical Beasts, is.
All right, so I did see that Guardian Chimera at the top of the extra deck there, so we may get to see that too, but it looks like we've got an SP Little Knight here.
Very exciting. These are some really fun cards coming out of Abysai here. Just unlocking its board even more and more.
Interesting. I think the SP Little Knight banished the Creation King there, possibly to set up against Called by the Grave.
Yeah, maybe stop it from doing other things, because we know that's in Aaron's hand. And there we see the Creation King coming down.
Shuffle 5 back.
Get back that Twin Dragon.
The resource loop is just absolutely incredible. It's one of these decks where it's a joy to play it because you're never done.
100%, yeah. Like, all those cards he dumped into his deck, he put them back into his deck so he can dump them again on his next turn.
The loop continues, but now it's Aaron's turn to play. He does have that Primate Dragon Ether Barrel, but looks like... Gonna take a look at the graveyard real fast.
I'd say the most important thing in there is that he has an Engraver for the next turn to put back his own Requiem. He has the Mace that we know about in hand, I believe, still. I don't think we know either of these set cards if we're Aaron. No, Fusion. We know Fusion.
Either barrel effect to set a Primite spell or trap from deck.
So is there a Cranium Burst hiding?
Could be. That'd be really sweet to see.
Surprise, Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess.
Just it's a trap card now, even harder to interact with.
Creation's effect is special.
Oh, he's going to use it to special summon Sleepy.
Does that target? Yes. Which one are you targeting? Targeting Sleepy.
All right, yep. Like you said, targeting Sleepy to summon back.
So again, for those at home who don't have Memento, oh wow! So whenever you activate a monster effect, I believe the combined creation can go ahead and special summon a Memento from your graveyard, but Called by the Grave will still get it done. We're going to go ahead and banish. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so I was going to say, like, Baphomet can actually summon another beast from the graveyard, so you can just chain to Call by the Grave to now bring out the Sleepy and dodge the Call by the Grave.
That's so smart.
I've been playing a little bit of Chimera back in the day on Master Duel, and that was always a really fun play to do.
That's definitely a very good, strong deck there.
I'm sorry, he summons from Banish. Regular Chimera summons from Grave.
Oh, I see. Very perfect then. So we did lose the Sleepy, but we ended up getting the Creation King back onto the field.
Is Creation King a Fiend?
I think so.
Wow. He might be able to summon anything, but I could be wrong. There we see Primite Lordly Load coming down from the barrel. Going to be immediately activating it to search for, hopefully, Primite Drill Beam, but here we're going to activate Creation King's effect to probably destroy the primary load and not be able to activate its effect.
We go ahead and target mementos on either side of the field.
Oh, monsters, sorry. Monsters specifically.
Monsters I control or cards I control? Cards you control.
It's cards he controls. Uh-oh.
Right, he destroys his own monster to destroy his opponent's cards.
That's right.
Okay, cool.
Pop in, pop down.
But it shows you how versatile Creation King is. So obviously, you want to destroy your own Memento cards, and Memento Mictlan has that effect that you can target one of those destroyed cards and then special summon one with a lower level. That can be huge. And when you've got the Creation King, almost everything in the deck is a lower level.
And we got Akihiron coming back too because Creation King was destroyed. And now that because Lord is a continuous spell and it gets destroyed, it won't be able to resolve its effect.
Well, Aaron's still not throwing in the towel yet. He's one game up, so he doesn't have too much to fear. Going to go ahead and swap out into a Link summon here of Spirit with Eyes of Blue.
Yeah, we still don't know the card that Aaron drew for turn. It could be a way for him to keep extending into his Blue Eyes plays, but here we just see him going for Spirit, activating the effect on summon to search for Mausoleum.
Interesting. So we're going to go ahead and use Memento Bone Party.
Yep, that was the other card that Upside had in hand. He's going to be destroying his Akihiron and summoning out Anguish from the deck.
So you got to wonder if he's going to go search for Mace from the deck in order to steal the Spirit with Eyes of Blue before anything happens here.
He could also, because I think he already has Mace in hand, he could just search for follow-up for the next turn, too.
Oh, that is true, true. Or you could do anti-targeting with the Goblin.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can actually protect your Anguish.
This deck just has so many things to do in it. Like, at any moment, you could just do a million different things. So.
100%. So here we have Akihiron adding back the Sleepy from the Banish pile, and here we have the Mace searching the deck. I think Goblin could be a really good one here, like you said. We already have follow-up in the form of Sleepy, but there we see Tatsuno Toshigo coming back up to the hand.
Yeah, so full follow-up, you were absolutely right. He is valuing the next turn, thinks he's going to survive this. And it's true that Aaron only really has Nibiru, the Primal Being, and the Spirit with Eyes of Blue for now.
We do potentially have an additional normal summon here from Aaron. If we drew something like Sage, that could be super huge right here.
Anything on Resolution? Or as Chain 2?
All right, so I think we are going to go ahead and flip over. You think this is the Guardian Chimera? He's taking a look at his hands.
He has
He's
definitely
about
enough material
to flip the fusion,
do it.
yeah.
And this field spell represents a lot of advantage for Aaron, and at the very least represents a Blue Eyes White Dragon that he could get back with Spirit.
But he did discard the Mace, so he is going to take the Spirit with Eyes of Blue.
Yeah, I think it achieves the same thing, but it gets rid of less resources from Opposite's end.
Oh, now it's fusion time.
Going to be fusing the Sleepy, his opponent's Spirit Dragon, and his own Anguish. This is probably going to go into the Guardian Chimera. There we see it. First we saw Berferment, now we see Chimera.
Destroy one, draw two. This is Yugi versus Kaiba, just in a very unusual way to get there.
To increase Nibiru's attack points by 800.
Guardian Chimera to pop 2 and draw 1.
Yes.
Yep, and now there's no Mausoleum of White additional normal, and there's no Nibiru in play. I don't know how Aaron can extend from here.
Jet Dragon activates in hand. Since I
have that's one way to do it. Blue Eyes Jet Dragon.
That is true.
So a lot of duelists have been cutting this from their deck because sometimes it doesn't get stuff done, but with a lot of destruction decks still in the format, not just Memento, you can do Fire King. This is a really heads-up way to basically get more bouts to the ounce.
Attack on SP Little Knight and...
I think it's just a clarification here on how Jet Dragon was summoned.
It would be from the hand.
Yep, and now we're in battle phase here. Going to be declaring an attack on SP Little Knight, and then in the damage step, we can choose to bounce a card back to the opponent's hand if we so wish. But I think they're just getting a clarification on how Jet Dragon hit the board. To my knowledge, it was properly summoned, right?
Yeah, it's a weird card, but it just, whenever cards are destroyed,
which I believe Chimera does destroy.
It does destroy, and when you have Blue Eyes White Dragon, but you know, it could be a miss the timing issue. Maybe that's
is it
worth
a win?
checking. It might be. Let me take a quick look on Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron.
Let's see, because Chimera resolves on a new chain as it's summoned. Nibiru was already given the attack points from Mausoleum, but because he draws a card as well, is that maybe what it is?
Well, but Jet Dragon is if a card on the field is destroyed, so it should be okay.
Yeah, I would say.
And it looks like it is. It's just making sure everything is above board.
Yep, and so here I think we see the attack resolving because he's trying to put the Guardian Chimera back. Or was Guardian Chimera able to activate its ability? Because it was summoned off a spell card, so of course, right?
Yeah, it should be.
I know sometimes if you summon it off like a monster effect, for example, back in the Predaplant days, it wouldn't get to activate. But we're not doing that. We're doing that with fusion spells, so I think we're fine.
I would assume so, but we'll get an update here from our judges shortly if it ends up going into anything weird. But if not, play will just continue. Still plenty of time on the clock, and of course our players will get a time extension if there is a ruling issue.
Yeah, and this is a super heads-up play from Aaron. Like you said, this Jet Dragon is not only a really good way to answer destruction effects, but it's a really good way for outing problematic boards. It's one of the few cards that by itself can just answer a Ryzel Detonator because it activates in the damage step and it bounces, it does not destroy.
Mm-hmm. We're taking just a quick moment here.
Just making sure. I don't know what our judges are reviewing at the moment, but I imagine they're just trying to get a clarification on where the game should go. I don't personally notice any mistakes here yet, but obviously I'm not over there. I don't see everything they see. Looking through the extra deck, maybe a question as to what legal targets he had available to himself for fusion summoning.
Possibly, but I mean, everything seemed right so far, so it's interesting to see like where this may be going. But imagine if things do continue from here. I mean, the Blue Eyes Jet Dragon attacking the SP Little Knight, certainly a chunk of damage, and you're right, you can go ahead and bounce that. Of the two cards, which would you bounce back? Would you try to risk putting back?
Oh, it looks like we are going to be rewinding the game state, actually.
Okay.
Going to be going back to before the Guardian Chimera was summoned. So my assumption is...
The Chimera was illegal because Spirit with Eyes of Blue is on the field.
You can't summon
dragons. He took the
dragons.
wrong monster because it's locked into dragons, so it's a full legal activation.
100%.
Chat, if you were yelling at me, I know I missed it too.
It's because it wasn't on the field right now, but our judges are so smart. They remembered that Sage with Eyes of Blue does say, as long as it's on the field, you are locked into dragon monsters only. It doesn't matter if you summoned it yourself. If it's on your field, you're locked into dragons. We've actually seen Blue Eyes players play things like Fallen of Albaz to be able to use it for themselves so they can go into Sanctifier Dragon and then give their opponents a Spirit and then lock them into dragons only. Turns out Aaron didn't know about that either.
Yeah, and that is really unfortunate because it does mean that if Abasai ended up picking the Nibiru the Primal Being instead, he would have been able to pull off the exact same play and then use the effect of the Chimera in order to clear that. But it's just one of those things. I mean, this is, again, a very wide open format. You can't study every single card. You try your best, but here we are.
Oh, and talking about situations that never
what a
happen.
weird one.
You know,
yeah.
how often does Mace be used against Spirit of Azure Blue, right?
Well, that definitely gives you something to cheer for if you're a Blue Eyes fan. Aaron may be getting a second wind here.
But weirdly, it might be worse for Aaron here because now he has no way to summon Jet Dragon, and thus there's no way for him to out this board anymore. And so Aaron probably would have preferred that he got to summon that Chimera, funny enough.
Now, I mean, the Nibiru the Primal Being technically could just attack the SP Little Knight just the same, but it's not going to feel the same as bouncing the combined creation with a low graveyard count.
Yeah, and when you're staring down a 5,000 attack point monster, that could be pretty scary.
Yeah, it can. All right, so it looks like we're going in. So we are going to use Mausoleum of White in order to send a Blue Eyes White Dragon to power that Nibiru the Primal Being up to a whopping 3,800.
Anything on resolution?
And what's interesting is we still could see Jet Dragon because a card may be destroyed shortly on the field.
That is true.
Nibiru will attack SP Little Knight.
So we are still going to battle phase, and like you said, we're going to have 38 attack 16. That'll deal 2,200 damage over to Abasai, bringing him down to 58.
So you'll be at 68 or 58?
Like I mentioned, weirdly, this might be a better outcome for Abasai because he even knew that Aaron had access to that Jet Dragon that he saw earlier.
But he gets the Jet Dragon now because a card was destroyed on the field.
And we get to stay in the battle phase here. And you know what? We could actually know what I like completely. This is so much better for Aaron now because you can have Jet Dragon attack the Anguish and then bounce the combined creation.
While I have a Blue Eyes White Dragon and field or graveyard.
And it definitely gets rid of it without any worry from the Memento Fusion because, again, unless there's a dragon in that extra deck, we are not fusing at all.
I mean, there is Twin Dragon.
There is Twin Dragon.
But that's probably not good enough because I don't know, because you can't summon that with Sage. Sorry, with Spirit. So
True.
It wouldn't solve his immediate problem.
All right, so we are going to go ahead and bounce some cards here.
Yeah, but I believe our attack target is Anguish, and we're going to be bouncing back the combined creation to Abasai's hand. And here we go. Aaron has done a successful job of outing Abasai's board, albeit maybe with some assistance from Abasai and his own mace.
So I took a look at Neuron, and a surprise to me, it is a dragon in name only. The Memento Twin Dragon's a thunder monster.
Wait, really? Oh,
yeah.
it's based on the original Thunder Twin Dragon?
Yeah.
They're not dragons, they're thunders. You're totally right.
Yeah, sorry, Mokuba. But wow, just what an interesting turn of events. It shows you that it is a wide open dueling field with some very interesting interactions here. And speaking of which, we're going to bring out SP Little Knight, and he's going to get his Spirit with Eyes of Blue back.
Yeah, because Mace is only until end of turn, right?
Mm-hmm. A very change-of-hearty card there.
I always forget. I've never actually resolved Spirit with Eyes of Blue, but is it a quick effect?
No, it's you only are going to be able to attribute that as an ignition effect, I believe. So
he can't get a Blue Eyes for Dragon during his opponent's turn.
Yeah, could you imagine just being able to bring out a Blue Eyes on call? Now, there are a lot of cards that do that, but they aren't in the extra deck.
Is Fusion main phase only? Or is it? This is in the end phase. Okay.
So still the end phase, going to go infused now.
Right, because after the Blue Eyes passes over, there is still priority to be had with any effects, and Abbasside's just choosing to activate this.
But we are not going to be able to bring out the Guardian Chimera because there's no monsters on the field.
Yeah, and I believe Memento is main phase only. They just clarified that.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so just a little bit of a duel that kind of, we had to work out the kinks, but I think we're back to legal now.
Yeah, Abbasside's maybe feeling that time pressure maybe because of how long that one turn went.
Yeah, it is 10 minutes left on the clock here, and only 5,800 life points left to his name, at least for this duel. So it's not necessarily like a losing match right here. He could still bring it back, but he has to consider that next game as well.
He still has all of his resources available to him, but now he needs to fight through an SP and a potential of another Spirit Jet Dragon coming back out because it'll activate whenever stuff is destroyed.
Absolutely there. And with so many pieces of engine in there, we talked about it earlier how Memento doesn't have a lot of room for non-engine cards. I haven't seen a lot of Memento Bestial builds, and you just don't have the room for it, but they sure would feel real good right now.
Yep, but we got that Engraver coming back here on activation of Requiem to equip. We're going to use SP Little Knight, banishing our own Spirit and targeting the Fiendsmith Engraver.
So we are going to be issuing a procedural error minor to Abbasai, of course, for activating the fusion in the wrong phase. If you're not familiar with the tournament policy guidelines, it only is a warning, so there's not going to be any game loss penalties here, as long as it's not a repetitive mistake, and that's always up to the head judge's discretion anyway.
Abbasai's debating if he wants to chain, I believe, this fusion to kind of dodge this SP banish.
Seems like we're doing it. So maybe a Guardian Chimera, but a different order here. So 2 from the hand, 1 from the field.
And because SP's already used its effect, it's not going to be able to dodge this destruction.
The SP resolved with that effect, I believe. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, SP needs to banish both cards.
Chain Link 1 was
those targets.
Targeting Engraver.
So Chimera effect to pop 1 and draw 2?
Yes.
Going to be popping 1 and drawing 2 cards. That's really awesome.
That feels pretty good.
During Abbasai's turn.
Infinite permanence and didn't quite catch the last one.
I think it was a Goblin. I think it was Goblin.
Might be Darkblade, but still feels good for sure.
There we see the destruction of Muslim and White. We're going to be activating Blue Eyes Jet Dragon in the grave to summon back because the card was destroyed, but we have Blue Eyes in the grave. This is what Blue Eyes is great at doing. Grind game. All of its stuff repeats every single time.
Jet Dragon definitely is a long haul card. I certainly understand why duelists have been cutting it from their deck because it's hard to get it out, but once it's out, it gets a lot of mileage.
It's hard to go away. Also, there's a lot of Bestials in the format too, and so a card like Jet Dragon, once it goes to the grave once, it's never coming back.
That's true.
But against this deck, like you said, ain't no Bestials around, it looks like.
We will see if Aaron is able to squeak out of this duel, how far he continues to go in the tournament, because again, there are a lot of Bestials in this format.
And like we saw, I think Abbasai's choice to go for a lot of follow-up during Aaron's turn is going to be really paying off dividends here.
I will activate Droll and Lockbird.
Oh, and the card that Aaron drew for turn that we did not know about was Droll and Lockbird, which now will shut off all of Aaron's ways to keep adding cards to his hand. So even though he put back the Twin Dragon, it won't do anything. He's probably just going to go ahead and try to go for that combined creation here and get some damage through.
You're going to have to at some point, but it is difficult because that Jet Dragon could get recycled and recycled and recycled.
Does Jet Dragon need to attack to bounce? I think it does.
It does. It does. It actually does it in damage calculation, so it not only has to attack, it has to connect.
100%. Okay. I was like, is it if it battles? No, it's only if it attacks. So there we see the effect of Mace coming down, going to be replacing the Anguish, and then we have the Field Spell effect.
Yes.
And we're going to be chaining Akihiro onto that to summon as well. The Field Spell's going to get Goblin. There, look at all those names.
All level 9 or higher Mementos can attack directly this turn?
I mean, if you want to make a classic Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess, you certainly could, but Forbidden Limitless probably says otherwise. Haha.
I mean, Abbasai making a big meal out of saying that his level 9 or higher Mementos can attack directly. He might be trying to go for game this turn. If he can get a combined creation in play plus a Creation King, that's more than enough damage.
No, there's certainly plenty of time left on the clock. If he's able to end his battle phase with victory this turn, then they'll still have about 3 minutes of side deck and still have 3 or 4 minutes to duel, so it's actually a good gambit to keep on pushing through this game.
Plus, if they have any time extensions that we don't know about, who knows?
That's fair. We did have some procedural reminders and stuff, so there actually may be some time extensions too.
So there we see the Gaddock. We're going to be adding back from Graveyard specifically the Ankwitch, which we can do. Droll does not stop that.
I love those cards that have like an either-or effect, almost with Droll and Lockbird in mind.
But how are we going to fusion summon Creation King from this position? Well, we're going to go for Cross Sheep, so I think we have a way.
Fusing.
It's actually worth noting that he doesn't need to fusion summon right now because he's already pointing to a fusion monster.
Oh, that's true.
So all he has to do is summon, and then Cross Sheep will summon another monster. So he's going to combine Creation, I imagine summon to a zone that Cross Sheep points to, and then get another summon of a monster.
Great resource management. That's exactly what he's doing here. Is he puts those 5 Memento monsters back into the deck.
And that could get us our Sleepy if we have it still in the graveyard, or not. Cross Sheep does not need to summon to a zone it points to, right? It just needs to have a monster summon to a zone it points to?
I think so.
Okay, so I guess you just chose not to do that.
Will you have Cross Sheep on field? No, it's okay.
Yes, Tatsu no Toshigo, I believe, can only have Memento monsters in play.
That is correct. And Cross Sheep, he's a friend of Memento, but he is not a Memento itself.
Oh, we had another fusion in hand. Okay, that's how we're going to fusion summon.
Oh,
and we had
Sleepy. Just fuse.
We had it all.
As you know, this deck, you can get almost lost in it because it is such a different, like, choose your own adventure. Speaking of adventures, here's Abao Aku. We haven't seen it in a while.
Yep, one of the main cards from Supreme Darkness, Abu Aku, the Lightless Shadow.
And there's the Fiend, the Memento Goblin.
Yep. And then he used the link to Cross Sheep to summon it. Very impressive. Yep, so we're using Fusion, summoning that, shuffling those 2 to get us our Creation King. And I believe that should be enough damage to go for game here. We don't have Creation King in the grave because we banished both of ours.
Oh, wow.
So we
but I have to use 2, not 3.
Yes, so Memento Twin Dragon only requires 2 Memento monitors, where Creation King requires 3. He sent too many materials.
So we might see sort of a different path than we were expecting here.
Okay, so we just revealed that. We're just reversing before he fusion summons, that way he could do it all in one go versus just try to fix it in the moment.
Now, you're right that Abasai might be feeling a little nerves here. It's difficult to be up on the featured match stage. Not everybody gels with it the same way. He's doing a great job holding out in the duel, but maybe he just needs to take a little breather here to get back in the game.
I mean, like we said time and time again, Memento is one of the most complicated decks in this format because there are just so many diversing lines of play, diversing cards. Like, your resources go to the banish, to the extra deck, to the graveyard, back to the deck, all over the place. It can be hard to keep track of it all.
It is a very non-linear deck for sure. There's some decks where they have like one great combo and that just rockets them to the top tables, but Memento is more about understanding the entirety of the deck and then employing all those different paths whenever the moment is right.
Yeah, and you can totally tell that Abasai was trying to go for a game line here.
All right, so it looks like it might be just a little bit as they go ahead and reconstruct that game state. Our judges are at the ready, but we're just going to have to vibe here for a while. But it shows you how cool Memento is, again, because it is a nauseating level of card effects. There's so much stuff you could do. But Blue Eye's doing a great job of holding it out, just like with these nice little one-for-one trades.
Oh, 100%. Basically, we're seeing a battle of the Ultimate Combo deck versus the Ultimate Grind deck. And as long as you can keep having that extra turn, Blue Eyes might come out on top, and Memento may run out of steam, or at the very most, kind of misuse the amount of resources it has.
Certainly difficult to play. We haven't seen like the Primite Barrel Dragon loop, so if we go into the next duel, it'll be really interesting to see like if we can get that traditional classic Blue Eyes grind. But with only a few minutes left on the clock, there's not really a lot of time to actually grind the game out.
100%. I definitely think Abasai's his only focus right now is how can I go for a game, how can I do that as quickly as possible, and maybe he got a little bit ahead of himself and not doing everything properly.
And we do have slow play penalties in Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. There's no penalty for playing too fast, but if you do play too fast, sometimes you get ahead of yourself, maybe you miss up, something that you were intending to do.
Right, it's more of a personal risk rather than like a tournament risk.
Well, the other thing too is, I mean, this has been a heck of a day, as you know, after round 1 and between round 2, some of the duelists did have to congregate outside the venue. Don't worry, we were all safe, but it reminds you that this is a real experience. As you watching at home, it's like, just play the cards, right? But it is a very real human experience to be here and have to duel all day under the bright whites of the Battle City stage.
Oh, 100%.
Looks like we do have a little update for you, though. There's going to be a procedural error minor for the illegal activation of the Fusion card, and the head judge is getting consulted for a possible upgrade. We did talk about that before, how when you activate the same card illegally, then that's where the head judge can come in. But it's their discretion. Again, it's not one of those things where like, oh, he made the mistake, let's go ahead and point. No, it's just everybody enforcing the rules to make sure this is a fun and fair tournament.
100%. It's not about, just calling out specific behaviors and going, that's wrong, but that one's okay. It's more about, like, let's just take a whole look at everything that's happened and holistically decide what this should mean.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too. I mean, having judged quite a bit in my day, it's an experience where you really have to understand where the duelists are coming from. Because, again, you might be at home and you might be like, oh, man, why are you doing that? But it's a much different thing to travel here, wake up, go ahead and sleeve up your deck, make sure everything is right. Everyone's cheering for you, you're doing great, and then there you are in the stage, and it's your moment. And well, everybody reacts to that moment differently, so we'll hear back from our head judge pretty soon.
100%. And if we're talking about, like, taking time, whether that's when you're dueling or when you're not, having the right kind of judge call is something you want to take your time with. And that's why we can have little breaks like this in the middle of the round to make sure that everything that's being done is happening for the right reasons and is the right response to whatever the actual behavior is.
Absolutely. Well, since we don't get to talk about this game for a second, we can always talk about all the other cool games that we saw from behind the scenes. I gotta say, man, the evenly matches. I know that, like, in the Temple of the King's deck and the Tomb Keeper's deck, it is so cool to see evenly matched because it's almost an in-archetype trap card. But evenly matched gets so much done this format. Just be like, all of that gone.
Especially like right now, given the current context of the format we're playing right now, where going first is so important. Most people are just trying to figure out, like, how can I protect my turn 1 combos? And evenly matched is like, I don't care what you do turn 1. I'm just going to get rid of all of it.
Well, and the other thing, too, is that you've got, things like Metal Tronus in the format that are being used to have a different way to deal with cards that can't be destroyed, but, like, don't really care if destruction is in the thing. Yeah,
like, interact in a different way, while also being, like that card is both infinite impermanence and emergency teleport for some decks, which can be really funny for like, climbing up yourself. Like, I used it in Malice during our Team YCS event, and it turned into, like, so many free bodies for me that I could go straight into Link 3s and just win the game. It was so awesome.
Well, speaking of bodies, just as an update, we're not going to cut to the stage, but the head judge is on the stage, so we should have a resolution pretty soon. So you don't just have to hang out with us the entire time. We'll be right back in the duel once we get an update. But just some really cool stuff. And speaking of YCS Vegas, I did enter some of the public events there, and it was really satisfying. If you're aware of the public events prize wall, there's actually just a bunch of different prizes that you could trade in for. And I got myself a little premiere mat that I earned in Vegas, but I claimed here. So even if you're here and you're like, oh, I really want something else, that's cool. Store your prize wall tickets and you can actually redeem something. You did some public events, right?
I did plenty of public events. I did mostly Time Wizard events for April 2010, as well as Rivalry of the Warlords. Personally, my favorite one of the bunch.
Oh, it's such a cool thing. If you haven't seen Rivalry of the Warlords, it's everybody just gets a loaned out deck and it's random. You got Lyralusk, right?
Yeah, I got Lyralusk, and that's one of my favorite ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now, which is to just show up with nothing and ask to borrow a deck that someone has, and then just play like in a local tournament. It's so much fun. You get to experience different kinds of Yu-Gi-Oh! That you yourself maybe have never thought about playing before. And in Rivalry, it's even better because everything's balanced for each other. I'm not playing like a Fiendsmith deck for the first time against like, a Memento or a Yubel deck for the first time. I'm playing Lyralusk against Time Thieves, and we're just going to figure it out and see what's going on. So much fun.
All right, so we're going to do a quick walkthrough with Jackie. Speaking of public events, so you can actually see the whole duel and field out there.
Hey everyone, I'm Jackie Jing, your YCS host, and the convention center is packed. Tons of people here. Let's show you what YCS has to offer. Come on. Outside of the competition, there are tons of public events, like the Ultimate Time Wizard Tournament, where you can win this gigantic card. There's so many awesome events and awesome prizes. Rivalry of Warlords, Attack of the Giant card, and Dragon Duel for our younger duelists. You can see people are registering behind us right now for these amazing public events. And if you want to take part, come on by. Join in on the fun. This is the main stage where we crown our YCS champion, and you see all of those intense duels go down. Do not miss out on the action. Make sure you're watching the stream all weekend long. See you later.
Got to see exactly what we were talking about. Man, Jackie is so tall. That giant card, it's a giant card, I promise you. Jackie is just also a giant host.
Yeah, that's just that's a normal size D-Mock in her hands, I promise.
Oh, goodness. But it does show you that there's a lot of things to do here other than just participate in the main event. And there's all those great Time Wizard tournaments. If you're one of those people who are just like, man, back in my day, I could show them. Your day is now. This Time Wizard is not a joke. You could show up with all of your favorite cards from 2010, whether you like that sort of mid-core synchro format. Maybe you love just activating Scapegoat. 2005 is really popular. The 2014 stuff, like the Reborn Tengu stuff, is starting to get popular too.
Oh, yeah. Sound off in the comments and in the chat what your favorite alternate format of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is besides Modern or or advanced.
Oh yeah, there's so many different ways to play. And I really had a good time. The other thing too that nobody remembers is there's actually Duel Links tournaments and Master Duel tournaments, and the pricing for that is insane. There's a gold Pride mat that they've got for Master Duel, and there's really cool Duel Links mat as well. But speaking of prizes you could win here, why don't we take a look at the wonderful Winamats that we've got here, because there's just so many cool stuff, right? Take a look at that, the Atlantean Fire King Winamat game mat. Oh, so neat.
Yeah, ever since round 3, a lot of these have been firing all day here today, and even more will fire tomorrow, and I bet you people are super excited to have these two really iconic decks from the past year and a half just showcased in a really beautiful way.
Yeah, every time I get to see that little Animation Chronicle trailer, right, you get all of the water and the fire charging, a rivalry that has gone on for so long. It's just so neat to see it. And now you can immortalize that battle by winning that game mat.
Oh, it's gorgeous. And I've actually become a bigger fan of the Mermaid Atlantean deck as this format has gone on, and it's one that I'm looking to start playing as soon as this tournament's over.
I feel like this is like the time of fire and water, because water's been so strong historically and then fire's strong. Finally, they are both strong at the same time.
Also, we do have an update for all you guys waiting at home here that unfortunately Abasai did get a game loss because of all the PE minors he experienced. That was upgraded to a PE major, which gives him a game loss, and because he lost game 1, that means he loses the match, unfortunately.
So destiny has been changed. If you've got your Millennium Necklace, you may not have seen Blue Eyes win in that fashion, but that's exactly what happened here. We are going to go ahead and cut over to a bonus feature match, though, now, just so you guys can see even more gameplay action. So why don't we go and switch over to that.
Plenty of dueling action for you guys to enjoy.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We're here at YCS Houston. I can't believe we have 5 rounds in the books already. About to be. About to be. We're already here. The day is going on. We've seen some exciting duels, some awesome decks. I know one of the big things we were looking out for this weekend was the Tomb Keeper strategy out of Maze of the Master.
And we've seen so much of it already. It's actually really surprising to see.
Definitely. I mean, a lot of players are out there playing it. We had success leading into this tournament. It was kind of the decks to keep your eye on. But there's plenty of other decks that players brought here this weekend, all vying for a spot in that top cut and then eventually having that opportunity to win. But there were a bunch of duelists who started in this tournament, so let's go ahead and talk about that. We also have bounty duelists, all sorts of things going on this weekend. Asala, tell me about those bounty duelists.
We see first up Kamal already having 12 points. That means he is 4-0. Following up, we have Justin with 9 points. He is 3-1. Neil, unfortunately, 6 points. That's 2-2. Ryan also 2-2 with 6 points. Francisco holding it down with 9 points. That's 3-1. Israel also 12 points, 4-0. Dylan 9 points. Blake 9 points. Hector 4 points. So he got a draw in there, and then Tavion also with 9 points at 3-1.
All right, see a lot of our bounty duelists still doing well, stacking up those packs, trying to get some awesome boosters along the way. I know a lot of people are out there trying to defeat them. When we started the day, we had over 1,400 players. That's right, 1,430 before you include the VIPs that joined in. And now there's only 88 remaining undefeated duelists as we've reached about the halfway mark of day 1 of YCS Houston. It's going to be exciting to see which one of these duelists, or which 32 of these duelists will make it to the top cut before one is crowned YCS champion. It's going to be an exciting one for sure. And I think Jackie is standing at the stage already with our next feature match, so I'm going to let her take it away, and we're going to be able to meet our players for our Round 5 feature match here at YCS Houston 2025. Take it away.
We begin with the blue chair, where Paul Peel from Cincinnati, Ohio will be seated. His favorite animal? The capybara, because it's just the best. His words. Now to the red chair, and we have Saul August from Atlanta, Georgia. His favorite animal is the owl, because he likes Madolce hoot cake. Fair. This is both players' first feature match. Let's duel. Back to the casters.
All right, thank you so much, Jackie. That's right, we have Paul taking on Saul. It's going to be Mermail Atlantean up against Bestial Malice, 2 decks that a lot of players expected to see this weekend, but we haven't got to see them on the main feature match stage just yet. But now we are going to have that exciting matchup. That's cool to see Saul versus Paul. There's something familiar about that, but that's really awesome to see. Are you excited for this match, Saul?
Yeah, I think this is the dark horse of the entire format in Mermail Atlantean. One of the powerhouses, and I think at this point, a definite tier 1 strategy. It's one of the top 3 now best decks, just slightly less popular than the Ryziels and the Malice of the format. But if you're looking at the combo decks, you can say it's even more potent than the Malice strategy, but they both have their strengths. I think it's just, if you had to go second against a strategy, I think you'd rather go second against Malice than you would against Mermail.
Yeah, the way that the Mermail Atlantean deck also plays into the Malice, like board interactions that they're going to have, it works out pretty well for the Mermail Atlantean player a lot of times, as long as they can navigate around something like Dimension Shifter. It can play through those interruptions. A lot of the Malice stuff interacts with cards on the field, banishing something from the field, getting something off the field, but they have ways to just keep on extending from the hand beyond that too. So this could be favored here for the Mermail Atlantean. It feels like just the other day, I was teaching Abystias how to swim. The Mermails were my little pet deck, and everyone was telling me how, oh no, it's not that good, not that great. It's all about the Fire Fist. Now look at us, 25 years later, Mermail's still part of the meta. Where's the bear at? Who knows? Not here. That's the Fire Fist bear.
The format you're referring to, there are duelists playing here today that were not even born yet.
So it dates me, that is for sure. Yeah, I think the Dragon duelists are about in that right age range for when the Mermail cards first came out. Back in, 2013, I want to say?
2012.
That's even longer ago. But now they got new support here in Rage of the Abyss. They got some more new cards in Supreme Darkness as well that really pushed them over the edge.
Yeah, Poseidra, I think, was the defining factor that really pushed the deck over the edge. And I think it's really taking advantage of all those old cards. I mean, we were talking about cards from 2012. A lot of them don't say once per turn on them. Atlantean Dragoons, namely. And it's able to just really push through the main strategies that a lot of these decks are doing right now, the only way to really stop it is to like have one of those blanket effects that cut off the entire turn, something like Abyss Dweller, something like Dimension Shifter. If you can avoid those, then the deck can just steam through everything else that you do.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite parts about the new Mermail deck is the super ancient Deep Sea King Coelacanths being such a vital part of the strategy, being able to summon just an army of Mermail Abyss Spikes from your deck. Potentially, there's other things that we could see. We're going to have to see how it's going to play out here in Game 1 of YCS Houston. Round number 5. It's Paul versus Saul. It's time to duel. But yeah, as I was kind of hinting at, with the Coelacanth, there's a lot of ways you can go about it. You can just summon 3 Abyss Spikes, or you can play some more of like the more unique fish cards and involve like a synchro strategy and things as well.
Yeah, I think there's essentially 2 major versions of the deck. The one that tries to activate Moaning Glacier and the one that tries to end on the barrier statue. That's usually the main difference we see a lot of players go to. And the Coelacanth just makes sure that you can see a lot of those plays. And it looks like the Malice strategy is going to be able to go first. Normal summon Dormouse is what we like to see.
That's where you want to be as a Malice player, starting things off with Dormouse.
Now, the Mermail strategy, because its engine is so large, it has so many cards in its deck that need to be there, you're not really having as many spots available for these points of interaction as these other decks in the format. But you typically, that means that you go for the more potent ones, such as the Mulcharmies in Fuelos and Perulia, especially since Perulia is a water, so it contributes to your strategy.
Definitely. Now we see the Dormouse banishing White Rabbit. White Rabbit, you're going to be able to pay 300, special summon it back to the field, and then it will be able to set a trap. He's going to set TB11 from the deck. Now, the cool thing about the Malice cards is you can activate the traps to turn their set by banishing a Malice monster from your side of the field.
Definitely one of the parts, I mean, because those cards are so good alone to be able to use them sort of like an enemy controller, you still only want to use only 1 copy each because they are so searchable with something along the lines of White Rabbit and White Binder.
Definitely.
But there's an argument to play more. There always has been, but I think, oddly enough, the deck has always chosen to be as compact as possible to try to fit in that non-engine.
Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, because there are some advantages to drawing the traps in your opening hand. I mean, if you draw it alongside a Malice monster, you have protection from things that may target it down, like Effect Veil or Infinite Permanence.
Yeah, typically drawing TV11 with any of the normal summons lets you play through almost anything.
It really does.
But it's just drawing TV11 by itself does nothing. So you just don't want to.
It's tough. Or the worst is like GWC06. Because at least if you have TB11, you can activate on your opponent's turn to get something going. But sometimes if you have no Malice monsters and just GWC06. Doesn't feel great.
Yeah, well, arguably the best one should be the worst one to draw alone.
It's funny. That's what I love about Yu-Gi-Oh! But it looks like judges taking a second to read Haggard Blizzard Dose. I'm not sure what we're pausing. Everything's fine here so far.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be targeting itself.
He's triggered normal.
Yeah, on summon, Lizardos is going to banish as cost the Dormouse to change its own attack.
Yeah, this is about as basic as it gets for a Malice play.
If this wasn't allowed, then we've been doing it all wrong for a while.
Let me consult my handy-dandy notebook and see if there's anything in here that's going to let me know.
Yeah, because Dormouse is 900 attack and...
Oh, it's not gameplay related.
Okay.
Yeah, not gameplay related. I think maybe something's, a fry on the back end, but we'll be patient with it. But
something's amiss, yeah.
Something is amiss. But Malice versus Mermail. So I have played Malice and play tested against the Mermail landing strategy before, and it was rough for me to say the least. Because the interruptions just don't line up as well. His list is actually similar to mine, where there's a decent amount of this is Bestial Malice, a decent amount of Bestials, which are great, like advancing your own strategy. But where the really shine is like when you're up against like Fiendsmith cards, and you can actually use them to cut off what your opponent's trying to do. That's not going to happen against the Mermail deck, as they're all water.
Yeah, they're not getting the maximum value out of the Bestials here. But also, I think what the Malice deck does, it creates infinite follow-up and a good amount of removal, right? You have solid interruptions on your opponent's turn, which is usually enough to make it to your next turn, and that usually ends the game. The thing is, your interrupts aren't strong enough against something like Mermailantian, where every time they put a monster on the field, it probably generated another card just in the act of doing so. So the biggest thing you have is that you are able to remove the Neptibus before it's able to activate its effect, because its effect also is cost, but that just means that you're hoping that Neptibus is the only thing that they have.
Right. I mean, it used to be, like, Neptibus, as long as you could cover the Neptibus, you were good, which is kind of why Mermail fell out of the graces of a lot of players for so long. But now with the cards from Rhoda, the cards from Suda, mainly the ones from Rhoda, the Bish Shrine and the Atlantean squad, They both get you access to a card from your deck to your hand that you can be able to special summon. The squad just summons a monster from your deck, which is
Yeah,
crazy.
Shrine can do either. She can add to hand or summon it from deck.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Either way,
that's true.
Coelacanth is hitting the field.
Yeah, exactly. Usually you want to summon it to the field, but there are certain scenarios where you can't add it to hand. That is true. But I'm excited to see the Mermail deck in action. Like I said, it's a deck that I used to play. I remember like when it first came out, people didn't think Abyssius was even good, and I was like, I'm running 3 of it, because I think they just overlooked Mermail Abyss Gund at the time and how useful that was. But it looks like we're good to go, so we're jumping right back into the gameplay like we never stopped. And the Haggard Lizard Dose is going to banish the Dormouse from the graveyard.
That is huge, by the way. Impulse on the Dormouse. That is one of the few interactions that only so many decks can even have, and it cuts them off entirely if they don't have a way to follow it up.
Yeah, that's pretty big here. Because the whole point of the Haggard Lizard Dose is you're climbing up your Link's ratings. You're using the 2 monsters to go into Link 2, bring back another monster to go into the all-important Link 3 from Malice, and it does cut them off. That Dominus Impulse was huge.
Now we'll have to see if Paul has a play here. Sometimes Mermail is not the most consistent deck ever, but that is one of the best summons here.
Yeah, we talked about it, the Prince.
Do we have a response here? I think I saw a quick play spell card that can be functional, given it's not the best in this situation, but it actually... Oh, no, it doesn't work. Lizard Dose is already on the field. There is no target.
There's no target for...
Metaltronus can negate.
Oh, I guess, yeah. Oh, that would be the target in his extra deck, because it's a water. I see what you're saying. Okay.
It's a 800 attack water, yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. Oh, no.
But no, it's going to be resolved. It's going to send squad as cost. Well, okay, not necessarily resolving it. This is actually a decent time to activate Infinite Impermanence. Yeah, we're going to be getting it there. This cuts you off of getting access to Dragoons if you didn't already have it in your hand, because we're sending squad.
Yep, the squad will still be able to special summon from the deck.
This is going to grab Pike here, almost certainly. And we'll see if there is access to Dragoons in Paul's hand. It feels really bad having to activate a card like Infinite Impermanence on an effect that sends a card of value for cost.
You're still special summoning a monster from your deck, but you have to.
Yeah, like adding a card from deck to hand is still really good too. And there is... Oh, no, we're just going to summon Dragoons straight from the deck here.
Makes a lot of sense.
If we have a way to pair it with something now. We have 4 cards in hand. Likely not too many useful cards if we didn't go for Pike here. Let's see how Paul navigates. The Mermail strategy, because it has so many options, there's so many fluid ways to play the deck, it can be very difficult to get see the lines. But now we have Shrine to send the Neptibus here.
That was the fastest Shrine I've ever seen.
From the hand.
He scooped that Neptibus up and sent it to the graveyard as quick as possible.
Sends a water from my hand or field to the grave.
It is cost, so...
It is a cost, it makes
take
sense.
A level 7 Fish Aqua or Sea Serpent and either add it to my hand or special summon it.
Thoroughly explained to his opponent. But yeah, he's ready, so it's special summon to the deck. I'm assuming he's going to use that
That
Ash
gets met with Ash
Blossom
Blossom.
Ring.
That is the perfect card to Ash. That's the one you want to Ash every time. And that was so expensive. Neptibus will not be able... Oh, Neptibus can summon...
Yeah, sent to the graveyard as a cost, right? So he can summon back?
It can summon back the squad, which...
That's good, because the squad can turn your monsters into level 7s.
Effective Neptibus to summon Shadow Squad out of the graveyard.
All right.
At the very least,
this is what I'm talking about. Like if they have the right cards, the Lady Mermaid that can just keep putting monsters on the field. It won our YCS in Argentina just last weekend. That had over 700 players. It won the Team YCS. Not sure where it was, what the location was, but was it Ecuador? I want to say.
I
believe it was, but it won 2 of the players in the team were playing it. So that meant that every round, one of them had to win.
I think that was, it might have been, I honestly don't remember. I think Ecuador was won by Landon with Fire King.
Oh, so maybe it was El Salvador.
Yeah, okay.
And now, so he's going to Pot of Prosperity for 3. I didn't see what he grabbed. Pot of Prosperity and Mermail's interesting. So at least Sal will be taking half damage this turn.
Yeah, like we got to the point that there was enough interruption that the game wasn't immediately over, but you're still going to be generating enough advantage that you should be able to lock the game down now. And we're going to use Shadow Squad effect, discard the Neptibus that was added, I believe.
So now they all become level 7.
I believe Neptibus, because it's one of the newer ones, 2016 as a frame, is once per turn for its effect.
I'll target White Rabbit.
Okay, we're chaining Baldrake to go after the White Rabbit.
So he's trying to get a Malice monster on the field.
Not sure what good it can do. None of the traps. A second impulse.
Another impulse. Oh, he's just trying to get the Baldric on the field to have an interruption to be able to banish a monster and summon. Because he has the Baldric plus a lighter dark, which is not your greatest interruption, but something. And at this point, Sal's just looking for anything that he can use to put up a defense before he drowns in this tidal wave of water effects.
And he is unfortunately drowning a lot right now. There's another impulse in the graveyard. The Baldric will be destroyed by the effective impulse as well.
And then because I have the other Dominus Impulse. So I have a trap in the grave. I have the other Dominus Impulse that I used on the Dormouse the last turn. So because I have this trap in the grave, it destroys the... Okay. So the Baldric gets destroyed, yep.
See you, Baldric.
I think if I want to... Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he might have a chain. Okay, yeah.
I wonder what he would chain here that would help in this situation. Nope, that's, yeah.
All right, now open game state again. Let's see if Paul's going to overlay his 2 monsters for a rank 7.
And we're talking about extremely powerful cards that the Emerald Lantern deck has access to. We're going to go see the power of the rank 7s in this deck, because you can climb up into either Gaios or Abystrite.
I can summon the Shrines.
It looks like he is going with Abystrite.
Abystrite is going to, I believe, either summon or does it summon or attach? I don't even remember.
I think it summons.
Okay, and then you can overlay your rank 7
into the Poseidra.
Yep, the Poseidra Abyss. And this is one of the
Dragon Lord.
One of the most ridiculous cards ever printed.
He definitely calls the Atlanteans. His second effect is straight up call the Atlanteans. Special summon back to 3, level 3 or lower.
I mean, that's how you make trap cards good. You put them on a monster.
There you go. Spell card. Quick play.
That lets me do 2 for cost and dump a water. And if it resolves, I can non-target bounce 3 cards on the field.
It's pretty good. And it will be triggering the Dragoons as well.
All right, so he's going to activate TB11. That's the Ash Blossom.
Just Ash, okay.
Just has something at every move that Saul makes.
I mean, we were talking about how the Mermaid Lantern deck it doesn't have as much space for non-engine or for more powerful ones, but like I mean, those were 3 really good ones.
High impact, yeah. All right, now he is, since he detached the Dragoons as a cost to activate a water monster effect.
Does Poseidra Abyss resolve?
And he's going to send the other Dragoons to return.
Attack gain is only for the turn, right? Is it back down to...
No, he's at 800.
He is at 800?
He was never changed. Oh, wait. Actually,
yeah, because you targeted with Dormouse.
Right.
I was just making sure. New triggers, 2 mandatory Dragoons.
So he's going to be able to search for both of those Atlantean Dragoons here. The deck just keeps on going.
Like, it's not even close to being done. You wonder if he can find enough damage throughout.
With Pot of Prosperity, he might be able to put 16,000 damage out there.
I mean, he made sure to leave up the Lizardos for the effect of Poseidra so that he can also send a cost to have its effect to bounce.
Yeah, Poseidra is incredible going second.
Essentially is another copy of Neptibus.
Yeah, being able to send a water monster from your deck for cost or return a card on your opponent's side of the field to their hand. Incredible.
Yes. Yes. Yep. Yeah, so the effect of Shadow Squad on field.
Judge has got a lot of questions for this one.
I mean, they were just confused too.
I used it to level modulate.
Hey, Shadow Squad, when you discard a water, you can turn all effects on, or turn all your monsters on the field into level 7.
I feel like that effect happened quite some time ago,
yes,
too, to be talked about right now.
And then I turned the Dragoon.
Quick nap before all this is going on. I don't know. We've been following it just fine.
Getting added to my hand off of the Dragoons.
They just might have never played this combo before.
I mean, that's another advantage to the Atlantean Mermail deck is that a lot of players haven't faced it, haven't practiced against it. It's hard to use at a high level. There's a lot of intricacies, a lot of things you have to pay attention to. As you mentioned, a lot of the effects aren't once per turn. A lot of the effects that send water monsters as cost, like other cards and other strategies wouldn't ever do that, so it's kind of unusual.
You're at 74. Is there a calculator, or do I just need to do math on paper? Okay.
Asking to borrow a calculator, that's a new one.
Okay.
Feels bad if you're the opponent facing it down.
Okay. Okay, perfect.
Saul's just sitting there like, man.
You can use your own calculator. You don't have to always use paper, but it's definitely good to use paper. But you don't have the option to like request a calculator.
I mean, I just haven't heard it before, but I guess like it should be accessible.
I've never heard it. Yeah.
And there is the Poseidra sending the squad to summon itself, and then on summon using its effect as to send from deck as cost to bounce a card on the field. It's going to go put the Lizardos back in the extra deck.
Nope.
Half damage from the Pot of Prosperity.
I'm sure the judges will realize that, or Saul will. I'm sure they'll realize it's half damage because he used Pot of Prosperity.
Mm-hmm.
There's 3 cards banished. Where do those come from? It's Pot of Prosperity. I think they're realizing it.
Let's just take a long look at your graveyard, please.
This is 44 and this is 3,000. So this is 74 altogether.
Right.
And 37 points of damage, 3,700 points.
If you could do another 74, then you'll get there.
Do all these attacks connect? Okay.
No.
Why would you do this? Okay.
It's okay. They did that. I guess Pot of Prosperity is one of those intricate cards too. Sometimes that you don't.
Oh, and now it's too late.
No. It's okay. To be honest, though,
it was a game he was winning for sure.
We're all actually better off for it. That the game ends faster because that game was over.
Yes.
Like Saul had no cards. We didn't even get to see what would have happened had this game progressed. Like if he links away that Poseidra, a bunch of more monsters come back. His board gets much bigger than it was there. This game is locked down.
I feel like he was already accounting for, like, prior in the turn, before things, before, I guess, going through his combo a little bit, he was accounting for his opponent not having, or potentially not losing the game outright because of Pot of Prosperity, because he ashed the TB11 anyway. He wanted to make sure his opponent didn't have any follow-up, because it was going to go back to his hand after Poseidra resolved. He had no reason to do that if he thought he was ending the game that turn. But he played in a way where there was essentially no follow-up for the Malice deck.
Yeah, like the game was essentially over. It's better for everyone that we're just moving on from it for sure.
Even though he did extend to most of his field, he did have plays, because when you link away the Poseidra, you can also summon back 3 monsters. You're going to be able to link climb into your Mermail Link 2, and then you always have this Shrine in the Grave as well to discard from your hand to trigger effects again. So you usually set that up with an infantry, and you'll have a way to destroy a card on your opponent's turn, which is really strong against Malice when their normal summon play can just get cut off immediately.
Mm-hmm.
So the game would have ended that way anyway.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, we had the same issue like during like the dinosaur days, but dinosaurs would actually put up 16k points of damage. That was like the whole reason they played Exostag, I remember.
I mean, Tenpai, just like not so long ago.
No, that's not even so. They have no issue, you know, having enough damage.
Your life points are formality.
Yeah. But it might be time to maybe refresh the judges that are sitting at the feature match station potentially. It's been a long day so far. We've had,
just asking the wrong questions, unfortunately.
Yeah, like, 3 minutes ago, did the C Squadron use this effect to make these level 7 now that you have 2 rank 7s on top of your field? Yeah, it's kind of funny. But as we said, we are exactly where we would be no matter what anyways. Paul was winning that game 99.9%,
Yeah, I'm not sure what card you can draw to really counteract an already established field like that, because I think once you link away, let me refresh myself on all the ridiculous effects of Poseidra, but I'm pretty sure it has an effect to just summon 3 monsters back.
Yeah, it does, exactly.
So
yeah,
you're just gonna have a Toad there almost for sure.
Oh yeah, the game was locked up. So
there were going to be plenty of interruptions going into the very limited hand that Saul had with 0 resources available.
Definitely. But now going into the side decks, I mean, there's definitely a card that Saul did not draw that game that would be really helpful here against Paul's deck, and that's going to be Dimension Shifter. It's key.
That one is key. But, I mean, there is also the problem with Malice. Sometimes you can draw all of these powerful non-engine cards, but 0 Malice cards. There's only so many available.
All right, but Saul's going to get the opportunity to go first again. Let's see if the Lancias came in for Paul and how Saul's going to adjust for that.
I mean, that's another issue with Malice post-side, right? Everything gets so much more difficult when the Artifact Lancia is also in the equation.
Players just waiting for the second game to start. You got to feel pretty good if you're Paul. I mean, going second, able to win. I mean, that's one of the advantages to the Elenium Mermail deck. Like, really, that Poseidra was huge. Like, when they became an addition to the deck from Supreme Darkness, like, it makes going second so much easier. It's able to, like, break through boards, summon out to the field, get you the thing you need without using your normal summon, which is huge.
Yeah, that's why I said I think the most restrictive thing to Mermillantian going second is those powerful effects that just wipe out the entire turn, like Dimension Shifter or Abyss Dweller. If they're allowed to activate and resolve any of their effects, I think they are just so far ahead and just so much more powerful than any of the other decks currently available.
Yeah, definitely. All right, let's jump into it. It's game 2 of our 5th round feature match here at YCS Houston. It's Mermail Atlanteans taking on Bestial Malice.
Will Paul be able to hinder the Malice strategy again, or will Malice be able to do its full combo?
All right, looks like, yeah, both players are going to pick up a PE minor. Both players are supposed to maintain the game state there.
It is the responsibility of both players to recognize that Prosperity was in effect. And, man, I've mentioned it so many times, I might have just jinxed it for Saul here, but not opening a single Malice card. He's going to set one and pass back to Paul. This could be a quick one.
Activate Deep Sea Minstrel, pitching Dragoons.
Oh, Minstrel pitching Dragoons. We're going to take a look at Saul's hand here, banish a card until the end phase. But we're going to be chaining his own artifact, Lancia.
Whoa! Wait, that's insane. It's because of Crossout. He signed in for Crossout and happened to draw it.
I mean, like, sometimes you need something for the strategy too, but you are able to resolve Dragoons at least because you did discard it for a water effect. You do not get the hand knowledge now. And Saul has copies of Ash Blossom in his hand, opted not to use it on the Dragoons, holding it for likely the Shrine here. And we'll see how Paul decides to play it out. There is the Shrine pitching the Shadow Squad. Shadow Squad will be able to summon from deck, but you have to Ash this. You have to Ash this.
Yep.
And then, again, how many effects are you going to be able to activate? The deck is just so free when it's able to resolve.
It keeps on going.
I think easily Mermailantian is the most powerful deck currently available in the format. It just has more readily available answers in something like Abyss Dweller, which is everywhere.
Yeah, Abyss Dweller is one of the mainstay cards of the Ryzeal strategy. Very easy to summon any sort of rank 4 in that deck, but now we're seeing Neptibus that's going to access Dragoons.
And, I mean, even without all the new cards, Mermailantian in 2016 was famously, if you resolve Neptibus, the game is over. Doing damage is this deck's main game. The Neptibus is going to send another copy of Dragoons to add Poseidra to the hand. And now in a new chain, it looks like we're going to be resolving Dragoons to add another copy of, I think, Shadow Squad? Yep.
Nice, nice. Everything's coming up positive here for Paul. Just more cards after more cards.
I think that was the part I really loved about playing this deck all the way back then, in all iterations, right? The 2011 version, 2012, or sorry, 2012, 2014, 2016. I always had 7 cards in hand, just resolving my effects. It felt so good.
Definitely one of the nice feelings about playing the Mermailantian cards. Let's see where he goes next. It's going to be the Poseidra. He's going to send the Neptibus
from field. Okay.
Neptibus mandatory, Chainlink 1, target Shadow Squad, and then Poseidra.
So the Neptibus is going to summon back the Shadow Squad. The Poseidra sends as a cost from the deck to return a card on Sal's side to the hand.
Having 2 cards that just send from your deck as cost, so ridiculously powerful.
It is. Told you, Poseidra is so good at going second.
It pitches a water to special summon it from hand.
Judge making sure.
It's an option.
The judge doesn't believe these cards either. Like,
he's like, these cards
who
cannot
made these?
do what these do. I just cannot fathom or wrap my head around this. Let me read your cards every time you summon one. Oh my. But yeah, Poseidra is very good.
Okay.
So it's a secret rare.
Yeah. What's the Dragoon counter, by the way? How many Dragoons have we resolved this turn?
This turn, I think this would be 2. Is it 3? Could be 3.
It's at least 3.
Yeah, it's at least 3. Oh, if it goes beyond 3, then we're in trouble. Yeah.
Oh, it usually does.
Oh.
They come back.
Oh, that's right. Then you detach them from like a bomb shark or something. Oh, man. All right, adds Atlantean heavy infantry.
And no prosperity this time. Can you find the amount of damage you need? To be fair, he also doesn't really have to. He knows his opponent didn't open any ways to play. If he just has any way to interrupt him on the following turn, that'll probably be good enough. But I think he's looking to end the game as soon as he can.
If that was at least the case in game number 1. But yeah, no pot of prosperity this time for this game, but we just haven't seen. Okay, no, game's not going to end. He's just going to control this time.
I think he was having a large lack of water monsters from his hand, as we saw from him sending the Neptibus from the field here.
Yeah, the Ash Blossom still hurts, even though you still get effects from it.
Yeah, I mean, like, Ash Blossom hit the card that it was supposed to hit in the Shrine. When that card resolves, the game truly does end, because Coelacanth's aboard, and that card does way too much.
Yeah, I mean, even it's an interaction to your opponent. So we saw him add that Atlantean heavy infantry to his hand. That's because during his opponent's turn, he can summon back the Shrine, discard the infantry, draw a card, and destroy a card, thanks to sending the infantry to the graveyard.
And now he has the Biscayos on the field as another interrupt.
Not a great one against Malice, but a decent one.
It could be powerful against the Link 3s, potentially.
True.
I don't
see a lot of starting cards.
Let's see if Saul finds a way out. It looks like another set here, which not necessarily out the gate for for Malice, because you know that's how you lead your plays before you normal summon. But does he have one of those normal summons?
Seeing how he had the set card last game, I don't think so. But it looks like he might go to end phase. He's going to activate the Shrine to banish it to draw a card.
All right, looks like he's not even take the chance. Going to get rid of whatever the set is before a normal summon can happen.
I guess you want to ash the squad
and discards
to draw.
If it resolves, I draw one from my deck.
Yeah, and he's trying to Ash Blossom the squad.
Special, a level 4 lower from deck.
All right, so now he's going to summon Pike.
Attempt
to summon
copy
Pike.
of Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. He's trying to hold his opponent off, but he's going to need a lot more than that.
Oh, well, it's just the pass after discarding another card. All right, Paul, how much damage do you have to do? You already have the Bisgaios on the field.
Summon Poseidra.
And there's Poseidra again.
I'll use Poseidra.
Just put it on top of a Mermail.
And then sending...
Oh, man, you just can't give this deck more turns. Look, how much of your deck you've went through just turn 1, but you still have more resources to...
Just the single card.
At least we're out of Dragoons. We're not generating as much advantage, but the Poseidra being able to hit the field.
I'll use the effects of Shadow Squad.
Yeah, he keeps setting this card, but I don't think he realizes like having cards your opponent can return to your hand is not good against Mermail. You don't want them to be able to send cards as cost.
There's the third
Ash Blossom. No, 3 Ash Blossoms are effectless. He's like, please look at this. This is what I'm dealing with here. No Malice monsters in sight. They're still banished from the previous game, not coming to his hand. Just not actually banished. They're not anywhere to be found.
And now we lost access to the Coelacanth. It's in the graveyard now. I don't think there's any way to actually get that back. Or actually, no, that's not true. We can summon it back with Anemone, right?
Yep, that card's insane too. The Marincess, that link that just lets you summon back from the graveyard, extremely useful.
Let me make sure it doesn't say level 4 or lower. It might.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it's any water monster. It might be level 4 or lower.
It summons link monsters back in, not like.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's any water monster. But
It's been a while.
Pull up a text just to make
1500
sure.
or less attack.
Ah,
1500. I knew there was something wrong. Like, okay.
1500 less attack. Okay. All right. Well, Magnum, as I mentioned, is not as. Wait, what is he trying to banish? Lancia, right?
Yeah.
I saw him looking at the Ash Blossoms, but no, the Lancia is a light. The Beast Seal's nowhere near as good against Mermail as other strategies are.
Magnum's able to hit the field here, banishing the Lancia, and then activating to add another Bestial during the end phase. But nope, that's going to be negated with Infinite Impermanence. And then we're going to attack it with the Poseidra here.
Just Poseidra control. All right, so there is still a small window of opportunity here for Saul.
Yeah, a lot of the gas has been now used. Once the Poseidra leaves the field, it will provide a lot more.
What did he draw? Is that a Malice in Underground?
Now or never.
It is Malice in Underground.
Activate? I'll chain Artifact.
Okay.
Wait, does he has the cross out, but does he play? Did he side in more than one Lancia?
Yeah. That happens.
That.
He doesn't, and he's just going to set the cross out for a third time. Third time's the charm, I guess. His life points are
He can just activate the Poseidra again, but I guess it doesn't really matter because... Oh, Teus Pitch Infantry? I mean, that just puts enough damage on the field, right?
Chain Link 1, Chain Link 2, and then this will pop the field spell.
Going to go after the Malice in Underground, taking it leaving no prisoners here. He's just destroying everything, stopping every card that Saul can have.
I mean, I think those cards are all just mandatory. You had to, like, if it's activatable...
Isn't it? It might be.
I mean, it's opponents, so yeah. It doesn't never has to go through your own cards.
If you have the option to destroy something, you might as well destroy it.
Yeah. We got another.
The tree will pop the underground.
Got another copy of Abyss Shrine here. Now if we're able to summon anything else, just make up the difference. Normal summoning it will do. I'm pretty sure it has like 1500 attack.
Goes to battle. Attack.
Abyss Shrine gets in there. Teus for 17. And that is enough.
Bam, bam. Paul is going to walk away with the victory here in round number 5 with his Eleni Mermail strategy, moving on 5-0. That's got to feel good. I mean, you get those first half of the tournament wins out of the way, undefeated. Means you can still take a loss later on. Your tiebreakers are a little bit better. And yeah, I mean, I 100% expect to see Eleni Mermail in the top cut somewhere, whether it's Paul or some other diving duelist.
Diving. There should be at least one. That's definitely correct. One of the most powerful decks in the format rose from the deep here in the format when there were a defined 2 best decks, and now I think it has placed itself very comfortably in the top 3 best decks.
Top 3, yeah, I mean, I think it's right there fighting with Blue Eyes and Tomb Keeper. Maybe it definitely has better results already than both of those other strategies. I mean, it has better results than Malice, honestly. Malice hasn't come in first at any of our YCSs recently.
No.
Ever, I think, unfortunately. And Eleni Mermail's taken a couple now, which is, I think, to a lot of people's surprise. But, I mean, it's always been, like, a lot of players' pet decks. They've just been waiting to get that right support, the right kind of cards that really push it over the edge. And I think they finally found that with Rage of the Abyss and Supreme Darkness, really bringing Mermail Atlantean back to the forefront.
Yeah, fan favorite for sure. Its playstyle has definitely changed over the years, but it still has access to a lot of the same cards that made it so powerful all the way back then.
Yeah, that's my favorite part about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that you can make new cards that call back to your familiar nostalgic ones, and then they all work together. Like, it's beautiful. It's a great card game. But, you know, we can't count Saul out just yet. That was a bad round for draws
That was
for him.
just the most atrocious hand possible. Drawing the 1 Lancia with your cross out and then 3 copies of Ash Blossom, that's unheard of.
That's brutal. You can't really do anything with that, unfortunately. But, you know, he stayed there. He didn't just give up right away. He didn't. Sometimes you can, like, see it on people's faces. Like, he stayed stoic, stayed focused, and tried to hang with it. But unfortunately, the draws just weren't there for him. I mean, that's something you have to accept when you're going into any card game tournament, is like, you have to draw decent, get your engine online, and but that's what playtesting is for, to figure out how many times that happens, how you can construct your ratios in a way to where that'll happen the least amount of times as possible. But it's expected. But that's why we play Swiss rounds out of YCS. You can lose a round. He's 4-1. He can win the last 4 rounds today and still make it to tomorrow. He can even lose another one and still make it back for tomorrow and have a chance at that top 32 cutoff. So even when you get a little unlucky one round, you can push through and find a way to keep on going.
Yeah, there's always going to be variance, especially in card games, but you just have to be able to win as much as you can and make sure you do not let the one loss get you.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want the one loss to end your tournament, especially when you have the opportunity to bounce back.
Yeah.
Mentality. I mean, we talked about your first Stone Jump Houston, or it was YCS Houston, right? Where you started 0-2 and then won the rest, ran the gauntlet, and still made the top cut.
I lost to the eventual winner in top 32, but, you know, that's just how the game goes.
Was that Andres, or was it Jose?
Oh, actually, no, sorry. I lost to Lagunas, yeah.
Oh, you lost to Jose, but Jose lost in top 4.
Top 4, yeah.
Yeah, the Andres, right? That was the one Andres won, yeah?
Yes.
No monkey board?
No monkey board.
No monkey board. No needs perform pound monkey board. Not Andres Torres. That was a long time ago. Good memories for sure.
That was the same year Neptibus came out.
Really?
Yeah.
That's crazy to think about. And now, like, he was a prince, and now he is a king, and he is 5-0 in the deck here this weekend. But I'm glad we got to see Atlantean Mermail. I mean, what a timeline. Like, Fire King and Mermail still 2 decks that are viable in the meta at the same time. I mean, they all received, support over the past couple of years, the past year, really. But it's awesome to see them. And going into this weekend, like, a lot of talk is Ryzeal, Malice, but there's so many other strategies that people are playing. Tomb Keeper, Mermail, Fire King, Memento.
Yeah.
Memento is a big one that's flying under the radar. I told you, like, some well-known players are playing the Tomb Keeper stuff. There's definitely some well-known players out there playing Fiendsmith Memento.
There's a lot of... I saw there were some crazy matches actually happening amongst those players, even in this round. Unfortunately, we couldn't get them in time. But it's one of those that we're going to have to look forward to seeing, hopefully, later in the tournament, so you definitely can't look away.
Yeah, it's going to be a great YCS. It's already been so great so far. And, yeah, most formats leading up to, like, very recently I've been able to predict, like, oh, there's probably this deck, and Top Cut, nothing else. But this format in particular, the past few months, for all the Suda, it's been wild. There's been so many strategies that have popped up that you didn't expect.
It's hard to believe this is the end, like toward the end of the format,
There's
right?
still so much more to be explored, so we're going to have to see. But I think Jackie is standing by with our winner for an interview, so I'm going to go ahead and toss it to her. And we can hear from Paul. Take it away, Jackie.
Thanks, Billy and Asala. And that's right, I'm with Paul. 5 wins now, winning your first feature match. Okay, you got to be feeling pretty good, right?
I feel really good right now. Like I said, it's my first feature match, and it's a lot of pressure having, like, you know, people coming up and kind of watching you play. But it was a really cool experience, and it's been something that I've wanted to do for a while. So I'm glad I finally got picked, and I didn't think I'd be able to do it with this deck, honestly. Like, it's a pleasant surprise. For sure.
Okay, so talk to me about the Mermail deck. Are you a longtime fan, or were you like, I'm trying this out?
Actually, I've been trying it out recently. I actually took a break from Yu-Gi-Oh! When Mermail was like released into the TCG, so I don't really have any big nostalgia for it as of like back in the day. But when I was thinking about what deck to play for the YCS, I was considering how Pac played the Infernoble strategy for the, it was either the Indy or the Richmond YCS, and the theory was it's just the most ignorant going first deck. It does the most going first when you win the die roll, so I just wanted a deck that would just put a lot of pressure on my opponent with just its existence alone.
Okay, so are you feeling confident for the rest of the tournament, or where's your mindset right now?
I feel a lot better. Thursday night, I was testing with Logan Shepard, and I was struggling to even win a game, let alone a match. So to come out here and start 5-0 at the YCS feels insane.
Aw, so happy to hear that. And also, is there anything you want to say to everyone at home watching?
Yeah, just shout out to everyone back home in Cincinnati. Shout out to everyone who's watching right now. Shout out to the people who couldn't come, you know, Josh, Sean, Larry, and even like Joe, John. Like, this event is not like the same without you guys, but I'm happy for the people that did make it, and it's just good to see everybody.
Are you happy you made the trek out?
Absolutely. I was never not coming. For Nats, I had to drive to Nats. I was never not coming.
Paul, thank you so much for the fantastic interview, and good luck. I'm going to send it back to our casters.
All right, thank you so much. Good to hear from Paul there. Man, he doesn't know about his kings and the Mermails that preceded him? Ah, devastating, but it's cool to see what he's doing with them now here.
Yeah, lifetime fan. I saw the excitement. He earned it.
Definitely. Well, I hope to see him in Top Cut later on. I mean, yeah, sometimes that happens too when you play test the night before. Things aren't going great, but you just still stick with the strategy
You got the losses out of the way.
Yeah, get the losses out of the way so you're going to win the rest of the time. Sometimes you make slight adjustments. You never want to just switch your deck completely unless like someone has a really good deck or something like that. It's very rare to switch the night before. I've done it before.
I know it.
Oh, yeah, but it's not I don't recommend it. You want to stick with what you know because it's better to be in a position where you're familiar as opposed to seeing something. That was always my big thing I always told myself. I don't want the first time a scenario comes up in a game to be in a YCS. I want to have seen it at a local. I want to have seen it in playtesting to where I'm just already in the right mindset. I know what to do here when this happens and just run through scenario after scenario after scenario. Best advice I can give. But beyond my advice, we have a lot of cool things that are coming up and things that are going on right now. So I want to talk about the Speed Duel Remote Duel Main Event Series game mat. That's right, it features Don Zalug, one of the most iconic cards of all time. But the Speed Duel Battle City Finals, the TCG Speed Duel product line, it's been pausing for a rest, but Speed Duel cards will always be legal for TCG play, and there's going to be continued support for Speed Duel with events like this, as well as other public events at a YCS. So these duels can continue to play this format and win awesome prizes like this sweet Don Zalug game mat.
What an icon.
Definitely one of my favorite cards. I mean, he's even from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. He is a character in the show, or no, the original series. Sorry, not GX.
It was in GX.
Oh, it was GX.
He summons himself and he just walks onto the field.
I love it. I love it. Don Zalug is one of my favorite cards for sure. I think that's the first time I said that this weekend. Gotcha. But
there's a lot of favorite cards out there. It's
Yeah.
not Dragoons is not my favorite card. I'm sorry.
A lot of favorite cards out there for me, but a lot more favorite cards are going to be on the screen coming up. This was round 5. We have more Yu-Gi-Oh! Action coming for YCS Houston. Don't go anywhere. It's time to duel. The day is nowhere near over yet. Stay tuned.
Standby phase, main phase.
You're good.
We'll start off by normal summoning Neo Kaiser Sealers. Neo Kaiser Sealers.
No response.
Link summon Neo Kaiser Sealers.
Yeah.
Chain Link 1, Chain Link 2.
Yep.
Resolving backwards, we will dump that card. We will add this card.
Some of these cards aren't in the database yet.
Activate the Mausoleum of White.
Yeah.
Mausoleum of White, target me. Or the spirit.
That's good.
Anything on resolution?
Nothing.
We will activate spirit.
Is it cost to tribute? Yes.
Yes.
Right?
Sure. Thinking if I want to do anything else beyond that. Yep.
So chain link 1.
Yes.
No response.
Cool.
So I'm gonna draw 1.
Yes, you will. Good?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Effective Maiden.
That's good.
Set. Do the True Light. Activate True Light.
You have to declare what you're gonna do.
To set.
Set? That's fine.
Say Pot of Desires.
Cost.
5, 4, 1.
Yeah, that's good. No response.
2. Activate Wishes.
No response.
Adding Sage. Adding Majesty.
Majesty.
Okay. Additional normal summon.
Yep.
Sage effect.
Sure.
Grab the all-powerful effect failure.
Oh no!
I know.
I think you're here. Goes Chandra, clear, discard, backtrack to set a trap for attack.
Sure. Okay. Chandelier just sets it. It still can't be used.
Sobi Toby only sets it, yeah.
Okay.
Oh. Chainlink 1 backtrack to look at the top 3.
Yes, sir.
Sorry. Oops. You're good.
Okay. We have 4 cards in hand?
Yeah.
Sorry, 4 or 3?
3.
3 cards. Lightstorm Dragon.
Yep.
Effect on summon, targeting your face down.
That's good.
Okay.
Damn.
I will pass my turn back to you, sir.
End phase, back effect to
Yep.
excavate.
Yep. Butler. Okay.
That's me.
It is you.
Lady to summon.
Sure.
Draw for turn.
Yes. May I read the lady? It's 4, and you'll have to tell me. What does the lady do fully?
What?
What does she do fully? I know she summons from hand and you activate a trap, right? Or the turn you've activated a trap.
Any labyrinth card effect.
Any card. Okay. When she activates.
Can't be targeted while I control set cards. And
Okay.
if a trap card is activated, I set a trap in deck.
Lady.
Okay.
Yep. 3K defense.
She is a big girl.
She is big, yeah.
Yep.
I'm gonna main phase. Set 1. I'll attempt to pass turn.
End phase, activate the effect of True Light. To use special summon.
Chain Dominus Impulse.
Chain Solemn Judgment.
Sure.
Chain resolves. New chain, Maiden effect.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything on the resolution? Cool. Activate Majesty in your response.
Chain to set a trap.
Chain to set a trap.
Yeah. How many do you have?
I only have.
one, right?
Oh,
wait. So
I'm only revealing one.
It's not revealing yet, sorry.
Yeah.
But in the grave, there's none.
There are none in the graveyard.
Okay, thank you. I'll set Big Welcome Labyrinth.
Setting Big Welcome Labyrinth. That's fine. On.
So then you pop on resolution.
I do.
And then you reveal and then pop it.
Yeah, so we're revealing the one Blue-Eyes White Dragon.
Just one.
Yep. And then this cannot be targeted, right?
Can't be targeted, can't be destroyed while I control set cards.
I understand.
And then this is Big Welcome Labyrinth.
Yep. And I don't know that one.
This is unknown.
Unknown, yeah.
This one? You got a resolution here. I'll go resolution. Big Welcome Labyrinth, targeting your Lightstorm Dragon to bounce. Chainlink 1 to summon out, Chainlink 2 to set.
Which is fine.
Still in res, I'll go Stovitory Pitch to set a trap in deck. Big Welcome Labyrinth. You're good.
Drop turn. Standby phase.
Thank you.
Yep.
Draw phase, I'll go.
Oh, draw phase.
Yeah.
Sure.
Summon from deck.
Effect to summon from deck.
Chain to set a trap.
trap. Okay.
Resolution, I'll go big to summon, then bounce.
Summon, then bounce. Yep. Yep.
Chain link, 1 to draw, or sorry, 1 to search, 2 to pop, 3 to summon out to the field.
I will chain Bestial Magnemite.
Targeting.
The one that's trying to summon back.
Okay, and then I'll chain Arias to summon out from the graveyard.
That's fine.
And then pop your True Light.
How is that popping?
Huh?
How is it popping?
So the new chain link was chain link.
1 to search.
1 to search.
1 to search, 2 to pop, 3 to summon out from the graveyard. You chain chain link 4, Magnemite targeting. I chain Arias to summon from the graveyard.
Oh, okay, I see.
This pops on resolution, it does not target. And this is the draw phase.
I see what you're saying. Okay. Thinking on resolution of like, yeah. Well, I mean, I can't do anything anyway. So it's fine. Yeah.
So we have to resolve everything.
Yeah.
5 to summon.
Yep. So that's
4
nice.
to banish and summon.
Yep.
3.
Sorry. So yeah, pop that, and I'm gonna search.
Yep.
Then you have a mandatory effect.
Yep.
It will be 1.
1, 2.
Do you have any triggers?
I have no triggers.
Okay, so
Okay.
1,
Cool.
2.
1, 2, and then everyone dies. Cool.
Anything else in draw phase?
I have nothing left in draw phase.
Okay. Well, standby main.
Yeah.
Discard main. Activating effects.
That's good.
Good.
You're good.
Normal summon effect failure.
A lot of pushes. That's good. Yep.
Activate effect?
Yeah.
And back to Blue Eyes White Dragon. Activate the activate.
Yep.
Okay.
I think on resolution. I'll go quick lock, letting me use attack this turn.
Sure.
You're good.
I'll activate wishes.
Sure.
Targeting the Blue Eyes for Dragon?
Yeah.
Tributing those to make last time dragon?
Yep.
Attempt to enter. Thinking. Activate Mausoleum in white, targeting Maiden of White.
Sure.
Chain link to Mausoleum.
To search?
To summon.
lady effect to set a trap.
No.
It will be destroyed, yeah.
Yeah, purge to destroy. Cannot be activated this turn, correct?
Should not be, yeah. Effect targeting Lovely to summon out to the field.
By discarding a card, right? Or no?
It does it on Resolution.
I'm sorry, what is summoning it?
This is going to summon this from the graveyard, and then I discard a card on Resolution.
Oh, I see. So it summons and discards.
It discards on Resolution, then summons.
Yeah, I got you. Good.
Chainlink 1 effect targeting my... Karma Cannon?
Yep.
We'll go into battle.
Mm-hmm.
Attack. Attack. I will make this to pass turn.
End phase, True Light effect to summon.
Oops, sorry. No response.
Maiden effect to summon?
Yep.
No responses afterwards.
No response.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Draw turn.
Yeah.
Stamina phase.
Yeah.
Main phase.
Yeah.
Does she do anything in particular outside of popping my stuff?
Can't respond to my traps with monster effects.
Okay. Well, that makes sense. Synchro summon. White Storm Dragon. Activating the effects.
Targets.
We'll pop these two.
Chain to set the field.
Yeah. Chain to set the field.
Yep.
Enter battle phase.
Sure.
Activate the effective True Light.
To
summon.
Chain.
Yep.
Chain link 1.
True Light? Yep. Destroys everything?
Yep.
Light Storm Dragon effects.
Can I read?
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry.
You're fine.
I have no response. It targets, right?
It does
You're
target.
thinking about the target.
Yes, yes. That is where I'm at currently. Any spell or trap. Yep.
Broken.
Correct.
Don't say that. Don't say that. Sound judgment. Yeah.
In main phase 2.
Yeah.
Set 1. Pass turn.
summon from deck.
Is this end phase?
This is his end phase.
Yes, no. Not big.
Draw for turn.
Yes, sir.
Stand by main phase.
Yep.
Go to battle.
In main phase.
Sure.
Ultimate fusion.
Chain transaction rollback paying half. Targeting my Dominus Impulse to negate and destroy.
You got it.
Battle.
Yep.
15. How are you at? How much are you at, by the way?
25 now.
You're at 25?
I Solemn Judgmented earlier.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Chanticleer push to set.
Okay. Is this, when is this?
Oh, it sets a small labyrinth small trap.
No, I'm asking when are you doing it?
This is battle phase. I attack with 15 and I'm using the effect. Chain link 1 effect of
Sorry,
clock.
it's not quite declaring everything, so I'm not sure.
I'll choose to summon it out.
Okay.
Shouldn't have this. I will pass my turn.
Alright.
Yep, go ahead. Good luck.
Draw turn.
Anything in draw phase?
Nothing in draw phase.
Summon from hand deck or grave and bounce.
Sure.
Here we go. Chain link. 1 to pop, add back, set to the field. And that's it.
Yep.
I'll pop your hand. Oh, sheesh. Okay, yeah. GG's.
Yep. Just in the future.
What a long game. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
just.
I'm so scared. That Ultimate Fusion, if it resolved, I was.
All right, and welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. Can you believe how many rounds we've gotten through? 5 blistering rounds of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. And some really cool stuff. I don't know if you caught that on the bonus feature match, but the Arias, the Labyrinth Butler cosplayer, actually using that deck is insane.
A man after your own heart.
It's so cool just to see. We've seen things like, the sous chef chef who's here, and now we've got a Labyrinth person. It's nice when people just really love their deck to that level.
I'm literally commentating with Yami Bakura right now.
Don't tell them the secrets. But joking aside, again, we are going into round 6, and it's just so cool, again, to be here because the vibe's good. Still have plenty of duelists still in the event. Again, we started with 1,430 different duelists. However, we've only got 44 undefeated duelists left.
Ooh, and with only 3 rounds to go, all those duelists are vying for that awesome day 2 spot. Let's go ahead and see what duelists we have here for round 6 by throwing over to Jackie and listening to these players introduce themselves.
Okay.
Starting in the blue chair, we have Brian Angeli from Naples, Florida. He loves card games and video games, and his favorite video game, Master Duel. Now to the red chair, hailing from Tampa, Florida, we have Javier Soto. He has 2 kiddos, 1 boy, 1 girl. These 2 have played before, but who will win the rematch? Let's duel, casters.
Well, definitely a hometown hero sporting the local team there. But speaking of heroes, we have got some great decks. Of course, Ryzel, no stranger to the format. And one of your favorites, Bestial Malice.
Yes, I'm going to do my very best to be as impartial as possible, but Javier is also wearing a really awesome Jinzo hoodie right now, and Jinzo is my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! Card of all time. I'm literally repping him today on my suit jacket. So good luck to both players, but Javier, great jacket.
Certainly nothing wrong with being a Joey Wheeler fan. I'll try to keep my Ryzel fandom in my jacket too, right? Because it is just a strong deck, and we've seen these decks go toe-to-toe against one another, but now we're in Swiss round 6, 5-0 feels great, but it's not enough points yet to get into day 2, so they're going to keep having to duel on.
Yeah, like you said, Steven, both these decks have been sort of the hallmark decks that every duelist that's been playing for the last 5 months has been trying their best to play around or play with. Hopefully we can see just how strong these archetypes are as they face head-to-head. I will mention, I don't think we've seen it quite yet, but Javier is running an interesting version of Malice that I can't wait to shed more light on as we see the fun cards within it, because Malice is not just a Cyberse Summon Link Monsters deck. You can do all kinds of really fun stuff with it.
Sort of Cyberse pile, as they call it. No, this is certainly a creative brand too, but again, you know, a lot of folks have been mentioning that Malice hasn't won a YCS yet.
Yeah.
Maybe this could be the event, right? We were also talking about how Blue Eyes hasn't had to stay in the sun yet either, but there's been some crazy stuff going on. Of course, we're just coming off of the YCS Buenos Aires over in Argentina that got a Mermail win on the board, so anything can happen.
Yeah, I think a lot of the players in the community sort of signified that the Malice deck is unquestionably as powerful, if not more powerful, than something like Ryzeal, but Ryzeals are so consistent and so resilient. Like, there's almost nothing players can do to fully stop them if they draw the right kinds of extenders, whereas Malice does have a pretty big silver bullet in the format by the name of Artifact Lancia, and even cards like Chaos Hunter, which can be just really hard for duelists to play into, as there's really no way to really, you know, dodge that. But maybe there is, and Javier might show us.
Ooh, I guess we shall see. Now, we did see a little bit of Artifact Lancia gameplay earlier in the tournament, right? And Crossout Designator can deal with it, but you still have to draw the Crossout Designator, an unsearchable quick play spell card.
Or you could just play an engine that doesn't lose to Lancia.
That's true,
That's
too.
always an idea, too. I mean, I don't want to spoil what Javier's doing, but, you know, that could be a thing.
That is going to be exciting. Duelists seem like they're pretty comfortable on stage, sharing some smiles. Both of these competitors well known in their own right, but again, only one of these duelists can leave with a win, or maybe the unfortunate draw there, but just good to see these duelists in their element. Again, both regional champions, or recent regional champions, sporting that beautiful orange deck box. But now we're going to game 1 of round 6 of YCS Houston.
Will the Ryzeals dominate and detonate, or will the Malice infect these robots with some malware and take it home? We have a 4 coming from Javier, and Brian is going to be rolling on 11. That's a little bit more than 4, I think.
Yeah, just a little bit. So I assume he's going to go first and set up a powerful Ryzel board.
Super excited to see what he's also supplementing his Ryzel deck with. As you can see, the thing I was mentioning, yes, Javier is playing Bestial Malice with some Fiendsmith cards thrown in. If you want to play cards that are good against Lancia, cards like Fiendsmiths are super awesome.
Well, the Bestials will certainly help too, right? You know, there are plenty of light pyro monsters in this deck, so see what he starts off with. Looks like it's going to be Bonfire.
And again, I mentioned earlier last time Ryzel was on screen, sometimes this shows a little bit of weakness from their hand, but it can also just represent a lot of strength too if they already have a bunch of cards in hand. But here we see Javier looking at it as a sign of weakness and going to choose to Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring that Bonfire and stop it from being used.
Doesn't seem like Brian's going to do anything about that. I did catch what appeared to be a 7-tack, yeah, but now we're going into the Surfacing Big Jaws. It's water time.
Yes, that's a really awesome card from Rage of the Abyss that, if you've activated a spell card this turn, can special summon itself and search for a shark monster. Let's see what shark card Brian's going to go after here.
So that's interesting, too. Now you have to think about if they open up with Bonfire, maybe they're just trying to get that spell card out of the way, and it doesn't even matter if the effect gets negated. So be careful with your Ash Blossoms, friends. It's dangerous out there.
And there we see Drake Shark, basically a pop lore for the shark archetype. Whenever it's added to your hand, no matter where it's added from, graveyard, deck, doesn't matter, you can automatically summon to the field. And there we go into Ryzeal Duo Drive using those 2 level 4 monsters and doing what this card does, activating its effect. Maybe Javier's now regretting using his Ash Blossom, but he has Ghost over it, Snow Rabbit. That will also deal with the Duo Drive because it needs to remove on resolution.
Oh, goodness. A lot of resources lost there. There was really a lot of different things you could do. You could have gone for a Bahamut Shark there and maybe gotten totally awesome, but it wouldn't have felt like a full Ryzel combo. And so now he's locked with just a few cards. Looks like maybe a Metal Tronus. Oh, big passing turn.
So Javier was correct. That Bonfire, like you said, even though it did enable the Surfacing Big Jaws, maybe was a sign of weakness in the hand. And now Javier gets to begin his turn. And when you give Malice a free turn going first, it's really nice.
Now let's see. Malice fans are about to get what they wished for, a cool Malice combo, but we'll see which monster comes out first.
I did see the Dormouse in hand, so we definitely have some way to play here, but does Brian have any non-engine in his hand that could interact with that?
Well, it looks like he's holding on to a Molcharmi Fuwalos. He doesn't want to telegraph that just yet, hoping to discard it after the monsters hit the field.
And I was talking about Bonfire being a sign of weakness from Ryzeal players. Setting a card face down before you commit into any other plays is a super huge sign of strength for a Malice player, because if they have any Malice normal summon, that face down represents an MTP, GWCO6, or maybe even a TB11 that can just make your combos super resilient to any non-engine.
Speaking of combos, here is the combo starter. It is Malice Dormouse. So I think we're going to make our first move on the field.
Yeah, this will let you banish any Malice monster from your deck, And then if it's a Malice name that can summon itself from the banish, that could be really powerful.
Are you guys keeping track of that?
Right, so
Javier asking to make sure he can keep track of his own life points. Always good to make sure. There's going to be all kinds of things flying here. Huge shout out to our production staff. They're going to be doing a lot of changes in life points, I think, this round.
Oh, I can hear that beep, 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 beep from here.
I know the vibes.
Yep, so there we see the White Rabbit being banished. We're going to immediately use its effect, paying 300 life points to try and summon it from the banish pile.
And really, there's not a lot that can punish Malice. And I know that sounds very silly when there's Artifact Lancia in the format, but other than Artifact Lancia, you know, maybe you're looking for a Mulcharmy Meows and hasn't seen as much popularity in the main deck, even though it can get a lot of resources there. But speaking of resources, here comes Fualos for some extra draws.
Yeah, like you said, there's no real punish, like in the sense of stopping Malice from doing stuff, but there are cards like Mulcharmy Fualos, Mulcharmy Meows that can incentivize them to not do as much as they could. But with this setup, Javier might be going for something like, with this... Oh, I guess he's deciding if he wants to chain to that. No, he's going to use the White Rabbit's effect to set a trap card from his deck. It's going to be interesting to see what he chooses to go for here. He could very well combo off and just try to go for a game and just like not care about the Fualos at all. Because besides drawing Nibiru, I can't really think of any cards that Brian would have to stop him from going for a game this turn. At this point, given that he has so much protection via his trap cards, that if he just gets to a Cryptor, he can very easily get enough damage to win the game.
Nibiru is certainly not uncommon in Ryzel, but not as popular because you don't typically want to tribute some of your most powerful monsters out there. So it's kind of a 50-50 mix-up. Javier's got to consider whether or not to go in here, and doesn't seem like he's going to do it. He just attacks with the Malice Dormouse and Malice White Rabbit.
I really respect this from Javier. Both of his Malice monsters are being boosted by his Dormouse, giving them plus 600 attacks. We're going to be doing, I believe, a total of 3,300 damage here, because it's 15 plus 18.
And I think we're just making sure the calculations are right there. A lot of
then,
math.
And then what Javier's might look to do here is just like go for a much more minuscule combo, maybe just end like on a IP or an SP and just go, here's one draw. You didn't have much in your hand this turn. I doubt you'll have any more. Go ahead.
Information-wise, you certainly know that Brian is on the ropes because he did nothing after losing that first Xyz monster. And so, yes, an IP Masquerena is going to give one more draw. But I guess from Javier's perspective, he just doesn't see it as that much of a threat. Just one extra card should be okay.
Yeah, if Javier is playing the Bestial Malice version that I'm aware of that plays the feats with the cards, he plays it more like a control deck rather than like a combo go-for-game deck.
Ah, I see, because you could use one of your Bestials to banish one of your Malice monsters, and then use IP Masquerena to do a Link summon during your opponent's turn. Really great way to basically wait out the Mulcharmy Fualos.
I don't want to like do too much predicting here and then have Javier not do what I'm saying, but something you could do with IP Masquerena is summon Heart's Cryptor during your opponent's turn and get the non-target banish that way.
Oh, yeah.
And we know he has MTPO7 set, and thus he gets the 2 non-target banishes while only giving away 1 draw to the opponent under Fua. That's really awesome.
Well, speaking of awesome, looks like we're going to get X-Tryzel here, and we're going to send Myriologic Aggregator to the graveyard. Going to go ahead and negate the IP Masquerena before it can really do anything meaningful.
So what we could do here is we could chain to that, summoning from the yard, and then have IPB Chainlink 1. So that way, oh, I guess, yeah. So we would do IP, and then we would chain to that the effect to summon the monster from grave.
But I don't think you could because there were no monsters on the field at the time. So it looks like we're just going to let it get negated for now and search out with X-Tryzel.
You're completely right. And there we see the power of X-Tryzel in the Ryzel deck, just being the ultimate breaker of boards.
And getting a quick peek there. Definitely seeing some 7th Tachyons in Brian's deck as he shuffles through. It's a really cool card. We haven't gotten to see it resolved that much. But in this deck particularly, getting to be able to grab those water cards too could be very, very helpful. But it looks like he's just going to go for a little bit further in. Thinking about maybe an Xyz summon as he cycles through the graveyard. Maybe attaching a material.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to figure out what those sets might be and how he can play through them. Like, he knows he has one of the Malice, I believe it's GWCO6 that Javier set last turn.
Yeah, that's a known. So time for our first Xyz summon here. Maybe he goes for the duo drive and tries again. If he's running 2, that is.
If it is the pure version of Ryzel, I'd assume that they would be playing 2.
Could also just try to go for the detonator to push, and that's what he's doing, likely to grab the Myriologic Aggregator out of the graveyard.
Having that potential to negate another card seems really worth it.
Definitely helps. The timing of it could be very tricky, but it's still a great way to be able to get stuff. We haven't seen a lot of Eclipse Twin pushes so far. I guess the Bahamut Shark has kind of taken that slot up for that early Xyz summon.
Yep, so there we see the Ice Ryzel coming down, going to be summoning another one from the deck. We could probably get our access to another sword, maybe? Just to have one, or just getting another X? May as well get those names in rotation.
Anything on the resolution?
It's nice to have the rank 4 toolbox kind of back in action. So many different rank 4 monsters from throughout Yu-Gi-Oh's history. And see what we get next. I would imagine now sky's kind of the limit, but we are going for another duo drive.
Yep.
Duo to...
Thinking here if he wants to attach on summon, he is going to choose to do that.
Any response here? Javier considering his cards. Decides not to use either of them.
Yep, he's going to go ahead and let that resolve and then attach. And then are we going to declare the duo drive here to try to get access to 2 more Ryziel cards?
Imagine you have to push.
Yeah, he's thinking on resolution of the effect to attach before Brian has an opportunity to use the effect of duo drive. Because we know that that set card is MTPO7 and he currently does not have access to a Malice Link monster, won't be able to get one because IP has been turned off this turn. I'm not sure how much... All right, so he's going to choose to GWCO6. Unfortunately, something he could, in theory, do is like bring back the White Rabbit, get TB11, but he might not play that in his deck, and it probably won't be that worth it for him this turn anyway to banish his own cards.
Banishing your own card is kind of the name of the game with Malice, but he is just going to slap down the Nibiru, the Primal Being, instead.
And target.
So he's going to chain target the other set card. Chain the MTPO7, because it's been set already, you can just add a Malice name to hand.
Really great sequencing here, because if the chain resolves as is, Javier gets to take advantage of all his cards without adding to the attack of the token from Nibiru, the Primal Being.
Brian, I think, is debating using Crossout Designator on this Nibiru.
Wow.
That would be super huge.
Yeah, and he calls Nibiru the Primal Being. And so late stage, feeling out all the cards his opponent had. And now he's not even going to lose any of his monsters while basically forcing his opponent to use everything. Sizing Brian up for maybe not winning in this turn, but knowing exactly what's going on from here on out.
Yep, so there we go. Chainlink 5 going to be banishing that Nibiru, thus turning its effect off. And then he just concedes.
Yeah.
Javier says it's over. Because he knows that Brian's going to get access to a node plus cross, and that can get more than enough damage to go for game this turn, and Javier can't stop that.
So yeah, Brian managing to just clinch that out with a great cross-out designator. I still love that card so much. It's got a really interesting dynamic to it. Certainly has an impact on deck construction because sometimes you have to run some very offbeat cards, but the same way that you use Metal Tronus to out a Ryzel Detonator, Brian has used it to out his Nibiru the Primal Being, so good work.
Yeah, there was definitely maybe an argument to Javier on his turn 2, trying to go for some kind of amount of damage to go for game that turn. He definitely had access to probably, you know, using the MTP that he said to go search for Chessy Cat, the name that he hasn't had yet, being able to go into a Link 3 from there, get access to his trap card GWCO6 again, and then just get enough damage with something like Heart Scripter plus Decode Talker enabling. But he chose to go for the more conservative line and maybe got punished because Brian drew into enough engine to try to break Javier's board. And the power of Extra Ryziel turning out that IP Masquerade and pretty much turning all of the bonuses that Javier gets out of his Malice trap cards off.
X-Ryzel certainly is a great starter, but it also can really be a great finisher, right? The Myriologic Aggregator having that threat all the time is so good. And we saw exactly that, right? The IP Masquerade couldn't do anything, and it basically disrupted any of the game plans that Javier had. So not necessarily something you have to plan ahead for, right? That's just a known feature of the Ryzel deck, but Javier's going to have to figure out not only how to go first, but how to go first successfully.
Yeah, the hardest thing with Malice sometimes is going to be the timing of your effects. Like, there's actually a really big argument that you should have activated, Javier could have activated GWCO6 in Brian's draw phase, because A, that turns off any potential of Triple Tactics talent, because you get back White Rabbit, set another trap card if you have one in your deck. And then you can use IP at the beginning of your opponent's main phase, go into a Link 3 like White Binder, banish some cards out of their graveyard, and then you have access to your MTPO7 as a non-target banish, which can turn Brian off of getting any rank 4 access. But obviously, there's also no point in just using cards until your opponent reveals what their hand is, because Brian had a not good hand at his last turn, and he only got 2 extra draws off the draw for turn and the Fuolo, so Javier's like, show me what you have, and then I'll respond. It's unfortunate that he had specifically Extra Ryziel.
Yeah, maybe a little too patient on this one, but you just never know until you know. There's a lot of these sort of 50-50 mix-ups that happen in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game where you get everything right, but with so many possibilities for that next draw, you can't really predict what's going to happen. You just kind of have to wait and stand by, and unfortunately, you're right, that didn't really happen to his benefit here.
Yeah, like all the plays Javier made in a different kind of game would have been perfect. You know, like there's everything he did was completely valid. It just didn't work out because of specifically what Brian drew and how he played with those cards that he had in hand.
Hindsight's always 20/20. A lot of duelists beat themselves up. Be like, man, you're doing fine. It just happens sometimes. Like, 1,430 duelists enter this building, but at the end of this YCS, we're only going to be crowning one. It doesn't mean the other duelists aren't good, it just means it wasn't their day. That's all that happened.
100%. And here we have both players done siding, done shuffling up. They have their opening hands. They are ready for this game too. Javier is ready to begin his run back here as the Malice Bestial Fiendsmith player. Hopefully we can see the Fiendsmith cards come into question because it can really help make the deck that much stronger in games 2 and 3 if players like Brian are siding in cards that specifically target Malice, like the Chaos Hunters, like the Lancias.
Certainly have seen a lot of success from the deck, but kind of hit and miss in the sense that there were a couple of great tops for it, and then it sort of goes under the radar. I think that Fiendsmith Bestial Malice does really have like a high skill ceiling, but it also has so much potential if you just happen to hit those cards in the right order. Oh, so good.
Oh, yeah.
But looks like Smiles here as we go into Game 2 of our Round 6 of YCS Houston. So let's find out if Javier took the chance to go first and what his opening hand is.
All right, I definitely see a Dormouse at the very least, so we're going to see some fun Malice action. But there we see the draw phase.
Wow.
Meowls coming from Brian, an amazing inclusion from Supreme Darkness. That's another card that I guess we should have mentioned that also targets specifically the Malice deck, being able to draw cards every time they summon from Graveyard and banish it. But there we see the Ash countering that Meowls, thus negating its effects.
Certainly a little fist pump if you're a Malice fan there, right? Because, again, Meowls is a powerful card and is going to get many, many draws. However, it's get no draws if there is an Ash Blossom Majora's Spring at the ready. So we're going to go and activate Terraforming here and grab Malice and Underground.
This version, specifically that Javier is playing too, loves these cards like Malice and Underground, Gold Sarcophagus, basically any of the classic Malice extenders, because they essentially are the ultimate cap-off or the ultimate beginning of your Bestial / Fiendsmith combos. There we see the Underground coming down here, choosing not to have the Dormouse come out, trying to conserve that normal summon or project a lot of strength by going for something like Chessie Cat here, because that's just one of the most powerful things you can do as a Malice player is get Chessie, banish the Dormouse that you have in hand, draw 2 cards, still use the Dormouse effect in the same turn. Oh, it's so strong.
It definitely asks your opponent a question. Yeah, there's the Chessie Cat. Like, hey, you gonna let this go through? You really gonna let me take these cards? You really gonna let me banish another Malice? And Brian has to make that decision, although I'm not seeing a lot of interactions in his hand right now.
Yeah, but it's kind of a lose-lose situation if you stop that Chessie Cat, because you'd only make this play if you have another name in hand, and I can just normal summon the name that I have in hand and still combo off anyway.
I love that we're getting into this guessing game format where you really just don't know what your opponent might have, and it makes the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game that much more fun. But yeah, no negation here. We're going to banish the Malice White Rabbit, draw 2.
Then we're going to pay 300 more life points, go down to 7,400, and bring out the White Rabbit again. We at home know that he has Dormouse, but Brian does not. So this normal summon Dormouse is going to go pretty hard, I think, for our boy Javier.
I will be watching Brian's expression closely when the Dormouse gets dropped down, because if you really pay attention to these long YCS streams, take a look at the player cam every now and again. You'll see people like, oh, that is a card that does that. Or, oh, man, and the roller coaster of emotions that this is such a treat, too.
Ooh, is that Branded Regained in Javier's hand? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, but I mean, think about it. It works for your own Malice to recycle some resources and draw cards if you happen to have already used those banish effects. And you can use it against your opponent's Malice cards, too, to draw cards and prevent them from special summoning, as long as the order comes out right.
So there we have the normal summon of Dormouse. We're going to go ahead and automatically link 1, it looks like here. Probably going to go for that classic honorary Malice monster, Link Decoder.
The best Malice monster.
Yeah, this is like the ultimate enabler for a lot of your sort of protection plays, being able to chain block. And there we see Branded Regained. And oh my gosh, if he banishes the Link Decoder after summoning it back, he can put it back into his deck using the Branded Regain and get a free draw. That's really cool.
And what a consistent play, because you're always going to see Link Decoder. So anytime you draw Branded Regain, you know that this is in the cards for you. So really good deck construction, Javier, and now he's executing.
Yep, and there we see Mouse Q Whitebinder going to be using that effect as Chainlink 1, targeting some cards, and then of course, oh no, is he not using the effect? No, he is. He's targeting his Dormouse, and then Chainlink 2 is Decoder to summon. Beautiful. And the only Mouse effect he hasn't used yet this turn is Dormouse. That's going to summon back out to the field now because it was banished, going down to 7,100 life points.
So it'll be interesting to see what direction he goes here. Plenty of materials on the field. Could be going for something like an Abao Ku, Nightmare Griffin lock, depending on how he wants to slow his opponent down. Maybe just plays it safe and just gets a good Malice sort of field set up. But Javier just taking a look at the graveyard there before he goes on.
Yeah, this is definitely the kind of board texture where if you and I tried to guess what he was going to do, we would probably be wrong 99% of the time because the options are limitless. Here we're going to see him go for the GWCO6, banishing the Whitebinder to get another body back, and then the Whitebinder's effect will activate. He can pay 900 more life points, draw a card, and summon it back. And specifically, he hasn't used the effect of Whitebinder to set from deck or grave yet, so he can just get that GW6 back for his follow-up on the next turn. Really powerful.
Follow-up certainly important there.
I think, honestly, we might see him try to go for his Fiendsmith engine here because he's only locked into Link Summoning. Therefore, he can use 2 of his monsters and go for Moon of the Closed Heaven if he has it in his extra deck.
But we got the Infinite Permanents coming down there to keep that trap in the graveyard, so 1 trap for another. But you're right that right now we could just be Moon of the Closed Heaven and proceed into Fiendsmith Town from there.
100%.
I'll go Dormouse.
So here we're going to activate Dormouse's effect. Fun fact, it hasn't used its effect to banish from deck. Even if he banishes a Malice monster, they won't be able to summon itself, but it will be in the banish zone, and that could be important for any Heart Cryptor plays he might have later in the turns.
That's probably why he set up another Dormouse just to be able to get access to it later.
And he already has more than enough bodies to keep playing. Losing out on the 1 is no big deal.
Well, Brian at least got the first game, but I'll tell you, Javier is just piling on the Malice field from there, and now we're going to get to see that interested Branded Regained interaction here. See the Link summon first, though? It's Moon of the Closed Heaven.
There is that Moon of the Closed Heaven. That's going to be an amazing way for him to sort of cap off this turn. He's probably going to be able to go for something like, you know, I mean, we'll see, but like I wouldn't be surprised if this ends with Abao Aku like you mentioned.
It just feels like it's going the right direction for that. Plenty of materials on the field, including Fiends. But speaking of Fiends, let's go ahead and send off 1 Light Fiend to make Fiendsmith Requiem.
And this is where the real synergies of this deck comes in. You know, the fact that you did all your Malice stuff and now you can do all the Fiendsmith stuff is just so amazing. You either get to use Lacrima, put Engraver in the graveyard, get more follow-up, get extra bodies. You get automatic Fiend monsters to go into Abao Aku, which before was like a more tricky thing for this deck to kind of accomplish. Now it's super easy to do. I also want to point out, too, that Javier has drawn 4 cards already this turn from the Chessy Cat, the Regained, and his Whitebinder, and he has all this advantage still that he has yet to use.
Shows you how powerful this deck can be. I know that some of the matches that we've had on stream haven't necessarily shown the full potential of Malice, and that's not the duel's fault, right? Sometimes duels just don't go your way. But this is a masterclass in some of the interesting things you can do with this deck, especially if you combine these 3 engines.
And this is after being Meowled, stopped, and impermed.
Well, he's just that good.
So there we see the Link 3 here. This is probably going to go for Cryptor, if I had to imagine. Yep, there is the queen of all Malice monsters.
Yeah.
Going to be shuffling back that Moon of the Closed Heaven to get back out the Fiendsmith Engraver, and we can use this plus Cryptor to go into Abao, and then we can use Abao's effect to bring back the Cryptor that we just used to summon it.
Which is insane. But we are able to do that. So Brian just verifying the contents of the graveyard there, maybe trying to think of what it is that he can do. With 25 minutes left on the clock, there's no reason to surrender just yet. Plenty of time to play more games.
So here we see the potential Link 2, the potential Link 4 coming from Javier. Again, if this isn't a Bao, I'd be surprised if it was anything else.
Well, let's find out if there's a surprise in store.
Ooh, he's going to go for the SP Little Knight. So he hasn't used the effect of Heart Scriptor to banish itself and summon back. He's going to pay 900. It'll come back and double its attack points. Honestly, this might actually be better than just a Bao because now he has the potential SP banish plus the non-target banish of the Heart Scriptor. I actually really like this. Oh, and we have Lubellion to go into our Bestial cards. Oh, yes.
That's crazy.
100%.
This Lubellion still doing a lot of work.
So what this is going to let him do is, A, get Magnemut, which is an amazing way to sort of cap off his turn here and get so much more advantage because he can put Magnemut in the graveyard with Branded Regain, summon it back on his opponent's turn, get even more dragons. But he'll also be able to trigger his Malice Whitebinder during his opponent's turn and then get all the awesome summons of things like White Rabbit, MTPO7, 2 non-target banishes, basically the main ideal of the Malice archetype.
So he does end right there, exactly as you said, just relying on the Heart Scriptor, the SP Little Knight.
Yes.
So Brian's got his work cut out for him. You certainly can play a lot of cards in Ryzel, but it's going to be difficult to break through some of the weird interactions here. We are going to go ahead and see the X Ryzel, though, and it's going to send Myriologic Aggregator. There's not really a good option here if you're trying to get Beastals out of your graveyard, and there's already plenty of Lights and Darks, so you might as well go for it.
Ooh, and here we see Brian using the effect of Aggregated Target Cryptor. You're more than allowed to do that, but fun fact, guys, if this card is pointing to a monster, its effects cannot be negated.
That is correct. So you can use the effect, but nothing happens. Think spell cards versus Black Flame Dragon, or excuse me, Horus the Black Flame Dragon.
100%, yes. You're more than welcome to try to negate Heart Cryptor's effect, but it will not work.
Yeah, the correct response is, But now we are going to go ahead and see the Sword Ryzel adding an Ice Ryzel to the hand. We haven't seen the normal summon yet. I'm not sure if Brian wants to make an Xyz monster here to sort of push the conversation forward. before bringing out the Ice Rizal. It does seem like a good idea. You got to get at least some of this off the field.
Here we see Lacrima's Effect going back into the deck and bringing out that Fiends with Requiem on resolution, or in an open game state. We're now going to use Requiem, summon back out the Lacrima, and then we're going to dump a card from our deck to the graveyard. Probably going to be that Paradise, so that way if he does go for an XC summon, he can just automatically send it to the graveyard.
Great way to get that out for sure, basically jumping back and forth again.
Yeah, I was mentioning all the fun, like, Magnamut stuff that Javier could have done on his first turn, but I'm a greedy goblin. Javier is much more resigned to just be like, I have more than enough here. No need to overextend. I respect that.
Yeah, playing very consistently, very cautiously. Speaking of consistent plays, let's see, Rizal Detonator, likely to attach a Meteorologic Aggregator here. Does kind of help the situation, but at the same time, SP Little Knight could try to bounce, and then you would detach to destroy. Javier decides not to do anything about that, so we do see the Meteorologic Aggregator hit Detonator.
I think Javier's just trying to be like, I have so many effects that can interrupt this Detonator that I want to wait until I can chain it to the point where he won't be able to destroy any more of my cards.
Save card effects for real emergencies, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, until you're actually threatening me, there's no point in getting rid of stuff.
So commits to the normal summon here, the Ice Rizal. No response, so we're going to go and special summon another body here. I think Node Rizal is the only thing we haven't seen. But we're going to go out and grab an X Rizal.
Like I said, I think Javier's fine to let him get all the way to Duo Drive because he has stuff like Paradise, he has stuff like SP, he has stuff like Crypto that can all stop Duo Drive from going off. But what's Brian thinking? Like, what's Brian's line here? Probably something like Exoton Knight maybe could be useful, but I'm not sure. What do we have? We have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
They're not getting anything, right?
It's double attack.
It's permanent 5K? Okay.
Yes, they were just clarifying how strong the Cryptor is. It's always going to be 5K after it summons from the Banish.
So wild to have a permanent attack boost there, at least a permanent attack doubling.
Yeah. So when it, I guess they're just double checking. To my knowledge, it is a permanent buff because like it summons back with that number, and that becomes like a permanent stat buff. It's kind of like Blackwing Gale the Whirlwind. You know, like once you have it, it's always had. Even if there's something like Acts of Darkness that you get rid of, it's still going to be whatever the have number was.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Math can do some strange things sometimes. Speaking of math, looks like he's trying to solve the equation here of how he gets in.
Yeah, we're going to go battle phase. I think Javier's fine with this. He'll take 1,400 to still have a Cryptor in play. No big deal.
You don't have to attack this.
Oh, so yeah, there's just a clarification here. Because Malice and Underground is in play, the only target Brian has for attacks is Malice Link Monsters. And that is a very big Malice Link Monster.
Its effect was not negated. It couldn't be.
So Brian is in his battle phase and has no good attacks.
Not a fun position to be in if you are trying to edge out a win here. Again, Brian having the lead, having that first game, may not be able to clinch this one out, but still has a game 3 to go to with 20 minutes about left on the clock.
Oh, are they still in main phase, actually? Did I hear Brian say still in main? Oh, they might let him take it back. Okay.
Interesting. So taking a quick look at the graveyard here.
That is a very full graveyard,
yeah,
as the kids say. and a known Magnamut in hand. Oof.
It's a rough position to be in.
Did Ryan just concede? Oh my goodness.
It sounds like it.
I wasn't winning anyway, I'm not gonna lie.
Strategically, you know, just conserving your time for the last game. This one kind of went on for a while, so very smart. Just go ahead and concede. So can Javier, the winner of game 2. There wasn't really a lot of path to victory. Even my Rizal brain was sort of ticking through there and thinking, how do you get out of this? There's so many card effects. And the answer might be just concede, go first, and get it done.
I mean, think of it this way. Like, if you summon Duo Drive, he just goes Paradise, send it. Cool. I don't get to use the effect. If you chain Detonator or anything, you can just go, okay, cool, non-target banish with Heart Scriptor. I don't even know if Brian realized that Heart Scriptor could still activate its effects.
Yeah, it's a really hard one.
It didn't matter yet.
I think the two things of this format I want every duelist to remember is that when your true light goes back to the hand, it's not Eternal Soul. It's not going to clear all the blue eyes out. And Heart Scriptor, when it points to something, cannot be negated, even though you activate it and resolved an effect trying to negate it.
100%.
I think it's like the two most common things we've seen throughout the tournament. I'm not trying to throw shade at anyone, but that's just some Yu-Gi-Oh! News you can use.
Those are easy mistakes that will definitely cost you games if you make them. Yeah, for sure.
Especially if you've been here, you know, the entire day, right? We are in round 6. Of course, we have 3 more rounds to go. So again, we always say it's a marathon, not a sprint. You burn all your energy, you chug those energy drinks, you feel great for round 1, 2, and 3. 3. You might be slogging down through round 6. So look alive, duelists. There's still plenty of duels left.
And there we see that sort of meticulous, conservative nature that Javier had in Game 1 really pay off for himself in Game 2. Because there's totally a world where he blows through all of his interactions. Brian uses Detonator, blows up all of his stuff too in response. And then Brian gets to go, cool, empty board. I still have 2 level 4s. Let's go.
Trying to think of the strongest field you could start with if you're Brian's position. Of course, that's going to depend on what cards you draw, but this almost feels like maybe he could use the Shark monsters. We didn't actually see any Water Xyz yet, though. He got 2 waters out, so we don't know if he's got Bahamut Shark or Totally Awesome. But he might try to play a board that just has just strong cards so that when he ends his turn, his ending field has at least something to put up some resistance.
It's still crazy to me that we can have so many Ryzeal matches and Eclipse Twins never comes up. Does that make sense? Like, that's such a powerful card for the deck, but you don't even need it sometimes to win these games and still be in really favorable positions, that once we see that card actually resolve its effect and why it's in the deck, you're like, oh yeah, Ryzeal was always winning that matchup.
You definitely have to have the Eclipse Twins there. It's a very popular choice, but it's a popular choice that never gets used.
It never needs to be used. Like, you're like, I could go into Eclipse Twins, but I'm like, I can just do my normal Ryzeal stuff and that's enough. Kind of like how Javier was like, yeah, I could make a bow, yeah, I could do all this stuff, but SP plus Card Scripter, that's more than enough.
We've also seen how fragile the Nightmare Griffin and a Balaku, pair up can be. Sometimes just a single card to clear the field is enough, or something like a negation effect too. So maybe just choosing to put a lot of different points of interaction was enough to sort of push through. And yeah, Brian conceded, and so we're going to Game 3.
This will be interesting to see. Some of the cards that I do know most pure Ryzeal decks play are things like Star Leech, Photon Blast Dragon to like protect your cards from being interacted with by things like Imperm, Effect Veiler, or some of the popular breakers like Ultimate Slayer and stuff. That could be a thing we see, but Javier is more than happy just to play through all of Brian's field using just Engine, and normally that's a big weakness of the Malice cards. Like, if it's all your Malice cards versus one Ryzeal Detonator, that's not usually enough to win the game. But when you have Bestial cards, as well as Fiendsmith cards, that by themselves represent a lot of pressure to the opponent and can eat up some of those Ryzeal Detonator interactions, all of a sudden your Malice cards are more than enough to win the game.
Certainly can be. We haven't seen the sort of slug match that this deck can get into if both players run out of resources, and all of a sudden it's just 1,700 attack Ice Ryzeal looking pretty good.
Yeah, both players seem very content with just being like, I'm gonna control the board, manage your resources by using mine, and just go for game eventually. But I would really like to see maybe a more aggressive approach from Javier this game, because he is going second and the Malice deck has so much explosiveness. But he's maybe just content to be like, I don't need to do that unless that's my only option for winning the game.
Well, we haven't seen it, but it is interesting that almost throughout the tournament, at least all the featured match stage, not a lot of Ultimate Slayers happening. It was a very popular card during YCS, or the Team YCS Las Vegas, but it kind of feels like it's disappeared from the format. It's a great option for a lot of different decks, but it seems like duelists are content to just kind of play through whatever it is they see. And speaking of playing, it's time for Game 3.
Yep, here we're going to assume that Brian is going first. Both players have their opening hand of 5 cards. Best of luck to both of you. Let's see it go. Brian is choosing to go first, and his opening hand consists of a lot of really cool cards. I definitely saw Simon Tachyon in there.
Okay.
And I'm also seeing it's like a couple of points of interaction. Definitely said Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, but now we're going to start off with an interaction to really stop Ryzeal or slow it down.
But there we see Brian's Ash Blossom. Game 2, we saw Molcharmy versus an Ash Blossom. Game 3, we're seeing Ash Blossom versus a Molcharmy as well.
Purulia is just such an unfortunate card to play against with Ryzeal, but if you have Ash Blossom, you don't have to.
Ooh, so here we see the reveal of Ragna Zero. See, I believe it's what, 103 Magna Zero. Going to be searching for a water level 4. I believe it's going to be that Surfacing Big Jaws.
Absolutely, and not a completely useless card either. It's not just a water target there. You also can destroy those cards that have different attack, and we just saw one with the Heart Scripter. So cutting the deck here, grabbing that Surfacing Big Jaws. Now you've already activated the spell, so you can go ahead and plop that one out.
Yeah, not only can 7 Tachyon search the Big Jaws, but can also enable the Big Jaws to special summon itself because it is a spell card. This is very similar to Game 1 here. We're going to be grabbing that Drake Shark that we saw in Game 1, going to special summon it back out using its Poplar-like effect. And here we're going to go for the Duo Drive, or we're going to finally go into our Water rank 4s like you've been talking about.
It would be interesting to see a Bahamut Shark because, again, just being able to put up a little more resistance, right? Because what Ryzeal does so well, destroying cards, doesn't necessarily stop every deck. You know, you do have to actually stop them instead of just stunt them, right? And now we're seeing our first Xyz summon here, and technically the 5th summon of the turn. And Abir the Primal Being would really hurt. But we do have Bahamut Shark.
But I will say, if Javier does not Nibiru here, he has no good chance to, because once that Toad comes down, Nib basically doesn't do anything.
So there's the Primal Being. Oh, and the Cross-Out Designator. Oh, nice.
Brian's like, you never had a shot, Javier. My board was being made the whole time.
And definitely knows at least one of those cards is not helping his opponent during next turn.
Yep, and now we're going to get totally awesome out of the deck, most likely. Going to be summoning to the board here, and now we have a really powerful Omni Negate that could represent basically whatever you need to stop to keep playing.
Some great Frog Friends, but backed up by a Sword Rizel, so the hits keep on coming here. We're probably going to see 4 Xyz monsters on the field at the end of this turn.
Which, the more I think about it, is insane. Being able to summon 4 really powerful different Xyz monsters while ending on something like Ryzeal Cross, plus who knows how much follow-up, is really nice to see. Here we're going to see the power of the pure Ryzeal deck at its finest.
Definitely love these sort of boss monster decks. The last one I could think of that did something as crazy as this was Monadium, when it brought out Synchro after Synchro after Synchro. This feels almost like the modern-day equivalent of it for Xyz.
Oh, and there's the Starleech Photon Blast Dragon, the card you wanted to see, Bahamut Shark, and the card I wanted to see, Photon Blast Dragon.
Everybody wins if you're a Ryzeal fan, but not to be outcooked. Javier is still going to have to jump in this duel.
Ooh, there we see the Ash Blossom attempt here, but we could Toad that to stop. If we get stopped here, we don't get access to do it to Detonator, so it's really important that we do.
Going to tribute it. Does he choose to set? I don't think he would choose to set.
Wouldn't recommend that. Ooh, and here we see a really heads-up play from Brian here, detaching 2 from the Starleech Photon Blast Dragon, because Duo Drive can detach from anywhere, and that actually preserves Duo Drive's ability to increase the attack points of all Xyz monsters, thus making sure the Starleech Photon Blast Dragon is still 2,000 attack, so it has that protection.
Excellent play from both duelists. This has been a real masterclass of what you can do with these 2 decks. I know some people are like, oh, you know, I want to see some of the crazy stuff. This is pretty crazy for these 2 decks.
Also, Toad being able to add back that Surfacing Big Jaws to your hand because it was sent to the graveyard is so awesome. It basically is a protection of all your cards and follow-up in the exact same card.
Definitely a great and powerful card there. We've also got Ryzeal Cross at the ready, so we might be recycling to get even more resources here. Brian does not want to go away from this duel without a win, and who can blame him, right? You do need 19 points to get to day 2, so every duel counts.
I think he's just debating if he crosses first or if he goes for Node Ryzeal first. Getting that draw seems really useful, but you want to make sure you maximize how many names you have. Javier could have Bestials, and so if you don't preserve enough non-light names, it could be pretty rough.
Definitely have to get in the habit of sometimes only sending your Fire Ryzels to the graveyard so that when you do go for the Ryzeal Cross, you're not getting snatched by a Bestial.
So here we see the Node coming down. I think he's just debating what he's going to send away to get the summon off of Node. Oh, or are we overlaying into Eclipse Twins here?
I think so.
I really like this, because what this will let him do is he can use Node to send his own Eclipse Twins, bring back something like the Duo Drive while still going for Ryzeal Detonator. And having a twin in rotation.
When we talk about not being able to see twins on the field, this is a definitely inspiring application of twins here. It is in defense mode, so maybe he's just going to leave it on the field.
Literally every monster you and I wanted to see, we're now seeing.
yeah, it's just a grab bag. I guess we'll just commentate into the future. But speaking of which, we're going to go and send with Node Ryzeal. Goodbye Eclipse Twins, and Eclipse Twins will go ahead and activate its effect shortly.
And he is choosing to summon that Sword Ryzeal, thus playing around any potential Bestials. But, oh, we have the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit on the Node Ryzeal. That will not stop its effect from summoning, but that will get rid of the only other level 4 Brian has. He'll still be able to Eclipse Twin, but I don't know how he gets the Detonator.
That is pretty rough, because, again, we got to see all these different Xyz monsters, and they're all gone at this point.
Oh, are they asking how Eclipse Twins work? Maybe they're just making sure that everything was properly summoned. To my knowledge, everything was.
Everything was properly summoned. That is correct. Including the Eclipse Twins, which is actually kind of a rare thing for Eclipse Twins.
That is true. So we are going to...
I will activate the twins.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got the twins and the sword.
And Toad? Yes.
And
no, not Toad.
Could do Toad.
Yeah, because the duo drive is summoned, you can summon the duo drive back while attaching the toad, and that can give you some more value on your next turn by giving back your surfacing big jaws.
But I think this is still the resolving of the effect of Eclipse Twins because it doesn't care about the levels of that.
Yes.
But the Ryzel we're going to be attaching has to be attaching a Ryzel monster.
Yeah, exactly.
Since it's
I'm
duo
sorry.
drive.
Yeah, exactly. Only Eclipse Twins can attack Toad. Yeah.
But interesting, he wanted to go for the Ryzel there, so. Gonna cross. I guess you're just hoping to find something.
And
But very importantly, like, if Brian was not able to establish Detonator, if Javier has a Malice name, he could very easily go for game this turn.
Certainly could. Again, this has been a wild turn, but to what avail?
All the non-engine that Javier had, it felt like it was going to be perfectly stopped by Brian, having the Cross-Site Designator, having the Starlight Photon Blast Dragon, but Ghost Ogre, Snow Rabbit, Ash Blossom, and Perulia was enough to stop Brian's whole turn. Well, I wouldn't say stop it, but definitely keep him off Detonator, the most powerful part of his turn.
Javier has definitely done a great job of protecting that, but remember, there's only 2 cards left in his hand, and we know one of them is Nibiru the Primal Being, so unless he just raw draws that Dormouse, the Dormouse may not be enough either, because remember, Ryzel Cross is on the field, so there's at least 1 point of interaction right there.
100%.
So we're into Javier's standby phase and main phase. Let's see what he summons.
I think he drew a Mulcharmy for turn, and I know he has Engraver in hand. So just Engraver is not enough because of the cross, but if you're Brian, do you take the risk of crossing the first monster you see?
Let's find out. What does Brian do?
This is
He
going to be a
furrows
make or
his
break.
brow, by the way. Talk about the player camera. He's really thinking about that.
But Brian gets so much advantage by using this cross here because he can send the Toad, Toad get back Drake Shark summon.
What an awesome combo.
This is a tough spot for Brian because any Malice card is more than enough.
50-50.
Except Chessy Cat, I should say. Not Chessy Cat, but yeah.
Oh, he's going for it.
I'll cross.
He does choose to cross negate on resolution.
He's getting rid of the X Ryzel. I like that because if the Ryzel duo drive hits the graveyard, well, then the Toad will hit the graveyard anyway, so we can use that play, but interesting. Now he's just down to the one last card that isn't Nibiru the Primal Being.
And like you said, Brian does know about the Nibiru, so his only thought from this point forward is how can I go for a game without summoning 5 times?
Well, with only so many slots left open, it may not be that difficult. So looking at the Fuwalos, not going to get any help there, but
he might have Typhon. He might have Typhon.
That sounds like a Typhon to me. Normal summon Mulcharmy Fuwalos. Grab extra deck. Yeah, that sings of Superstar Slayer Sky Crisis Typhon. Or I think Typhon Sky Crisis. My bad, chat.
Currently, it's 2,800 attack, and the duo drive is 26.
Who? No. All can be destroyed by battle.
Yeah, Starlight Photon Blast Dragon can only protect from being targeted, and there's no Detonator in play to protect his XZ's monsters.
Sure. I'm going to go Toad effect. Yeah.
So he took, I believe, 200 damage there?
Drake Shark to summon itself.
Oh, and he gets the Drake Shark, and there's your second level 4 monster.
He's losing 100. I'm gaining 100, so 26, 28, so I take 200.
Yep, math is mathing. I mean, Brian has more than enough XZ's monsters, but, I mean, Javier has a Nibiru.
Any from Grave or deck. Grave
Well,
or
he
deck,
also has Typhon, which is going to be difficult to use Detonator against because, as you know, it won't be able to use effect. It's at that magic 3,000. But now we're going to go and bounce. And looks like we're going to go just put the Shark Drake back. Maybe make him burn the normal summon.
How funny would it be if Shark Drake wasn't once per turn? You just add it back, it summons back anyway. No, it is once per turn.
Hey, it's a good card, but it's not that good. But it looks like play pass back over to Brian. He knows he's got the Nibiru.
Does Typhon stop Nibiru from being activated in your hand? I actually don't know.
Ooh, let's take a quick look through Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron here.
It might. I think it just says monsters with 3,000 or more attack cannot activate their effects. I don't think it cares where they are.
So then at that point, it's going to be pretty difficult. I guess he's just hoping to hedge his bets.
So X and Eclipse Twins here get Duo Drive back with an Eclipse Twins attached to it. Duo Drive on summon will get to attach again. Yeah, I think Brian knows that Nibiru isn't activated because this line feels greedy otherwise.
Absolutely deciding to press on with some great Yu-Gi-Oh! Knowledge there. And yeah, it is just going to be neither player can activate the effects of monsters with 3,000 or more attack, period. Not on the field, not in the hand, not anywhere, just anywhere.
Wow, so Javier gave Brian the freedom. Oh my gosh, there's Ragnar Zero, and currently the Typhon does have his attack chain.
Because of the Ryzel Duo Drive. Oh, that is so cool.
Oh, that's beautiful, Ragnar Zero. You thought it was just a Tachyon search target? No, you can make this card, and it's really good. How many summons do we have here, though? Just want to make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4 with this ice.
Got to be careful unless you have another cross-out designator in your hand.
Did he really draw another cross-out designator for turn?
I'm not sure, but it looks like he's turning to attack and maybe stopping here.
Oh, we have Ryzel Cross. I'm a silly bean.
That's right. That's right. We always have cross-out designator. We have Ryzel cross-out designator. Brian getting some cheers from the crowd there. You may not have been able to hear that on the microphone, just people screaming from that.
Yeah, Ragnar Zero per game is super impressive. That last match was really intense.
It really was. I mean, both duelists showed that these decks are just so customizable, right? You figure out what it is that feels good about your version of it, and they felt very comfortable there. But yep, Brian, the winner of our game there. Kind of a relief on his face, just a relieved look. Yeah, there's the smile as people continue to cheer and shout his name.
That choice to Ryzel Cross the Engraver is what separates the great duelists from the even greater duelists. Like, being able to make that call and being like, I don't think you have a Malice name. You've drawn so much non-engine, and even if you do have it, I think I have enough bodies to make sure I don't lose the game this turn. I'm stopping that Engraver, because that Engraver, just by itself, means there's going to be so much of a grind game that Javier has access to that, given the resources Brian was working with, might be too much for him to stop.
No, certainly doing great. I think both of these duelists are likely to go well into this tournament just based on the skill sets that they demonstrated here. But the creativity and the Ryzel strategy, again, certainly, seems like some basic Xyz plays, get 2/4, stack them on top of each other, do stuff. But just the order of operations there, and really good use of Ragnar Zero. Great use of Ragnar Zero.
Oh, like you said, that choice that Brian had to go into the Bahamut Shark when he knew he had cross-out designator to make sure that, oh, this is the only time you can Nibiru, I have to stop for that, and then I get Toad, plus I get Cross, so I can stop everything else you do. But then, oops, Ghost Ogre. Didn't play around specifically Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, and that almost stopped everything from happening. If Javier had that Malice name, who knows how that last game could have gone.
Oh, just incredible. I love that we've seen in a couple of duels now, people sort of ask the question like, hey, are you going to stop this or not? Oh, turns out it didn't matter. And it's so incredible the way that he was able to navigate that duel. Just some really inspiring stuff, and a reminder why they reprinted Ragnar Zero back in Crossover Breakers back then, because it's just such a cool card.
Yeah, it really feels like this format is defined by its flexibility and its resilience. Being able to play through non-engine is way more important than having as much non-engine as possible, if that makes sense to everyone at home. Basically, it doesn't matter that you can stop stuff. What matters is that you can play through whenever you get stopped.
Yeah, it shows you there's still some surprises in this format, too. I know that we're kind of winding down towards the end of it as we've got Alliance Insight on the horizon there, but there's still a lot to explore here, right? Maybe in the year 2050, we'll be playing Time Wizard 2025.
Imagine if this will be the format that people talk about for ages to come. That'd be pretty nice.
We're dueling grandpas for sure, but we're not just going to sit here and wind all day. Let's go ahead and send it to the stage for a round 6 interview for our winner here.
Thank you, Stevens, and I am with our winner, Brian. 6 straight wins, your first feature match. How are you feeling?
Honestly, great. I didn't play amazing game 2, but I'm glad I could finish out the win with the 3rd game.
Yeah, y'all definitely went the distance. What was going through your head, especially with all the lights and being on the stage?
It's really nerve-wracking, but I mean, once you get to the game, you get your nerves down. So
how did you maintain momentum, or what kind of mindset did you put yourself in?
I think because I knew him, we're local friends from Florida, so it made it a lot easier, less nerve-wracking for sure. So.
Aw, nice. You won the rematch, though. Okay, I do want to ask you, what are you thinking moving ahead? You have to be feeling pretty confident now.
No, I'm feeling great. I just hope I can keep this momentum up and hopefully make it to Top Cut tomorrow.
Okay, great. And for those watching at home, what do you think about the atmosphere here? Anything you want to say to them?
Oh, it's fantastic. I always tell people if you play the game, you should always attend YCS's. It's an amazing feeling. All my friends are here cheering me on. It's nothing like it.
You have like dozens of people here. Hi, everybody. Oh my goodness. What a crew. Well, fantastic job and congratulations again. Gonna send it back to our casters.
Oh, it's really nice to see. Great job of both of you guys. Hopefully we can see more great stuff from Brian, as he is only 1 win away from guaranteeing day 2.
really doesn't take too much more than that, right? You just need 19 points or to be in that larger cut of duelists. Just some good stuff. But speaking of almost making it, right, let's take a look at something that is a little bitter to us, bittersweet, the Rivalry of Warlords playmat. The reason why it is both of us at the last YCS, we both made it to the finals. We almost got this mat, and we didn't. But don't be us. You could win this gorgeous, gorgeous mat.
Yep, I almost won it with Lyralisk, and you almost won it with Exorcisters, but both of us will just have to look at that beautiful S-Force Orifice and Time Thief Redoer mat, and hopefully y'all at home have an opportunity to play it too when you come here for YCS public events.
Oh yeah, the Rivalry of Warlords format, if you don't know what it's about, again, it's just sort of a loner deck. They just give you something at random, and you have to play against people who also may not have ever played that deck before. And it's cool because you get to experience, it's almost like a blind date with the deck. You're like, oh, yeah, I think I like Exo Sisters. I could play this all day.
It's so calming being able to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Even though I showed up with nothing. Does that make sense? Like,
yeah.
There's no limitations on me. I can just show up and start playing Yu-Gi-Oh! With anybody, anywhere, anytime, and it's so much fun.
It's a very popular tournament for sure. So again, hopefully you're not like us. You actually could go ahead and get that coveted map for sure. But really, really good stuff that we got to see. And remember, we're not going anywhere. There's still 3 rounds of this YCS.
Yep, after this, we're going into round 7 when it's make or break time for a lot of duelists out there to make it to day 2. Let's go ahead and throw to a break, and we'll be right back with that round.
What was it? Sorry, equation. Yeah. Gotcha.
New chain links.
Yep.
I guess just chain link. Chain link 1.
Was it Kuklok? Sorry.
Yeah, cool.
Cool.
Pop something from your hand. Is it okay if we roll a dice?
You're activating this as chain link 1?
Yeah, chain link 1.
Think.
Okay.
You're good.
Okay. 1 to 5. 3 middle.
Anything RS?
I must be turning it down. I'm thinking so. So we can get 9 cards, 5, 6. Nah. No, you're good.
Check it's yours? Yay, finally. Fix Gaddick. Fix Gaddick. I'll target the finish.
So what?
Add it back to me.
I'm a chain. Kuklok?
Sure. Anything else?
Nah.
Anything RS?
No.
Fix your sleepy.
To what?
Especially when it's stuff from the hand.
Okay.
Fix your sleepy.
Okay. Is that the future summon?
Yes.
Okay. And then those get effects when it's fusion summon?
No.
Okay.
Only when they're destroyed.
Okay.
I think it's twin.
I'm sorry, I'm familiar with this deck, unfortunately.
Yeah, you're good.
Well, you have to just, what does it do?
Twin?
Yeah.
When it's destroyed, summons memento from the graveyard. Every time a memento kills a monster by battle, it's banished instead. But on summon, it pops a memento monster on my field or hand, adds 2 mementos.
That's crazy.
So I'm used to it.
And it's on summon effect?
Yeah, it's trigger effect. Pretty much everything's triggered besides like Seahorse, I think.
And it pops 2 from your hand.
Hand or field.
So I can pop that. Oh, shoot. Who's level 7, level 7?
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
Activate.
Equation?
Yeah.
You have 1 of him? Can I read it?
Yes, sir. Everyone does.
I just want to make sure it banishes them.
It's going to banish. Well, maybe not. Sorry. I don't know what you got going on. Do you have a response?
I'm thinking. Just have 1 in hand. Is it face down or just
Face up.
Face up?
Yeah. Face down would be crazy.
It would be.
Is it okay if you make a play? Is this okay?
Yeah.
So it resolves?
Yeah.
So how many cards you got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 11, right? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We got a 4, 4, 3 and a 4U. 4, 4, 3. So total cards 11. That's level 7. I'm return. Probably just Dweller then. Yeah, probably keep Dweller. Fix everything. Yes. And I will target that monster right there. And
Yep, this one? Yeah, and you returned
A rank 4 and a level 3.
Yeah, I just want to see what you Yeah. So it was this one, and then what? This one.
Yeah, and you return Dweller in the
Yeah,
future.
yeah.
Gotcha.
Probably keep Dweller.
Everything good?
I'm thinking here. Yeah. That's good.
Excuse?
That's fine. Done from grave. If you don't want it from your extra deck, use a mushroom from your hand or field, including a mushroom. Oh, you good?
Yeah, I'm just thinking.
Okay, if a mushroom, you can banish a card from your destroy one if you do from your extra deck, use a mushroom from your hand or field as material, including. Wait, how can you use something from grave?
Memento's been destroyed this turn.
Oh, what's been destroyed? Oh, because he destroyed it.
Yeah. 50 creation.
Oh, what does it do?
Dumps 3 mementos from my deck or extra to the graveyard.
Okay. Yep. You good. You send. Oh, here comes the pain. So you dumped which 3? Oh, you still dumping.
Yeah. Sorry, I'll lay him out. Wherever my other guy is. There he is. He's... 50 king.
What does it do?
Add to the field spell.
Damn.
Next bit. Oh, sorry.
Battle your opponent can add to the end of them step to destroy by a card effect. You target one of them. Okay. Once per turn, then your end phase, you can target one mention. In your graveyard, I said it. Oh, that's not fair. Yeah, you good.
You wanted him?
Yeah.
I'll go effect. I'll trigger itself in the set.
You know, I don't know what it does.
Oh yeah, quick effect, pop memento cards I control. It's Scrap Dragon, but for multiple. Pop memento cards I control, and then the same amount you control. Scrap Dragon's like the easiest way I can explain it.
The only deck I don't know what does. Okay, so I can chain, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Shoot. Activate.
No problem? Yep. And it's when the trap card is activated. Yeah. Oops, sorry. Effective make 1.
To
Revival Memento from Grave or Hand.
crazy. Yeah.
If I can get it. Effective Dark Blue.
To
Summon a Memento from the deck. And it kills itself.
okay. Yeah. Basically, when you fill the cards, just tell me what they do.
Yeah, sorry.
I swear. I just know that when they pop this up, they get something else.
Yeah, some people really don't like that whenever I explain it.
Not for sure.
Effective Witch. Stratos.
Stratos is fine.
I summon Horse this turn. And I did summon the Sleep. I did not pop it. Where is it at? Sleep.
Yeah, oh, Stratos, okay. And then I can special summon itself?
Sleepy?
Yeah.
Yeah, during the turn, Memento's been destroyed. Summon itself
Okay.
and then fuse. Effect of fusion.
To
Pop a monster I control, add a Memento spell.
and is that Bone Party?
Yeah. Are you familiar with the card Rescue Waste Emergency?
No.
Oh, okay. Activate it, it pops a Memento on hand or field, and then I can either add or summon a Memento. No Imperm columns or anything, right? Okay. Oxy Bone Party.
Yeah.
Pop the Sleep. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
If you could use
Destroy? Yeah, sorry.
Have you triggered Sleepy yet?
I've not.
Oh.
I have to resolve this first.
I think I dropped one. Yep. If I can get it. I'll summon Goblin. I'll trigger Sleepy.
Yeah.
I just dump some Memento.
Okay. Is this engrave?
Yeah. Yes. Flick to Goblin.
To
Pop at Memento, dump 2.
okay.
What do we not have?
And this can come from grave, right?
Grave or hand, yeah.
If you shuffle back 5.
Yep.
Okay.
They have to be different names.
Okay. Oh, I see. That's why they're trying to load the graveyard.
Yeah. Anything on rest?
No, you're good.
Summon.
Oh.
Doesn't
No.
activate.
I know. I just want to read. What's return from the card effect? Oh, shoot. This card can attack all your opponent's monsters once. While you control all the monsters. Okay. Can it die by card effects? Return if you activate a card effect, special momentum from your hand or graveyard. Oh. I remember seeing that big dude. Okay, someone's fine.
Yep. I'll activate Bone Party.
To
Give it piercing.
and just banish it, gives it piercing. Okay.
Yeah.
And that can be targeted and destroyed, right?
What's up?
Can that be targeted and destroyed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exit main phase.
I'm going to. What level is that?
11, I think.
That's too big.
3, 4, 5, 6, yeah, 11.
In battle. Yeah, we're in battle.
I'll text Toby.
Use the effect.
Sure. Did you cut this? I'm sorry.
Good.
Yeah, you're good.
All right. I'm gonna say welcome. Cool clock effect.
It's out of hand?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good, bro. Anything else?
No.
I'll tech lead.
So how much attack is it?
5,000.
I'm going to activate. So that can be popped, right? All right. Pearson, 21.
Tech level.
But hold on, because when I'm at first.
What's up?
What is life?
You're at 19.
Shoot. I'm going to. Damn, I don't think I can do nothing, right? Let's see.
I don't think so.
3,000 because I'm at 2. Because it's 2,000 over that, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll be at 2,000, right? No?
No, it's 21 over there.
Oh.
You're at 19.
Well, why is that extra 100?
It's 5,000 minus 29.
Oh, defensive. Gotcha.
I see. You're
Yeah. After a rollback?
Yeah, you're good, bro. Whatever that math is.
50? Yeah, 90.
What do you copy?
Nah.
Let's see.
Shoo.
Through equation, Hank. Sure. Whoa. That was scary. I was like, I need this Twin Dragon.
The only deck I don't know, that sucks. Don't know what you was doing. I'm letting you freestyle. I'm sick. That's why we play test, boys.
Good, bro. You starting?
Yeah, I'll go first.
Ready?
Yeah.
He said, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just stay my main.
You're good, bro.
Chandelier.
Yep.
Activate Lady from my hand.
Yes, sir. To summon. No rollback this time?
I could have did something better, I think, just now, but it's fine.
That's regular welcome, right?
Yeah,
Cool.
I'm going to think about this starting hand again.
Yeah.
So, pass. Main phase 1 is good.
Activate Lightning Storm, calling back.
That's sweet. You thought that was good, huh?
I thought it was alright.
Why you gotta do this like that? We're literally friends. Okay, I guess we're not friends. Yeah, activate.
Activate big. That's cool.
Ching.
It's a set.
That rollback, yeah. Uh-huh. People ain't about to just lightning storm me anymore and get away with it.
Don't think I can let that happen. Just one. She's scary.
Okay, I see. So I should have. Okay. Oh yeah, activate.
Chaining?
Yeah, chain.
Let's go.
Yeah, no, just chain.
Umbrella.
Yeah.
To dump.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's being dumped off umbrella.
Okay. So then
Yep.
walk on. Yeah. And then big.
Droplet. I will.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I'm gonna get her.
Yeah, yeah. And then now big.
Yeah, not big. Yeah. How damn. Dang, you still get the pop card though. Yep.
Big walk on. So you're negating that one, okay.
Yeah, lady.
So, lady.
I'll just get their names mixed up.
Yeah.
Fuck. Sure.
And then
Everything gone.
new chain.
Yes, sir.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it's just one. Oh, 1, 2, 3. I see what I'm doing. So pop, summon, add.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
Man, your hand was crazy, man. Why'd you have to open like that? Sheesh. Standard on stream.
We'll summon first, add, and then pop.
Summon first, yeah.
Oh yeah. I have no response. You're good. Yep.
I'll stick with my same decision.
Sure.
And this is yours or mine?
I think it's yours. So you got a back Chandelier,
Yeah.
and you had Kuklock off of the big one.
Yeah. Main phase 1's good. This is still main phase 1. Oh, yeah.
Think of which.
Yep.
Which good? It's Victor horse. Some. Something good?
Yeah.
Victor horse.
Yeah. You dumping 3?
Yeah, it's up to the level
Okay.
of the monster that was
Gotcha.
destroyed. So it's a 5, so 2,
Yeah.
1, 1.
You good?
Effective Gadget, so summon back.
Yep, yep. Unreal, bro.
Effect of Gadget. I'll target the Goblin. That backs me.
Yeah, I did fuck up. I was just scoop it up, man.
Okay, excuse me.
Fuck, man. Freak, man.
What were we supposed to do? I was trying to see if you could get to barrier still. And that's what I was worried about. Call fusion.
You know, my hand was pretty, man, yeah. Yeah, damn, that was the hand. I messed it up. Oh, no. Messed it up, no.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We're here at YCS Houston. 6 rounds down, and now we're in round number 7. It's been a great weekend, lots of different decks. Ryzeal and Malice are still the decks to beat, but Maze and the Master and the release of Structure Deck Blue Eyes White definitely entered some new contenders into the fray. Am I right, Asala?
Yeah, definitely a bunch of surprises here. We've seen how these other strategies have been able to really dominate over some of the more tried and true strategies, but there's still a lot more to see.
Yeah, I definitely can't wait to see what is going to come out on top. Which decks are going to fill up that top 32?
Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me? Is this thing on? Look, listen closely. I need you to pay very close attention to this. I don't have much time. They're watching me. I need to tell you that.
What was that? The heck was that Jerome?
I think that was Jerome.
Is he okay? He seems like he was in distress, or
he seemed trapped.
I'm gonna have to message him and find out what is going on. I'm not certain what that was, but I guess we're going to find out who's going to be in our feature match for the round number 7. I don't know. I'm gonna message Jerome and see if everything's okay back home in California. But I think for now we should just keep the tournament going. Yeah, that was. I'm not quite sure what that was.
I think Jackie has our players. At this point,
I think so. I don't know what. Oh, I don't know what's going on, but yeah, I'm gonna have to message him in between rounds and see if he's okay. Give him a phone call. Be like, hey, boss, let me know if I don't need to come in on Monday. Something's gone wrong. I'm down to take a day off. Hopefully, he's doing all right out there. But you got. Gotta focus. Gotta shake that off. Focus back. We have a YCS to cover.
Yeah, we still have games to play.
We need to find out who's going to be in top 32. Before we were interrupted there by whatever that was. Yeah, but I'm going to focus up. I think Jackie is ready with our players to introduce for round number 7 feature match. So Jackie, if you're there and you're okay, you can take it away.
In the blue chair from Houston, Texas, we have Julian Cebrian. Fun fact, he participated in the SJC in 2009 with the Gladiator Beast deck. Now to the red corner from Baker, Louisiana, Justin Franklin. And his first tournament was at SJC Houston in 2005. And this is their first time on the main stage. Both are dads. Who will come out victorious? Casters?
Thank you so much. That's right. We have the hometown hero, Julian, taking on Justin from not too far away. Louisiana is just the next state over. So awesome to see these two duelists going at it. And if you look at the images representing, that's right, we have Ryzeal. I think it's Ryzeal Fiendsmith, in fact. Or no, is he using the Fiendsmith card?
No, this is pure.
Oh, no, it's pure Ryzeal. Okay, that's right. I saw the image. I was like, I don't see any Fiendsmith engraved around there. Taking on Justin, and yeah,
your eyes do not deceive you.
This is Blue Eyes Tombkeeper?
Blue Eyes Tombkeeper.
Yeah, no Primite, but Blue Eyes Tombkeeper. How will these two strategies mesh up together? They're both 5-1, only one loss so far, but we're in our 7th round of Swiss here at YCS Houston. We have some cool decks to see this round. Some exciting stuff coming up. Really pumped for this one. I love that Justin said his first tournament was at SJC Houston in 2005. I was also there. That was my first SJC experience, I believe.
A veteran duelist all around.
Depends which one it is. I don't remember the years exactly, but I've been to a few.
I was barely alive, Billy. I don't know.
It's been a while. I have many stories. I went from being the Dark Magician to the Dark Sage with what felt like overnight, but here we are. The Time Wizard flipped his coins, and we're in 2025 somehow. But Julian and Justin are going to be taking on. We really haven't seen a ton of Ryzeal yet, so it's going to be nice to see this in action. And it's going to be that Shark Ryzeal, the one that we saw have a lot of success at the Team YCS Vegas. That was won by Dominic Couch, Jesse Cotton, and Mike Albanese. Big, congratulations to Mike Albanese. I mean, we know Jesse and Dom pretty well. They've won multiple tournaments. This was Mike's first win. Was really happy for him.
Yeah, it was very great to see them all do well and Mike finally get his ring there. But, of course, these players here are both veterans. They've been playing since the SJC era.
Oh, yep, definitely. Especially Julian. Yeah, I've been running into him at Houston Regionals since as long back as I can remember.
I played Julian a bunch during Remote Duel. And
okay.
I don't think we'd actually met in person yet, but we've talked to each other through several other means up to this point.
Yeah, really, really nice guy. I'm sure Justin is also an equally nice guy. We got a lot of great people in our Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG community. It's all about being positive, always about trying to find a way. It's like, as we said, both these players do have one loss, so they're really not looking to pick up a second one. Even though you will still be able to make it to day 2 with those 2 losses, you feel a lot more confident in making the top 32 if you can make it through day 1 with only 1 loss, because then you really only need to win 1 of those 2 rounds to really feel pretty good about your chances of making top 32.
Exactly, right? I mean, you just want to have the maximum wins possible, always. Just make yourself feel more secure.
Yeah, losing's never fun, but it's game number 1 here in round number 7. We're going to find out who's going to win, who's going to lose. It's time to duel again. All right, here comes the all-important die roll. 10, solid number.
I just noticed, I believe Justin is one of our bounties.
Oh, is this one of our bounties? He does have that lanyard around his neck, so there could be a lot of packs on the line here for Julian.
Assuming he didn't lose the last round.
Assuming last one was not the one where his
the bounty was collected.
Got dethroned. Yep. All right. Looks like the players are going to draw their opening hands. I think Justin won the die roll here, so he'll be probably going first.
Super important, as we've mentioned before.
It's time to see. We're going to see how these strategies interact. He has both of them online.
There's Treasures of the Kings. Julian's a little confused. He's like, oh, well, this is not the deck I wanted to go second against.
I don't think he knows what he's playing against quite just yet.
Oh, he's in for a surprise, I think.
I mean, he's probably already thinking there's something awry here, something amiss, because
it's 50 cards.
There's 50 cards. You can tell right away that the deck's a little bit bigger than it's been.
And he's going straight for the trap.
There's not a lot of strategies right now that are looking to push too far past 40, maybe 44, 45, but when you get into the 50s, that's when things might be getting a little crazier. So he's going to have 2 set spell or trap cards, so the Treasure of the Kings will allow him to add
the circuit.
Yep, Mystical Beast Merciless Circuit, if he so chooses. Yep. He's going to go with Man of the Mark instead because he doesn't have it just yet. It can be any card that mentions Temple of the Kings. But as I said, like, all the cards kind of find your way to getting access to all of them at a time. It's just about going through each one of the motions. So he's going to use his normal summon on the man with the mark.
All right, the mark is on target. Does Julian have a response? If mark resolves... Okay, there is a copy of Infinite Permanence.
Trying to cut him off from having access to Temple of the Kings, so he won't be able to activate those trap cards right away this turn they're set.
All right,
now,
but here's
the bridge. We were talking about this off camera.
He is a spellcaster.
He's a level 4.
Look at Julian. He's so confused.
A level 4 or lower spellcaster, the Man with the Mark, and it's going to be linked away for the Link 1, Spirit with the Eyes of Blue. And here's the bridge, and now he's going to get Mausoleum of White.
Let's see how many normal summons he has in his hand if you constantly have access to 2 of them.
Now, he will have to give up the Treasure of the Kings, which does have some staying power, but that's okay.
Normal summon stage.
So now the Mausoleum Light gives him the extra normal summon for the level 1 Light. And that is going to be... Is that a new Ultimate Rare Sage with Eyes of Blue, I believe?
Oh, yeah.
It looks so good. The Ultimate Rare pops so much, it's almost even hard to tell what the card is from here. But
this has to be the Wombo combo we were looking for.
When I saw his hand, I was like, if anything's going to show why these 2 decks work together, it's going to be the hand that Justin drew here. He's a Tomb Keeper. He's a wielder of dragons.
Yeah,
Man of many hats.
Can we just call him Mark?
The man known as Mark.
Yes.
But no, it's Justin. And Maiden of White's going to be out of the hand with Sage the Eyes of Blue. He'll be able to discard that Maiden of White to place True Light from his deck face up on the field. And then True Light gives him a couple of options. He can set a card that mentions Blue Eyes from his deck, or he can special summon a Blue Eyes. But a lot of times you're usually trying to go for Wishes of Eyes of Blue. Oh, but now he's going to activate Roar. Roar lets him special summon a Blue Eyes.
From basically anywhere.
Yep. From the deck. That was where it will be coming from now.
Not my personal favorite art of Blue Eyes, but I respect it.
I'm a tablet fan. At least it's a quarter-century secret rare, I believe.
I can only special summon dragon monsters.
Okay, so now you are locked into the dragons. No more of your Tomb Keepers from here.
The Man with the Mark baited out the Infinite Impermanence, and then he was able to go into the Link 1 and then continue his plays.
Do you think that's what they were keeping in the tomb, the tablet for the Blue Eyes?
I'm sorry. Yeah, you happened to say the second I looked down to read something, but yes, that was a good one. I saw. I left you hanging on that one, but yes, that is what's on the tablet.
I wouldn't let you down like that.
I know.
Personally.
I'm so sorry. It registered with what you said as I was processing it. And I was like, oh man.
It's okay. I'm not offended. It's all good. Whatever.
But the Blue Eyes plays will continue. Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon's going to come down. And then he's going to use the Spirit with Eyes of Blue to special summon back a Blue Eyes monster. Maiden of White, since Blue Eyes will special summon to the field, will special summon herself back to the field. So even with the Man of the Market doing the Tomb Keeper stuff, here we are with access to double Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon, which is what a regular Blue Eyes deck kind of looks for sometimes.
And you still have the Apophis of the Serpent set.
Yeah, and that's a whole other negate that's available to you during your opponent's turn.
And we talked about how, we talked about both these decks individually, right? Blue Eyes and the Tomb Keeper strategy having really strong follow-up, but when you have both of them at the same time?
I mean, he's showing, the thing that has changed since YCS Orlando was the structure deck, Blue Eyes White Destiny, and Maze of the Master, and both those sets pretty much created exactly what Justin is playing here this weekend. But he got all of this and hadn't even had to use Wishes just yet. So now he's going to use Wishes. The best part is you can get any level 1 light. That's Effect Veiler. So he's getting 2 disruptions with his Wishes of Eyes of Blue.
Pretty good wish.
That's a great wish.
When you wish for more wishes?
Yep, just keep on wishing. All right, and now he's going... Oh, he might be looking at going into Seals, because you could link away into a Spirit with Eyes of Blue. Then you have 2 dragons, so you can get Heretic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres alongside the Spirit.
Looks like you were right on that. That looks like what he's going to be doing.
Yeah, this is probably a little stronger than 2 Blue Eyes Spheres, especially if you're not playing stuff like Crimson Dragon. There's really nothing you can really get as useful from 2 copies of Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon, unless you're looking to get the double level 12.
During the drop phase.
All right.
Flip up a focus.
This makes sense. You want to do a Puff of the Serpent to make sure the Snake Deity is live for whatever spell and trap that Julian might want to lead with. Justin doesn't have any information on what Julian's playing just yet, so he wants to make sure he hedges his bets here. Has as many of his disruptions online.
I mean, this is the showcase I was looking for. I wanted to see what this deck was capable of, and I believe Justin showed us.
Yeah, we saw this deck in the early rounds before, and we weren't sure what exactly. We were all trying to theorize how those two come together, and this is exactly, I guess, what we expected it to do.
Yeah, we at least got to the marked part. Going into the Blue Eye Spirit Link, which is pretty crazy, but Julian is going to start things off here with X Brazil, which is a great way to start the turn. It's going to allow him to send Marological Aggregator to the graveyard to force out
something,
even if it is just the Blue Eye Spirit Dragon negating the effect in the graveyard. Oh, but he's going to chain block it, so Aggregator's going to be Chain Link 1, X is going to be Chain Links 2.
Target a seal.
And he's going to target Seal with the Aggregator to try and negate. Now, he did add an Effect Veiler to his hand with that Wishes. Julian knows it's there.
I can't imagine he's going to use the Effect Veiler just yet. He's going to probably save it for something along the lines of Duo Drive or something a little bit more relevant.
Duo Drive is the one you want to stop if you are struggling against...
Oh, but it looks like he's chaining the Swamp Deity here. That's really interesting.
Resolve, negate, and resolve the bounce.
Okay, Swamp Deity already out of the way. That one is a lot more flexible than Effect Veiler. I'm surprised you opted to use that one first.
Yeah, seeing how he can go after spells also, yeah.
But we are able to resolve Seals here. Seals will be met with Ash Blossom and Joy Spring from the hand.
Ash.
Looks like there might be a potential response here.
We didn't see him equip a Neo's Blue Eyes Ultimate or anything from his extra deck on the previous turn, so he doesn't have the targeting protection. Now he's going to use the effect of Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon to tribute it off to special summon Blue Eyes Spirit Ultimate Dragon.
All right, setting up another negate here. Yep. Lots of disruption from Justin, but only one X-Prize Seal has been used from Julian so far to have forced out this much.
Yeah, Julian can still navigate his way. I do know he has a couple copies of Effect Veiler he's going to also have to deal with during this turn, but we're going to have to see if that will be enough. Bonfire coming down next for Julian, and he's going to negate that with the Blue Eyes Ultimate.
All right, so it's Effect Veiler and the Majesty of the White Dragons to deal with. There's going to be a normal summon of Ice Ryzeal.
I forgot who the other card is, the Majesty, and he's going to Effect Veiler the Ice.
And then Chain Cross out.
Is he just going to chain the other one? Does he have another one? It looked like one. Oh, no, it's not. It's Swallows.
Yeah, I think it's We're getting through all. There's only one interruption left, and Ice Riseal might be resolving here.
Yeah, this is awesome. This is what I love about Yu-Gi-Oh! No matter how bad things look, you can still find a way. I mean, it's still not guaranteed that Julian's going to find a way to get out of this one just yet.
But he's in a much better position than he could have been. Like, I mean,
yeah, Justin maybe used his interruptions just a little too
I think he was a little
early.
too confident with how many interruptions he had. He used them a little aggressively.
Yeah. Like, maybe let the extras off, let him get another monster on the field.
Because realistically, how much of a threat was that going to be? Yeah.
Yeah. Could be the case. Oh, yeah, we're pulling up that crossout designator. Fantastic card there.
You know, Julian, not sure if he was going to be able to find any value for that card in a matchup like this, but Effect Veiler's pretty universal.
It's a good one. And now Majesty is going to be activated. He has 2 Blue Eyes White Dragons, right? So he'll be able to destroy 2 cards. Yep, going to take both of them out right away.
All right, can we extend past this point? We've already used X from the hand. We've normal summoned Ice. We can go ahead and try to... Nope.
He got to force out all the interruptions, but it wasn't enough. Now he's going to use in the end phase. He's going to use True Light to special summon back the Blue Eyes White Dragon. The Maiden will come back.
He's summoning like 70 monsters.
Yeah, the Blue Eyes Ultimate will destroy itself, but then let him summon a Light Dragon Synchro from his graveyard or his extra deck. It's going to be enough dragons on the field for Julian to go ahead and concede. He did his best to break through the board, but all those extra interruptions, the Wishes, which is normally like your combo starter for Blue Eyes, being able to use at the end of the combo there to just add 2 interruptions to your hand, that's like that versatility of Blue Eyes that is really flexible that I really like about the deck. I mean, we saw, like, we talked about the Tomb Keeper strategy earlier, like how sometimes you just imperm the man with the mark and you're good to go. But not if they turn that into a Link 1.
A Link 1 that says you get another normal summon. That's pretty strong.
I honestly, truly, as someone who pays attention to a lot of the meta trends, what's going on in the game, how the regional stuff is playing out like every week, I have not seen this Blue Eyes Tomb Keeper deck yet. This is the first time.
This is brand new,
yeah,
for sure.
This is the first time I've ever seen it, and it's cool.
It's not doing too bad. X1 here, like we have 5-1 going into this round, already 1 game up.
You see Julian laughing. I'm sure they're talking to each other. He may be laughing because be like, I just didn't expect this. I never encountered a deck like this.
I mean, he got
before.
pretty close. He got through every interruption, but then there's just nothing else. I mean, we mentioned that it might have been a bit aggressive how Justin uses interruptions, but it was good enough.
Yeah, when you have plenty, just let them rip sometimes, and it's not a bad deal.
You put it on your opponent to have the ability to extend.
Definitely. He had some answers, some cards, but he didn't have like those key cards that would have really punished the way that Justin navigated by using like the Apophis early and then using the Blue Eyes Ultimate to get a monster effect. If Julian had been holding on to something like Triple Tactics Thrust, Triple Tactics Talent, there would have been an opportunity, a window for him to get back into that game. But unfortunately for Julian and fortunately for Justin, those cards just weren't in his hand. Plenty of monsters, but no power spells to really break into that board.
All right, well then, I mean, I feel like this is a question I always ask when you look at a deck list like this that can do so much going first. What's it going to do going second?
I mean, honestly, I'm in for surprises. There has to be something. Like, who knows what it's going to be able to do going second? Some interactions from the hand potentially, just by variation. I mean, we know Effect Veilers are in the deck. It's not only interaction; it's the way you can get your combo started. It's an interaction you can search from your deck with Wishes. It's crazy.
I just wonder how much of like your consistency was also sacrificed. When you're playing a 50-card list, right, you are going to draw your best cards less often, but that also means your non-engine is, really tight for how much you can even fit, but you'll just draw them less going into a matchup like this where it's pretty important to have these ways to stop your opponent.
Definitely is.
I mean, it's worked out this far, so I'm sure he has a plan.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, maybe it's just being able to like play. Like, the cards you'd side in against Blue Eyes aren't like the same cards you side in against the Tomb Keeper strategy. So it just kind of capitalizes on that too, potentially.
I mean, I think there's one card that does capitalize on both. That's Droll and Lockbird.
Hey, Droll has been fantastic this weekend. If you came into this tournament and don't have Droll and Lockbird somewhere in your main deck or side deck, you might be doing something wrong.
Might have been only testing against Malice, but
which even the newest version of Malice that people are like playing a lot of, like the Fiendsmith Malice deck, not too bad against that version.
Anything Fiendsmith, you're like, your Droll Lockbird's going to do something.
Yeah, so it's definitely an option people should have been looking at this weekend. I mean, it's been a popular card nonstop for quite some time now, but it goes in and out of favoritism amongst the players. But it looks like we are all side decked and shuffled up. And mere moments away from game number 2 of round 7 of YCS Houston. Can't believe it's round 7. I want this term to slow down. I want to keep enjoying all these awesome matches, but the pace of play will not slow down. It will not stop. The excitement continues.
I know what happens when the pace of play slows down with you, Billy.
You got me. I'm lying. I want them to play quick. You got me. All right, now Julian's going to be starting things off with extra Zeal. He's going to send Duo Drive to the graveyard. Now
Yep.
he's going to be able to add a Raziel monster
Not
with the opposite attribute, basically.
Basically.
The light
really
ones
call-
add fire. The fire ones add lights.
Yeah.
It's a good way to keep track of it.
They check for type, but, you know.
But the attributes happen to
Yeah,
also match up with the types.
We're waiting for the one. That just throws it in the middle.
Sword Raziel is coming down next.
Sword's going to be able to add a copy of Ice.
The trio is here.
I feel like they're a Fantastic Four. You know, like the node is available.
Node, we'll
Yeah.
count Node. We'll count Node, sure.
It's not just a trio. Don't count them out just
You're
yet.
right. That was wrong of me. So Duo Drive is going to attach the Duo Drive he sent with the X on summon. And now he's going to be able to detach 2. Is there an interruption here? This is where you'd want to use it.
I mean, yeah, this is the checkpoint, right? If Duo Drive is able to resolve, then everything is usually free to go because Raziel Cross really insulates you from anything else that can happen for the remainder of the turn.
Cross and Node. The quartet.
Quartet.
All right, Raziel Cross is going to be activated next to chart, trying to protect himself from monster effect as he proceeds through his turn. Also be able to replenish some resources and let him draw some cards. Normal summon of Ice Raziel is coming down. He's special to X, special sword.
And leave extra copies of X.
Makes sense, makes sense. All right, and he's going to go into Detonator here. On summon, Detonator will be able to attach a monster as a material from the graveyard. Going to attach that Duo Drive. So now we have 3 materials underneath Detonator.
I mean, this is just your very standard combo so far. You're able to get this far. You have to wonder, what is it that you would expect from your opponent? Maybe they're on breakers. Maybe they're trying to get value out of some powerful spell cards. So maybe we'll see Julian go for something along the lines of Star Leech from this point on, just to try to protect your other bodies from being targeted, give you some protection from Metaltronus, Ultimate Slayer. The only issue is that you've already resolved Duo Drive, so normally if you're going to go for that route, you want to lead with the Star Leech so that you can detach the materials from that, and then the Duo Drive will have more materials to bump him up above 2,000 himself, so that he will also be untargetable, because his effect only applies to monsters with 2,000 or higher.
Ah, interesting. Good to know. Good to know. But what we see happening is the Node sent the cross-out Designator to special summon back another level 4.
Can be targeted.
Yeah, monsters with 2,000 or higher attack cannot be targeted or destroyed by your opponent's card effects.
That's a cool one.
He looks like he will be doing that. So the Star Leech with 1 material under Duo Drive will be at 1900 attack, so it will itself will be vulnerable, but the Detonator as well as the Duo Drive are not.
Standby.
Looks like we're not drawing any cards either off the cross. There's not enough Raziel cards in the graveyard. They're all still attached to his monsters.
I see a side card in his hand, I think. It's the one of the most interesting that jumped out to us, but maybe not. Maybe it's a different one. But he's going to start with Anubis, the last judge, to discard it to add Man with the Mark from his deck to his hand. Let's see if this forces out Raziel Cross here from
I think he's doing the cross check right now, right? He's just trying to see what he can get to resolve before he tries to tackle anything else on the board. You might as well do this while your board is clear, right? Detonator doesn't have the ability to go after anything just yet.
True.
Salesman.
So this is it, Salesman. I think he's calling Detonator.
He called Detonator. Yeah, like I would also pick that up and read it too. It's been a while since I saw that card.
Very similar to Prohibition, but he names a card, and that card's pretty much off limits for the rest of the turn. Salesman.
It's also off limits for you for the rest of the duel, but I don't think that'll really matter for Raziel Detonator in your Blue Eyes Tombkeeper strategy.
I don't think so either.
I mean, you can't really tell with that many archetypes in.
You never know. It's all life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get.
4.
All right, Julian thinking about a response here to Salesman. Does he have something that can stop it? Does he have Solemn Judgment? Is that a card he plays? No, maybe. We'll have to see what.
That'd be one of the few cards that could interact with it.
Nope, it just resolves. Yep.
I think he was just contemplating his life at that point. Like, what can you do from this point on?
Yeah, his hand is good. More cards to be played here from Justin. He's gonna activate Treasures of the King. That's gonna let him add.
Well, it's gonna let him set the.
Or he gets to set the Apophis Trap.
Yeah, Apophis the Serpent.
He has to have the other card set before he can add.
And now we already have Man with the Mark. We already have the Apophis card set. So Man with the Mark can.
No, he ashed the Anubis.
Oh, he ashed the Anubis. I missed that part. Oh, my bad. Yep. Okay. Well, this is a good way to get access to it then. We just have to be able to set one card here.
Set one?
Yep, and now
we have Man with the Mark. If this
so you
resolves,
assume, yeah. Like, I mean, there might already be a Man with a Mark in the hand that we didn't really get to see. Treasures is activated once there's 2 sets. You can add one of those monsters that mentioned Temple of the King, so we're going to be adding Man with the Mark. It looks like we will be potentially normal summoning the man. Yep.
Man with the Mark.
Mark is normal summoned.
2 in here.
And this is where you might want to end up using your cross.
For him to read one of my cards.
You what?
The deck monsters.
Did they play yet?
No. Okay.
It's not. Well, the card effect is
I can show him. I can show him.
Yeah, Julian's just asking to read a card, I think, before he commits to a play. He just wants to know the text of a card.
It used to be fine.
Yeah, it's a fair question. Especially when it's like such a related card. He might be attempting to read
the Apophis Fusion, maybe?
Yeah. Just how to make it.
I ain't gonna make you look it up on Neuron. I can promise you that. Basically, 'cause I remember that happening.
If I wanted to look it on Neuron, Neuron's fine. You know what? You know the exact name of the card. I don't have to invested into that.
Can I just show him? Can I just show him?
Like
Justin's
really
trying to give him the
he's
information.
just trying to show him
like,
the card.
It's not a big deal. Yeah, he just wants him to.
We got confiscated.
Oh,
the Blue Eyes card.
Oh, he had him the wrong card. Okay, good. He wanted to read the. Oh, he wanted to read the Link one.
Okay, yeah, just to make sure what you can make it, and it is just a spellcaster monster. And then, of course, what it can get after the fact.
Good sportsmanship there from Justin.
I mean, the card already played, like just no knowledge in the deck, not revealing any private information at that point, right?
All right, so
yeah, I mean, I agree 100%.
Oh, it looks like we're going to be using Infinite Impermanence rather than the Rizal Cross here. Just to make sure to not put any of those cards in that column.
Yeah, Justin definitely playing pretty cleanly here. Now he's going to link away into Spirit with Eyes of Blue. And that's going to be able to add the Mausoleum. This is that once again we see the Man with the Mark having to force out the Infinite Impermanence. And then this is where the Blue Eye strategy starts taking flight.
Does he have an additional normal summon to capitalize with this Mausoleum, though?
I mean, he does if the next card he activates resolves. He has 2 copies of him, and it's Wishes with Eyes of Blue.
Going to be discarding Nibiru, the Primal Being. We've already seen Ash being used. There's nothing to really stop this from happening now. I mean, we've seen both cards from the Tombkeeper engine take away those pivotal interruptions from Julian to make sure the Blue Eyes card is resolved.
Yeah, I mean, that might be the key to Justin's strategy here and why he is 5-1 so far.
It's not like you can ignore the Tombkeeper cards either. They do so much on their own.
He's adding Ultimate Fusion.
Oh, man, he's going for it. Like,
Fusion spell lets you use monsters from your graveyard for Blue Eyes Fusion, I believe.
Yeah, so that lets you go into, I believe, likely you're going to be trying to make Tyrant Dragon?
Could be, could be. You can also make Dragon Master Magi if he's playing it.
Oh, yeah, yes.
I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised.
You never know. 50 cards, anything can happen, but probably not here in this duel. But now he's going to replace a Treasure of the Kings with Mausoleum of Light. Going to gain his extra normal summon. It's going to be the Sage with Eyes of Blue. He still has Cross, right? He can stop this.
Yeah, I feel like he kind of has to. The other card added with the Wishes was what exactly? It was the...
I didn't see.
It was the Fusion. Fusion.
Oh,
right?
still, yes, the Fusion. That's right, I did see. I know it was. In my head, I was like, I don't think he had a roar. So.
Like I was just like in my head checklist, I was going through all the cards, and that fusion was just not one of them.
Yeah, because like I said, this is unique. It's something like some Blue Eyes players use, but not all. But Sage is gonna add Maiden of White.
Okay, maybe he's just trying to hold the cross for the Maiden exactly, because I think that's the one card you can't allow to resolve in this point.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm just like, he's not protecting him. He's just protecting him from card effects, right?
Yeah, targeting.
Okay.
Targeting and destruction.
Yeah, no, I was just making sure. 2,000 or higher.
I mean, a big field, but if he can find a way to make like a bigger Blue Eyes Tyrant Burst and just take down the whole field. Oh yeah, there's more synergy. The Tyrant Burst can set traps from your graveyard.
Oh, but
that's crazy.
It's all there.
It's all there.
It was meant to happen by design.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Maiden of White being discarded here to activate True Light.
Okay, yeah, like Maiden was activated. He jumped the gun a little bit, picking up the deck, but it looks like Julian might choose to respond this time.
At this time, if you are still in the match, please continue to the end of the
Oh yeah, the crosshair on this Maiden could be devastating.
I think this is the one that you have to stop, right? The amount of value that it could potentially provide.
Yeah, things are still like, even though Justin's like playing his cards right now, Julian is still in the driver's seat of this game.
I mean, he's really contemplating this decision. A lot of it's just out of fear of not knowing.
I think he's just contemplating what he wants to detach.
Yeah, it looks like Julian will be detaching Duo Drive from Detonator. Mausoleum will now use its effect.
Oh yeah, still not done yet.
I mean, yeah, we had to get access to Blue Eyes somehow. We're going to be targeting the Sage with Eyes of Blue. Going to make it a little stronger by sending the Blue Eyes to the graveyard. Effect of Spirit now. Going to be reviving the Blue Eyes, which will in turn revive the Maiden.
competitors who are no longer in the main event, please remember to come back tomorrow, as we'll have a full day of public events.
Like either way, you really couldn't stop that Blue Eyes from hitting the field.
Yeah, especially if you got Roar instead of the Fusion, but I'm assuming he has a plan for that Fusion spell, which is why he added it. So he's going to link away the 2 Spellcaster level 1s for...
Has he been Dragon Locked yet? When does Sage Dragon Lock? Or not
no,
Sage, when does Spirit Dragon
Lock?
Lock?
While it's on the field.
Okay.
Yep, so he's going to link away to Silhouette Rabbit.
So our Rabbit's going to get access to any of those continuous trap cards in the deck. We're going to be going for Snake Deity here. So we'll potentially have 2 copies of that on the opponent's turn because of the effect of Apophis Serpent.
There's only one more spot in our final public event of the day. Julie,
Now he's going to banish the wishes to equip a monster from his extra deck to the Blue Eyes.
or in person over the public event stage.
He's going to equip, I'm assuming, yeah, it's going to be the Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate. Yeah.
And there's only one more spot in our final.
Now he can synchro those away. Now while Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate's in the graveyard, it's going to protect his Blue Eyes cards from targeting. And he's going to Fusion Summon Tyrant Burst Dragon.
Yeah, you attack all your monsters.
I think Julian, that's what it does, but yeah, it can attack all their monsters. It also has a couple of other effects. Lets them set a trap from the graveyard. And I think there's one other effect on it. I feel it has something to do with like attack.
Can attack all monsters your opponent controls once each. Once returned to the end of the damage step, discard battle. You can target one trap and then set it.
Okay, so it doesn't have the other
those are the 2 effects.
Okay, so I knew everything it did. All right, good. Now he's going to activate Ultimate Fusion, returning Blue Eyes and Spirit of Blue Eyes for
the second Tyrant Dragon.
Okay, so we have 2 Tyrant Dragons.
This could be really relevant because the Detonator, even though it's under sales ban, its a continuous effect is still applicable, right? To protect his Xyz monsters from at least one battle. We're going to be going after the Starleech first.
34.
Yeah, the Blue Eyes Tyrant Burst is big. It has 3,400 attack.
Like, in my head, I feel like this should have piercing, but I know it doesn't.
I think it's because the other Blue Eyes, the 2-headed one, has piercing.
The Twin Burst Dragon?
Yeah, Twin Burst, yeah.
And now we're going to be going into the Duo Drive here. Duo Drive is at 26, so the Tyrant Dragon will be at 33.
4 and 3, so 7.
What do you have? Takes a nice 700 points of damage here.
73. I mean 73. 73. Yes, sir.
And then he's going to be able to make another attack for 400 here over the detonator.
Over the detonator for 4.
And then he's able to protect itself.
Then attack it with the other one.
69.
Yep, and then we're able to get the full clear here because of the second Tyrant Dragon.
And Tyrant. Swing.
So these Blue Eyes cards, the
They're really doing the work.
The Tomb Keeper cleared the way so Blue Eyes could fly into the sky. This is cool. It's not every day you get to see a deck you didn't expect and do well against arguably, I mean, the deck that just won the previous YCS, Team YCS, but still.
I mean, it's really
showing. The previous one, but in the past month, we've seen it happen.
I feel like every card choice in Justin's deck so far, I mean, I guess it makes sense why he's playing a 50-card list. He wanted to play all these cards, and they're all doing something pretty impactful.
He needed them all. This is so cool. I mean, and how quickly he knew and realized he needed the 2 Blue Eyes Tyrant Bursts leads me to believe, like, he's been in this position before. He's played this game before, Azala. Gotta love it. And now he has cleared a whole... Like, I have a harder time clearing a board with Malice than this deck.
I mean, big dragons have always been good at this.
I gotta pick up a Tomb Keeper Blue Eyes deck. Like, that's just so crazy. This deck is awesome. Shout outs to Justin. Earned his bounty around his head, that's for sure.
And now I think we're going to be immediately activating Apophysis Serpent into that zone with the Solar Rabbit just to make sure that cross is destroyed.
Yes, because the rabbit destroys spells and traps when a monster that summons itself, or a trap that summons itself as a monster, destroys spell or trap. Awesome. I love the Solar Rabbit.
And that's it.
Ultimate Slayer and Arby's Feather Duster, and Justin is going to take down hometown hero Julian with his Tomb Keeper Blue Eye strategy. The Tomb Keeper is a ruse. It's a ruse. Don't fall for the traps because you'll get blasted with white lightning as soon as you do.
I asked the question, what does the deck do going second? It allows its opponent to do the full combo and then just wipes through it. Completely goes through.
Zero interruptions.
Who needs them?
All engine, right?
Yeah, that was all engine. All engine.
I want to make sure. Let me run it through my head again. It was all
No, sorry, Salesman.
Salesman. Okay, he did need a side deck card that you need something to cut off the detonator because yeah, detonator is so strong against everything. So his side deck did pay off.
Because it couldn't have been Ultimate Slayer. It couldn't have been Metaltronus. Those were all stopped by the Starleech. Salesman was the card that got him there.
He didn't need to target. Yeah, you just call the name. I didn't even think about the Starleech eliminating all your other like chances.
I mean, that
except
was
for maybe like Droplet, maybe would have been a chance.
Yeah, but like it's again that's more
super
expensive.
niche.
But that's I mean that was the choice that Julian had to make in that position, right? He knew that his opponent hadn't responded to him thus far. He wanted to make sure he can handle the board breaker, so he did the card that normally handles the board breakers. But now,
sales ban. That was I was going to say, just sales ban straight up. I mean, that's the thing about Yu-Gi-Oh. Sometimes when you lose, it's like, out of all the thousands and thousands of Yu-Gi-Oh cards out there, it had to be like that one in this exact moment, in this exact situation. But that happens over and over again in the Yu-Gi-Oh trading card game because there's so many options, so many choices, so many ways you can navigate your own strategies. And Justin brought the coolest one in the room here this weekend. He's a bounty duelist. He's 6-1 now with 2 more rounds of Swiss today. If he wins both those rounds, he's all but locking it up to make top 32 tomorrow. But he's on his way. I hope we get to see him in Top Cut. I want to see this deck again in action, for sure.
I mean, honestly, I was not a believer up until this moment, but I'm a believer now.
Yeah, he sold me. Yeah, I mean, because, like, what are you going to do? Not use your infinite permanence on the Man's Mark? Are you not going to Ash Blossom, like, Treasure the Kings? Because once that gets started, like, that's a tough engine to even, like, tackle. And he has the biggest thing on his side is element of surprise. I mean, maybe not after this feature match. And, like, the word of mouth will spread around, like, oh, man, I was 5-0 and I played against this Blue Eyes Tomb Keeper deck. Just incredible.
I mean, I think maybe there's a consideration for not ashing the Anubis the Judge, because if you're going to have to use Infinite Impermanence on the Man with the Mark anyway, then you want to just save Ash for just something else, especially when at this point this is game 2, right? You know your opponent has copies of Wishes in their deck. That is like the prime target for Ash, and you kind of have to hold it at that point if you have any way to interact with the rest of those cards.
Yeah, it's tough, but that's another thing. That's something you have to, like, adapt on the fly while you're playing your match, while you're still overcoming losing in game 1. Like, you have to be able to focus and adapt your strategy to something you've never faced before, which I was talking about in the previous round. I want to never have a scenario I've never encountered when I'm playing in a YCS, but sometimes it's unavoidable if you face a deck that no one else has been playing.
Justin's been capitalizing on it this entire weekend, only losing once so far, and you can't even know for sure how he lost. Sometimes you just play against Mermail, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, true. Yeah, we could have gotten just, drowned out by the Mermail cards, or maybe just the cards didn't fall. 50-card deck, sometimes consistency is a thing that'll work against you potentially, but man, this is the coolest deck I've seen so far this weekend.
Yeah, this has definitely been the most interesting one. Usually I'm a stickler for playing the meta decks, not because of anything else, but I'm a consistency is key kind of guy. But sometimes if you're able to power through what the meta decks are currently doing, then that is a way to win, and we saw that today with this deck because obviously Salesman was the card that got him there, but he was able to just use one card and the rest of your engine to play through 2 points of interaction from the hand, as well as the Riceville Cross. Plenty of cards there that tried to hinder his play, but he was able to just completely push through.
Definitely, but I do think Jackie is standing by with our duelist. I do want to give one more shout out to Salesman, and it works more than just against Detonator. It's any card that your opponent could be giving you a problem. Salesman. But Jackie's standing by, so go ahead and take it away with our winner interview. I want to hear from him just as much as everyone at home does, so take it away.
Thank you so much, Billy and Asala. Our winner, Justin. You are crushing 6 wins now.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it's been doing good. I only lost round 1 in time, but the deck has been performing pretty well. Got a good testing group, and yeah, we put a lot of work in for this event.
So that was a swift victory. Were you just in this mindset I'm doing this now, or what were you thinking?
Well, the current format, I feel like it's set up to where if your opponent doesn't have many interactions with you to start off the game, then that's typically how Yu-Gi-Oh! Is right now. It's going to be a blowout, and when I got the surprise element of the deck, so everybody prepared to stop one side of the deck and they're not allowed to stop the second side of the deck, so when they hand trap improperly, it just makes the blue eyes kind of a free matchup afterwards. So.
Okay, and talking some more strategy, can you talk to me a little bit about why you mixed in those Tomb Keeper cards?
So my friend Keith called me and was talking about the Odeon cards, the Markman cards, and he was telling me how good they were, so I got to test everything before I give a thumbs up or thumbs down, and when I played it, I was doing real well with it. And it turns out that Markman is a level 4 spellcaster, which meets the requirement for the new Blue Eye Spirit Dragon, the Link 1. So you can normal summon that, bait all the hand traps, make the Link 1, and then you got full Blue Eyes combo behind it. So it synergizes super well with that, but also typically some of the bricks in the deck, like the traps, work well with the True Light because it's also a continuous trap that you can flip up and you get negates off of that. So it's not really dead to draw it, just super synergistic. So I think it's a good pick for the format, catch people off guard, and I think that's what's been carrying me. Yeah.
I'm getting some really good energy from you right now. So are you feeling good for the rest of the tournament? Are you nervous? Describe your emotions for me.
No, I'm not really nervous. We did a lot of testing, and that's all that counts. At this point, if I draw playable hands, I think I should do well. And lost my train of thought, but yeah, I'm not nervous. I top 2 YCSs, YCS Philly in 2022 after COVID, and YCS Austin 2013. So. I'm not unfamiliar with top cutting and stuff like that, so
you got the history.
Yeah, it's pretty good. And yeah.
And talking about having the history, what a little community you have right now in the front row. Aww, they're all smiles.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. They're screaming big brain at you.
I mean, that last play was kind of cool with the double turn. I was like, dang, how do I get around a detonator? Attack all once, then attack all twice. But yeah, it worked out pretty well.
Justin, I think it worked out fantastically. Congratulations again. Thank you so much. Billy, Asala, did Jerome call y'all back?
He did not. Oh, I didn't know you were waiting for him. I have not heard back from him yet. I'm still trying to get a hold of him. Not sure where he's at. I'll continue to try and reach him. He normally answers me right away. The second, anytime I send a message, there he is. But I don't know what's going on with him. He looks like he's trapped in the TV. So I'm going to check the back of the TV. I'm going to give him a phone call. I'm going to look up and down and around everywhere. I know he's not here, but maybe he is here. I don't know, but we have a lot more dueling to come up, a lot more exciting action, some cool stuff that you're going to want to see, especially the next regional season. That's right, but before that, it's going to be the Alliance Insight Premier event taking place April 25th to the 27th. You're going to be able to collect cards before their official release at the Alliance Insight Premier event. Every duelist who purchases a minimum of 5 packs will receive a Field Center card with their purchase and be entered into a drawing to win exclusive prizes, including a full-size game mat and an ultra rare card. And you see that beautiful game mat, the awesome Regenesis Archfiend. The new Regenesis theme is quite cool. You're going to want to find out more about that. We're going to have some videos coming up shortly. We're going to explain more into it. And of course, the beautiful cover monster that you'll find on that game mat. There's a couple more rounds of Swiss today. We're going to have 2 more rounds in the morning before we cut the top 32 for that single elimination portion of the tournament. Eventually crown a YCS champion. I'm going to try and find out what's going on with Jerome. You're going to stay here and watch more exciting duels, and then we're going to close the day with some awesome duels, and you're going to be all part of it. It's YCS Houston 2025. Don't go anywhere. We still got more Yu-Gi-Oh action to come today.
Welcome back, Duel fans, to YCS Houston. My name is Steven. His name is also Steven. And wow, what an intense round 7 that was. We had Blue Eyes Tombkeeper really showing off, and even a funny message, I guess. I don't even know, from Jerome. You know, did I ever tell you that my twin brother knows Jerome?
Dude, that is so weird. I've got a twin brother too. He knows Jerome.
Crazy.
Guy wears sunglasses. Anyhow, let's go ahead and just focus on the duels here because we still have some exciting rounds left. So, first off, we want to give you an update because we do have the Bounty Duelist still in contention here at the tournament. So, switching things over.
Yeah.
Again, Kamal still rocking it out with 18 points. Justin, 18 points. Neil holding it down with 10 points. Ryan, 12. And Francisco with 12. On the other side, Israel with 21 points. Dylan's got 12. Blake's holding down with 13. Hector, no slouch, 8 points still. And Tavion, a recent champion, 18 as well. Good stuff.
Wow, Israel with 21 points. If he ends up going undefeated in day 1, that is so many bounty packs that he'll have access to. That's amazing.
There's some really good stuff in there, as we recently found out, right? And he's going to get a taste of that too.
With that said, let's go ahead and talk about this amazing round 8 we have for you guys. Let's go ahead and just see what these duelists are playing. Trust me, we have a really exciting one for you guys. 2 duelists, both on the cusp of getting into day 2.
But before we do, again, 1,430 duelists in attendance, talking about the remaining duelists left in the tournament who are undefeated. There's only 12 undefeated duels, including our bounty duelists, which is wild. But you're right, Steven, it's time to go to the stage with Jackie to introduce these 2 duelists in contention.
We begin with the blue chair from San Antonio, Texas, Michael Gomez. He is a chicken strip connoisseur, and he's tried out hundreds of restaurants. Now to the red chair from Tilbury, Ontario, Adam Quenville. His fun fact, he finished his deck list while in the registration line. There you go. Let's duel. Let's send it over to our casters.
So many duelists have been there, right? You got to get that pen and paper out for the deck list. So, wow, it's one of those things. But he made it. Look how far he has gotten in the tournament. It's going to be kind of a squeaker of a duel, though. Look at this matchup.
Yep, we got Kashtira versus Fiendsmith Tombkeeper. Going to be really exciting to see from both players here. Both players also notably at 6 wins. I don't know if you guys know this, but 19 points is the magic number to guarantee your spot in day 2. So the winner of this match will have a guaranteed shot of going into the next round, and of course going into round 10 at day 2. But if they lose, they still have 1 round left to maybe make it up.
We can't get ahead of ourselves yet because this is still Swiss round 8 and both duelists just working as hard as they can. Sort of a win and in situation here. Not on the bubble just yet, but it would just be nice to get into that next round with a little bit of confidence and start working towards that coveted spot in the top cut.
And this is why it's really cool to see people kind of like on the bubble. You get to see archetypes that we haven't necessarily seen that much of. We saw a lot of Tombkeeper today. All the brand new Odeon cards being supported from Maze of the Master. We all know they're awesome. But Kashtira, a pure Kashtira deck in 2025. Amazing to see.
Level 7 and level 7 services, but it shows you that there's a lot of decks out there. You know, some duelists, they're like, oh, I don't want to play any of these new decks. I'll sit this format out. You don't have to sit the format out. Just play the cards you already know and love. And obviously that has done some great things for Michael here, having a really almost spotless tournament record. Again, no losses, just a draw with Kashtira.
Yeah, going to be really exciting to see how that kind of lends itself into this matchup here, because Kashtira famously a really nice, good source of non-engine that can interact with monster effects, but doesn't necessarily do that much against trap card effects. So Adam might have some really fun advantage points, just kind of seizes the opportunity of this matchup in particular.
That is a very interesting thing. A lot of duelists in Master Duel, having seen, you know, the forces of Kashtira Unicorn, Kashtira Ogre, Kashtira Fenrir, they know, oh, I'll just sequence my monster effects correctly so I don't run into any trouble. Adam kind of having that advantage, just like you said, there aren't any monster effects if they are trap cards.
Also, in the TCG specifically, unlike Master Duel, we have 3 copies of all the Kashtira cards, Fenrir, Race Off, and let's see how they can interact in this game 1.
All right.
Both duelists ready for the roll. Will we get the tie for some evenly matched duelists? That is 6 over from Adam.
Arrows 1.
Michael going for the roll.
That is 3.
Ooh, swing and a miss.
But something tells me Michael doesn't care too much about that.
It's kind of nice from Michael's perspective. You almost want to lose the die roll so you don't give any information to your opponent. Kashtira is certainly known for being able to go second. And look at that, Fuwalos and Raigeki. This might be a blind going second build.
Yeah, if I knew I was going second, I'd love those 2 cards in my hand.
Well, let's see what Adam ends up doing, having a Fuwalos of their own in the hand. Also got, it's like a couple of different ways to start this turn, but we're going to start with a man with the mark.
This will let him go search for...
Searches for Temple of the Kings or...
Adam, I couldn't have said it better than myself. It can search for Temple of the Kings or any card that mentions it.
All right, let's see exactly what we pull here then.
I think we already saw Treasure of the Kings in Adam's hand, so we could just get the OG Temple if we wanted to.
Certainly could. Also has the Anubis, the Last Judge in hand, and getting a little preview of the deck there. The Fiendsmith monster is certainly at the ready. It's going to be a very powerful turn indeed, especially if we just get 2 monsters on the field and turn them into Moon of the Closed Heaven.
Yep, there we see the OG Temple going to be able to activate set cards this turn by activating this effect. First, we're going to use Treasure of the Kings to get even more searching out of our deck. This could get us our Circuit here now that we have some more advantage.
I think so. Now you can tell Adam has had to be doing this all day, right? Explaining to his opponent what these great cards do. Do not sleep on this deck because we've seen so many times people just finding new ways to kind of combine it with other strategies as well. And even the core deck's great.
Yep, and here we see Adam looking through his deck once again, just getting more cards added to his hand. We're going to get the Serpent of Apophis trap card. That'll let him search for another Apophis after he activates his Temple of the King, which will be really nice. And thus, if he has his 2 trap monsters, he'll be able to fusion summon.
Setting that second trap on the field. Now he's got 2 traps, so we're going to go ahead and use the effect of the Treasure of the Kings.
Search the circuit.
Yep, there's the circuit I was talking about, adding to his hand right here.
I have Temple of the Kings on the field. I banish level 10 or higher. Can I read it? Yeah.
Yeah, so he's just going to explain that he can banish level 10 or higher from his deck in order to, I believe, summon the monster.
It can, and it's crazy too because it is 10 or higher. It doesn't have to be exactly 10, so you can use that for things like Lord of the Heavenly Prison or Nibiru the Primal Being. Lots of great monsters in the format.
And of course, it's specifically a reference to Winged Dragon of Ra being a level 10 monster, but also Anubis the Last Judge, because why not?
Certainly works.
No, like, let's say Apophis.
That's a judge call you do not want to make.
So here we see the Link 2 here, and we'll see the second half of Adam's deck, going to be probably that Fiendsmith engine by starting off with that Moon of the Closed Heaven. Oh, actually going straight into Silhouette Rabbit. My bad. I think, obviously, he's trying to play around the Fool as much as possible. All you really need is Silhouette Rabbit.
Certainly helpful card there. You know, it was a great card at first, but mostly was just used for the Azarun statue. Now we're getting to see its full potential here with multiple different decks.
Ooh.
Oh, and it's the Statue of the Anguish pattern.
This is a really awesome card that released in, I believe, Crossed Souls of all sets. It's a common, and it's one of the most powerful enablers for all trap monster-based decks, basically giving you infinite pops equal to the number of trap monsters you can summon.
Does get to go ahead and activate that Apophis immediately because of the Temple of the King spell card.
When you set off? Yeah.
Yep, so now he's going to be able to set Swamp Deity, and thanks to Serpent, he can also activate that this turn, get another trap monster, and then he's going to probably use these 2 to fusion summon into the Apophis fusion monster.
That Divine Surface Apophis is no joke. Again, being able to get back 2 Apophis trap cards, it's so insane.
He is giving away another Fuelos draw, but trust me when I say it's worth it because this card represents another pop when activating a trap card, and he gets to reset the 2 trap cards that he used to summon it. Amazing.
Good stuff.
That's an Apophis monster.
We've seen people cheer for Set 5 Pass and Eldritch, but this is just on a whole nother level.
I believe everything besides the set card that Adam had before he searched with Treasure is known.
And strategically, this deck just does so much. We didn't get into the Fiendsmith engine, obviously, because of the Mulcharmy Fualos, but he got to test the waters. So if we hadn't seen the Mulcharmy, it would have been... What?
Harpy's Feather Duster when Mammoth Mark is not in play.
Oh, and there's no Verdict of Anubis either.
No, but there is Swamp Deity. So if you Chainlink 1 Swamp Deity, Chainlink 2 Anguish Pattern, you can use the Swamp Deity to negate the Harpy's Feather Duster that's on the field. Really heads up play from Adam here. Otherwise, he would lose his entire back row. Normally, your Mammoth Mark can protect your back row, but he's not in play right now.
It's so cool to have that built-in archetype negate, and it can just basically just happen at a moment's notice like we're seeing here. Great art on Harpy's Feather Duster, but it is not going to help this turn.
Definitely a jump scare if you're Adam, 100%. And there we see Raigeki, another powerful going second card here. Going to be destroying all of his monsters. Right now, I don't think they have protection, so they are open to being destroyed. And unless Adam has a second Swamp Deity, I don't think he'll be able to stop this one. Yep, there it is. They all get destroyed. Silhouette Rabbit and the like. All we have left is the Serpent of Apophis that we know about and another face down. And there we see Kashtira Unicorn coming out from Michael because he has no monsters. He can special summon it. Just going to let him get birth.
A very strong way to start that go second build. Again, just clearing the field of everything and then just summoning your first monster there. Although there's not as many targets left in the extra deck for Kashtira Unicorn to gobble up at this point. The most important ones, of course, are the Silhouette Rabbit and the Divine Serpent and the Apophis. But we'll see what happens from here as Kashtira Birth. Search out from the deck and add to the hand.
And I think I saw a Wraithsoth in Michael's hand, meaning he has a guaranteed normal summon of whatever Kashtira monster he wants. And I think I see a Rise Heart in his hand, too. Ooh, it looks like he's going to be using the Rise Heart's effect to summon itself.
Yeah. Good.
This does lock him now into Xyz monsters, but I don't think Michael cares about that because that's all he wants to summon anyway.
Does feel pretty good. Beautiful Cashier Fenrir Ultimate Rare there.
Beautiful. That was from what, OTS 22, 24?
Want to say you're right on that.
Something like that? Someone knows in the chat for me, but it's a beautiful card nonetheless.
Gonna go and banish those 3 cards face down. Wonder if we hit anything too important there. We'll never know. They're going to drop the Cashier Birth down.
Yeah, we could just use it to special summon the unicorn from the Banish Zone here, actually. So there we see the Apophis Serpent, and we're going to get Swamp Deity again, and now we can use that Swamp Deity to negate the Birth before it has a chance to activate its effect. Really heads up play from Adam.
No, super smart, preventing both the special summon and the additional normal summon of a level 7 monster. Just a great way to try to keep his opponent at bay as long as he can.
And because these are all trap cards, they don't trigger any of the Kashtira monsters.
Certainly helps to be safe there.
But no need to activate it right now. You can just do it in response to Michael using Birth.
Well, you might try to use it early because you're afraid, but I guess he's worried about additional cards there.
Other trap monsters. So like 1.
He still does have Temple of the Kings as well, just in case some interesting shenanigans happen, but now we're going to go ahead and do the Kashtira Theosis.
Oh, that was Kashtira Theosis. I thought it was Wraithos. So sorry, everyone. That is Kashtira Theosis. That's going to be a really powerful card for him here.
And a big decision for Adam to make. Do you stop the Kashtira Theosis now and leave the Birth in play? Well, it'll be able to use its effect at least.
Something to keep in mind here is that if Michael does get access to Shangri-Ira, because Adam has already clogged up some of his zones with the Temple of the Kings, it could be hard for him to set more spell and trap cards. That could be pretty rough for him, actually.
Always oppressive to lock out those spell and trap zones. I usually do that against Labyrinth decks on Master Duel, and it has great effects. We'll see if that pays off here. But we're actually just getting a Scareclaw Kashtira, just putting a body on board.
Yeah, probably just wants to go into a level 7 play if he can.
Well, a lot of 7s to choose from.
Big Eye could be a funny one because you can take the trap monster that Adam has.
Oh, wow.
So it is a normal monster on the field.
This deck has gone through a lot of different iterations, but as you see, Kashtira Pure is still a deck.
And I believe Michael still has access to his normal summon. If
Hasn't
I'm
used it yet, that's right.
not mistaken. So here we have Burst Effect to summon, it looks like.
Now we've got to, yep.
Yes, 100%. We cannot let him get access to Fenrir if he doesn't already have one in hand.
It just negates it.
Apophis the Swamp Deity jumping out there to go ahead and negate the Kashtira Birth.
I did see a second Birth flashed in Michael's hand, but I believe it can only be activated once per turn.
Believe so. Might be helpful if you need to get an additional normal summon out of it, but
That's true, that is true.
We'll see.
Let's see, what rank 7s could he have access to here? Big Eye, I think, would be a funny one. Red Eye's Flare Metal could be a funny one. We also saw Shangri-Ira in there, too. I know he wishes he could summon a Rise Heart, but that we do not have that in the TCG, unfortunately.
It is funny, we're still using the Kashtira Rise Heart icon for the deck. Certainly notorious monster there, but not exactly going to show up in this duel. But we are doing an Xyz summon.
Ooh, there's the, I believe that's called Felgrand, correct?
I think it might be the Armed Dragon. Let's take a look here.
Dark Armed Dragon, the Annihilator, that's what it was. Yeah,
that's right.
It reminded me so much of the level 8 Felgrand, though, but it's a rank 7 monster, of course.
And a very big one.
So here we see him detaching the unicorn to activate the effect. I'm just getting a clarification on what this card does before he lets it resolve. And I think he's deciding that he wants to destroy the Treasure of the Kings with its effect.
Target.
No, he's going to get rid of Temple of the Kings. Really good heads-up play here. That from Michael. That kind of like turns on a lot of the cards in Adam's deck.
Definitely a good way to do it. Going to banish that Kashtira Theosis.
And like I
add back and... Oh, and there's the second Birth for the normal summon.
Gotcha. So you can activate multiple bursts, but like you can use each effect once per turn.
That's correct. That's correct.
Did I use Fenrir this turn?
And this is going to be huge because now the Kashtira Fenrir can clear out a lot of threats there, whether they be defensive or maybe just clearing out the field spell. Now, I think I noticed this before as we're flipping through the deck. It looks like there are no trap cards being run by Michael there. So we have all spells versus a predominant amount of traps.
Wow, the battle of the going first deck versus the going second deck, I guess.
I think they're both in their comfort zone. They both got to do exactly what they want to do, but let's see which strategy prevails as we bring out Tier Lament's Kashtira.
Going to be banishing the unicorn in order to summon that monster.
Summon effect.
Using the on-summon effect to mill. Going to go ahead and have the deck cut before we send cards from the top of our deck to the graveyard. Just make sure we do everything in the right order as possible here.
I'm going to send the top 3 of your graveyard.
Oh, of his deck.
He's going to be getting rid
so
of
Adam's going to lose cards.
Ooh, sending an engraver to the yard is really huge for Adam. But right now, I don't think he has any Light Fiends in there, so...
Not yet, but he does have 2 monsters, but not for long.
Oh, hold on. Okay, that card can attack. We'll go...
Yeah, I believe Burp says the monster can attack, right, if it's summoned?
22 and 18. Yep. Going to 22.
Oh, no.
And no, it can definitely go in.
Dark Arm Dragon can attack.
That's correct. So we are losing the Treasure of the King's Field spell and one of our trap monsters.
I mean, Michael has eaten up all of Adam's resources this turn, and he still has access to his own rank 7s if he wants.
Shows you this deck still gets it done. 2,600 direct, bringing him down to 5,400 life points.
I mean, with this board texture, making Shangri-Era with Fenrir still up feels pretty good to me.
And I think we're going to go into another rank 7 here. I feel like it's probably time for Kashtira Shangri-Ira.
Or Red Eyes Flare Metal and just like deal Adam damage every time he uses a card.
I mean, with a combo deck like this, it could really stack up. And while it has materials, it can't be destroyed, and there was a lot of destruction effects in this deck, so maybe not the worst way to do it. Oh, he's going back and forth. He's not sure.
He is going to go for the Red Eyes Flare Metal Dragon. There it is.
Hey, Red Eyes. All right, so Joey Wheeler jokes aside, it is a powerful card for sure.
Yeah, that's going to basically just put a lot of pressure on Adam to every time he not only activates a card, every time he activates a monster, that card will then trigger Fenrir, and then every time he activates any card, he'll just take damage.
And doing the math here, I think that means Adam could only activate 11 effects without dealing with that card, and honestly, 11 effects
might be more than
this
enough.
deck, yeah.
But to also play through a Fenrir and a potential Dark Arm Dragon swing on the next turn, that's pretty rough.
All right, so we're going to use Anubis the Last Judge. When it resolves, that's 500.
Yep, this will get us our Man with the Mark, which will then get us into our full Tombkeeper combo like we saw on turn 1.
It almost feels like a duel puzzle, right? Can you win in 11 moves?
I don't know if you guys heard, but Michael's like, I really should have bought some maze packs so I knew what these cards did before I played against them. Yes, Michael, that is a great idea.
Words to live by.
Buy the new set so that way you don't get styled on by these really awesome archetypes.
You know, I make the jokes about doing the Duel Academy homework, but it is important to just take a look at the set. Just force yourself to just read through the Yu-Gi-Oh! Database and be like, okay, at least I've read all of these cards at least once. So you're not seeing them for the first time here at the featured match station.
Speaking of for the first time, I think this is the first time we've seen Anubis Last Judge's effect resolve on stream. Sorry, it's not an effect, I should say. It's a summoning condition to summon it from the graveyard by taking... If you have 3 or more trap cards of different names, you can take 2 of them and place them on the bottom and then summon it back out.
Now, they do have to be 2 differently named, so I do hope...
Oh, did he choose 2 Swamp Deity?
Yeah, it has to be 2 different names. It's worded kind of funny, but he does need to be taking specifically 2 different names there.
Yeah, he needs to have 3 in the grave,
and I think the judges have caught it. Yeah, thank goodness.
Very, very heads up on their part. He has 2 different names as well, which is fine.
Yeah.
But he just picked the wrong ones. Yeah, he chose 2 Swamp Deity. He needs to choose a Serpent and a Swamp Deity, and then he's good.
And it is worded kind of strange. I even came to the head judge table myself and said, hey, how does this work? And yeah, the final ruling is they do need to be 2 different names.
And this can't die or something? Artifacts.
Yeah, and then just clarifying here that the Flare Metal is protected from being destroyed by card effects. Then here comes the Anubis, which does have 3,000 attack and can't just attack over it. But on resolution, and because it's a summoning condition, he can't use Fenrir to banish it, actually, which is very important. And I think what Adam is thinking of is, can I out this Fenrir before I go for Man with the Mark?
Well, Man with the Mark might come in the nick of time here, but...
That I should put on the bottom?
Yep, and there we go. Just correcting
There we go. Just making sure, making sure.
They also don't get like put shuffle back in the deck. They're put specifically on the bottom, which is also I think a thing that Adam forgot to do as well. This effect is very rarely seen in the Tombkeeper deck because by the time you're using this effect, you're probably already winning. But for the grind games like this matchup, it comes up a lot.
And, you know, there are some duels, it's like, hey, you know, you got to know what your cards do, but it's true that you also have to get a lot of duels in to make yourself comfortable doing those game actions over and over and over. And if you don't have a huge circle of playtesting friends, maybe you're just sitting in the lab by yourself, just have to get the reps in so you feel comfortable doing it. But now we're back to where we should be.
And there we see Adam clearing that Fenrir. That was the only thing stopping this Man from the Mark from actually popping off. Like, Adam's like, I can take a few 500 points of damage. I just want to make sure that this guy stays on the field. Because now that I don't have to worry about Fualos, I can now go into my full Fiendsmith line. Ooh, and then we get Treasures of the King back. Can Treasures of the King add Temple from the graveyard? I don't think so.
Yeah, but what would you be doing with Temple right now? Certainly helpful for sure because you'd be able to flip over a trap card.
Well, you can add back the if you can add back with the Treasure of the Kings, the Serpent that you just put back into your deck, you can then activate it that turn and then get back to the Fusion Monster. But it's looking like Adam is just going to go for the Fiendsmith line here, going into Moon, then going into Requiem, as we've all seen before. We love this dance.
Sure, not aggregate. Activate Requiem.
Right, so going to go ahead and get rid of the Fiendsmith Requiem. We talked about how much damage was going to happen. 11 moves is what he's clocked at.
True. I think right now he's at 3,900 life points. Going to get Lacrima, potentially. Oh, Michael's saying, yes, activate all the effects, buddy. And then watch Adam go, actually, I'm not going to use her effect. Watch me, like, not do that.
Just be like, maybe not.
Oh, actually, no, he just summoned Lacrima, didn't do anything else. Because he already has Engraver, so he can just use Engraver to summon itself back anyway.
Interesting. Do you think we're about to see a Chaos Angel here?
Sure. Or we could see Engraver
just the
send the Flare Metal. That is not... that gets through the protection, and that stops all the damage that Adam has been taking.
Send has been such a powerful way to get rid of cards starting from Chaos Emperor Dragon, right? Here we are, so many years later, still being able to use it to get rid of cards that can't be destroyed.
Yep, and now we're more than safe to keep going.
The damage finally has stopped.
I think he's just debating here what the best thing to go into here is. Maybe he's thinking sequence. There is a world where like he can go sequence and maybe make like Duke of Demise and get an additional normal summon of a Fiend monster if he has access to one, but it could just be cute to go for like a Link play here probably.
Duke of Demise is just a cool card. I feel like we haven't seen nearly enough of it in the Fiendsmith decks, but people will cook something up, I am sure. But now we're seeing Treasure of the Kings being activated, so we're going to grab something from the deck again.
Yep, going to get that Apophis of the Serpent Trap, I imagine.
So many Apophyses. Just you get the whole like storyline of him. When he's a swamp deity, when he's the embodiment, maybe he's the god himself.
Yep, we still have not used the Treasure of the Kings effect to search for a monster that mentions Temple of the Kings, but I'm not sure how many we still have left in deck besides Anubis, the Last Judge, or another Man with the Mark, which we won't really get value out of this turn. So there we see those two monsters going to the grave, and we are going to see the Link Summon of Fiendsmith sequence. Is this a Desiree Gambit? We're going to put back 3 cards, plus an Engraver, sorry, including an Engraver, and that'll give us our Desiree.
You got to feel pretty safe here. The Desiree is going to be very helpful at stopping that first Kashtira monster that shows up if we do clear out the Dark Arm Dragon here. And you'll also have enough materials to maybe negate those Kashtira births too. But I don't see an Agmon so maybe it's just going to be 2.
Yeah, which does stop both of the births, thankfully. But once he activates the one to summon from grave, you don't really need to do anything else unless you are super worried about him having a normal summon.
Well, because he already controls a monster, the normal summon is a big deal here. Can't special summon a Kashtira if you control a monster.
Yep, and here we have the draw phase Serpent going to get Swamp Deity, even more negates on field, so just turning off all these powerful continuous cards. One of the most powerful ways to use effects like Desiree.
Oh, wow.
At the start of main phase 1, we're going to activate Pot of Extravagance. Going to be banishing, I imagine, the full 6 face down from our extra deck.
All of a sudden, those extra deck choices make a lot of sense, right? Because if you're running multiple copies of the same stuff, you don't mind burning off a couple of extra Kashtira Shangri-Iras or maybe a Red Eyes Flare Metal Dragon.
This could be a really good Swamp Deity effect here because you could just negate the Extravagance and then still keep up the Desiree in case you need to target both Kashtira births.
I'll Desiree target this birth.
Ooh, Desiree target the birth and the Extravagance, prioritizing using his monster interactions, maybe playing into a Talents if Michael has one. That could be a bit risky.
When the other one comes out, you have to have another trap.
It's like he is just verifying some stuff there now.
Ah, we're just we're just clarifying which birth was negated. You can't use any counters, something to denote that, but we can just remember together.
When it
certainly could take notes to maintain a legal game state, but no need to write here. We're all on the same page.
Okay. Yep, and Michael's just clarifying sort of how the order of operations work for Swamp Deity. At resolution of the effect, it'll check how many you have. So like if you chain Dark Armed and destroy the trap Apophis the Serpent, that would stop the negate from happening.
Absolutely. So we're going to target that and chain. So it'll special. We're going to negate. And then goodbye.
Yep, even though it's being moved to zones, it's still the same card that Dark Armed Dragon targeted. It doesn't get new information like other cards do if it's like sent to the graveyard or flip face down.
Trap monsters have always been a weird subject in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, but Glad to know both duels know the rules.
Fun fact, when they were summoned to the monster zone, they still took up spell and trap zones, but no longer do they do that.
Back in the day, I do remember back in the video game, you would see like the little continuous symbol. I've been playing a lot of early days collection, seeing that on repeat, but this is the present now, and so it looks like Adam thinking if he wants to jump back in. Nope.
Effect to return Desiree.
There we see the Typhon emergency button being pressed to send back Desiree.
Actually,
Adam staring at that card that he has face down. Yeah, to be fair, Typhon does not target, so he doesn't need to declare that. Adam just thinking a response here. He's going to let the Desiree go back to the extra deck, sending that sequence to the graveyard, and now all we're dealing with is a Typhon.
Is it into the end of the turn?
Definitely a lot less scary there for sure, but with the negated Kashtira bursts, you're not really getting a lot done.
I mean, to be fair, if Adam doesn't pressure Michael enough, those bursts are just going to get so much value for him turn over turn.
So all of a sudden, you know, trap cards, definitely known to create a grind game, but it seems like the spell cards are taking it this time. The duel's not over yet, so play passes back over to Adam. He's going to draw for his turn.
And there we see two Molcharmies just clouding Adam's hand.
Doesn't help when you control cards.
Yep, so Treasure here is going to, I think, search for a monster that can search for...
Oh, we're actually using the condition here of Anubis again.
Yep, going to be summoning it back. We have two different names going back to the bottom of the deck. We can just create this loop of this giant body. Oh, wait, can he? Oh, yeah, that's right. It's a summoning condition, not an effect, so Typhon does not stop it.
That is correct.
For a second, I was like, but isn't Typhon a really good card?
It is a really good card.
It is, but it does not stop Anubis the Last Judge from being summoned. And that can just out the Typhon right now.
Definitely big enough. Two Molcharmies.
I mean, you could normal summon them and make Moon. That's a thing.
You could actually, and this may be a good time to do it considering there's not a lot of resistance. We may see the Typhon cleared and then go into a Fiendsmith combo. Or not, because it looks like we are about to normal summon. I think that's Perulia in Adam's hand.
Yeah, because I think Adam wants to preserve his battle phase to do as much damage as possible because Michael's still at 8,000 life points. So there we see the normal Perulia, and like I said, we're going to go into Moon of the Closed Heaven here and then unlock the Fiendsmith engine that we recycled earlier with our Sequence and Engraver. And now when we get back Lacrima, we can actually use her effect to send to the graveyard here. Maybe get Paradise, maybe get that Engraver back in the graveyard. All great options. And now we can do the fun song and dance of put back Heaven, bring out Graver, use Requiem to equip, use Engraver's effect, get rid of Typhon that way.
I imagine since the Desiree is still in the extra deck, it would not feel bad to just bring it right back out.
Yeah, it still checks both the Kashtira bursts, which is all of Michael's follow-up, and then if it comes back to Adam's turn, he could just go for game there. But here we're going to see the Treasure of the Kings here to search because he has two set cards and or a trap in the graveyard. Both conditions are met right now. He can add a monster that mentions Temple of the Kings to his hand. Going to get his last man with the mark probably if he has it in deck. Boom, there he is.
Yeah, I normal summon the Perulia. Yeah.
A lot of retro cards on Michael's side. Retro in the sense that it's been 2022 since we saw Kashtira's at their peak of power. But I bet he's wishing that he didn't just pack Red Eyes. Maybe he hoped he brought Jinzo too.
Oh, Jinzo would have been an absolute house here. Here we're going to be getting the Engraver back by shuffling back the Moon, like I mentioned earlier.
Requiem, equip to Engraver.
Using the effective Engraver here to send both the Requiem and the Typhon, and now we're going to use these two to make, or we're not. We're not going to do that.
Oh, just realized that maybe the sequence is gone, yeah.
Yeah, maybe he should have returned that instead of the Moon, but he got a little ahead of himself. He was listening to me and not listening to his heart, unfortunately.
We'll keep our voice down then, but he's still in a really good position here. It's just the danger of a Kashtira jumping into the field and fray.
So it looks like we went to battle phase and we attacked with both of these monsters, dealing a total of 3,000 life points, bringing down Michael to 5K. It is worth noting that Adam did use his normal summon earlier on the Molcharmi Perulia, so that's why he couldn't summon Man with the Mark from his hand.
A little painful there. Maybe a good use case for the Duke of Demise after all.
Yeah, but how are you going to summon it without sequence?
Yeah, true. So yeah, there's the SP Little Knight.
Yeah, just an unfortunate mistake on Adam's part. If he just puts back the sequence using Engraver, he has the infinite loop of all the powerful cards.
Ah, so you're telling me he didn't sequence the play.
Oh, we got him. That's nice. Put it all in the jar. And now these bursts are pretty much unfettered. He can just bring back Fenrir effect search, and then he can get back a Rise Heart, and then he can go for a rank 7 play or just straight up clear this. Oh, well, I guess he needs to clear the SP first.
Does have to deal with the SP Little Knight, but oh, wow, Dominus Purge. And he does have a trap card in the graveyard. He definitely better on a deck like this.
Wow, negating and destroying that Fenrir. Don't even need to SP Little Knight it. We're good.
And now we're going to speed run.
This little open game state here, get the Lacrima out.
The attribute. Oh, sorry. Good.
Are we going to use the Requiem effect yet? May as well not. May as well wait for some kind of interaction from Michael. We've seen breakers before, and having a quick effect tribute is a really nice way to kind of dodge effects like that.
Also keeps 2 monsters on the field just in case there's another Raigeki or something like that. But actually peering into the hand, I see a Molcharmi.
And a Riseheart.
And a Riseheart. Ooh, Riseheart. Certainly a Kashtira, but maybe not the biggest.
Do we play rank 4s?
We're about to find out.
We might. Gotta be normal summon Perulia. Hey, Michael's like, I saw that play you made last turn, Adam. That's a really good play. I'm gonna do the same thing. Here's my Jellyfish.
Oh, and there we
Typhon number
go.
2. Oh, only in Extravagance decks where you see the double Typhon move.
Oh, yeah. 2 on the field.
So we're going to go ahead and tribute the Fiendsmith Requiem here. It's an emergency. Let's go ahead and get Lacrima and then likely send the Fiendsmith Paradise. Oh, no, we're going to send the Engraver.
What is that set card that Adam has had since turn 1? Is that the Paradise, you think?
I feel like it would have to be.
Because why would you not send Paradise here? You already have an Engraver in the yard, right?
Enter battle phase.
Going to battle phase, clearing out the SP Little Knight.
That's 1,300 damage. I mean, Michael's only at, Adam's only at 1,600 life points left.
Close it in. This has been an incredible game 1, by the way. Let me remind you, as we only have 18 minutes left on the clock and some change.
Yeah, both players are using up all of their resources, it feels like.
Certainly every piece of the deck in action here.
Would you use the Typhon here to bounce back the Lacrima? Because you know that Adam already has a normal summon in the form of Mark, so giving him 2 normal summons in his hand kind of makes his hand a bit more awkward.
You might. There's not really a reason not to keep that Xyz material under, or rather, you should use the Xyz material because it's kind of risky, right? If you don't use it, you lose it possibly next turn.
I think Michael was checking how many trap cards are in Adam's yard because I think Anubis can still be summoned, but I think we only have 2 trap cards, and I believe in order to even try to summon it, you need to have at least 3.
With different names, no less, so having a duplicate isn't going to help either.
It's Fiendsmith cards.
Yeah, because I keep putting stuff back. And do you want me to put this back and have him shuffle and draw?
He keeps doing Fiendsmith on my turn, so I just
we forgot to shuffle before.
Oh, people are just clarifying whether or not he should shuffle before he draws and then offer the cut to Michael.
You know it was this one.
Yep. Really good heads up from both players, always making sure they keep track of, has the deck been randomized, has it not been? A lot of things have been searched, a lot of things have been put back, all that stuff.
So drew a Book of Eclipse there, interesting, and at least has something you can turn face down if it needs to.
So I see Purge, I know we have Evenly in there.
Finally get the sequence back.
Yeah, put the Engraver right there, then we can use the Engraver to attach the Requiem. There we see the Lacrima coming down, we don't even need Man with the Mark anymore.
If he's not used, excuse me, if he doesn't use the effect, of course, I think that is the Fiendsmith Paradise down there.
Yeah, also I don't think he has really anything worth of value to send anyway, unless he had Paradise, of course. So there we see the Engraver getting rid of the Typhon once again, and now we're going to go into our link to of sequence. And if we do have an Agnum Day line, like you mentioned, this could be more than enough damage to go for game.
Definitely could be.
Jerome, are you seeing this?
Looks like Desiree is coming back.
So here we're going to go ahead and fusion summon all 3 of those monsters into Desiree.
And I do see the Agnum Day, so it is possible.
Yep.
One hand.
Yep.
Battle phase.
Oh, we're going straight into battle phase here.
Really?
1,200 plus 28, that's 4,000. Did he not see the Agnum Day line to go for 18 and then go for 46?
Maybe wanted to preserve it, but I
don't think I'm missing anything. I think that was a perfectly legal play.
Right, gonna link summon.
There we see the Agnum Day.
It out. Perhaps our math is a little shy.
I mean, to my knowledge, it was more than enough damage, but maybe Adam is afraid of something that I'm not taking into account.
Could be worried about Nibiru, the Primal Being, just a classic.
100%, yeah.
So we will say goodbye to one of the Kashtira births.
Thanks to the effect of Desiree. And there we see a pass. Agnum Day is a quick effect, so there's no point to shotgunning it now. You can just use it in response to whatever you want.
Absolutely. Another draw from Michael. Let's see what he's got.
Once per turn.
Also, YCS.
Just getting a clarification here how this card works. I think we just top deck Raigeki. Oh no, that's Lightning Storm.
And that is not going to help with those face-up cards on the field.
Yep, so here we see the Agnum Day going to the Spell and Trap zone, bringing back that Desiree and attaching it, and giving it the extra bonus of increasing its attack points for each link rating it has equipped to it.
Immediately negating that Kashtira birth, it looks like, too. Not a lot left in the extra deck after that pot of extravagance.
Is this going to be the old gambit of set a Riseheart and pass the turn and hope it's enough?
It looks like it's starting to turn face down. I'm a big fan of like watching card hands to try to sort of peer into a duelist's mind.
Oh,
and exactly,
there it
yeah.
is. Set Reinhardt.
So that Reinhardt being grabbed from the side, I'm like, I do think it's going in defense.
Hey, huge. Oh, and there's the feed for the Paradise. We were right the whole time. It was.
Just been sitting on it. I think this is the first time we got to see it resolve on stream, just clearing everything out.
Yep, and then on his next turn, he just switches the Desiree to attack mode and goes for game.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, plus we have the Agnum Day as well. More than enough damage. Yeah, it goes there, and then the Paradise goes to the graveyard. We're skipping steps here a little bit, but Adam's like, oh, it's time for me to win the game. Sorry if I got a little excited.
Yeah.
Right, draw.
Another. Has he drawn a Mulcharmy every turn?
They're glued to his hand, even if he doesn't want him to be.
Game 1 goes to Adam. What a grindy game 1 for both players. 2 Typhons were summoned. Incredible.
Michael keeping the duelist honest there, right? Show me the cards to win. I'm not going to concede an inch.
Definitely huge huge shout-outs to Michael there, bringing that really impressive board that Adam established turn 1 with just 2 powerful spell cards and then going, here's all my Kashtira monsters. Are they enough? And unfortunately, they were not.
That's just the game 1 winner, by the way. Remember, we've been watching the same duel for quite a while. A lot of furious cards flying back and forth. But looks like we might be removing some stuff over there.
Now, if you're Michael, because you know your opponent's on a trap deck, even though you are a blind second deck, are you kind of priced in to being like, but I don't want you to have access to your trap cards, right?
Yeah, Kashtira definitely can go first, but it's still very difficult to take out all those good cards, right? Think about Lightning Storm. You're going to miss it when they set 5 on turn 2.
Yeah, you would rather just play into your opponent's board, I think, at any chance you have.
We'll see what they end up side decking out there. Adam feeling pretty confident again, as we mentioned at the beginning of this very long round. He, if he wins, is just going to be able to advance pretty safely into day 2 without worrying about it. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to make it to the top cut, so every duel counts. But we are going into this with some advantage on the Tombkeeper side. Of course, Michael still worked very hard on that duel, showing that Kashtira has still got it, so we'll see what he's able to pull off. But you're right. Does he go first or second?
Do you think the main misstep for Michael's end was not going for Shangri-Era during Adam's turn? But he didn't really have any ways to banish cards during Adam's turn, so he wouldn't have gotten extra value out of the Shangri-Era pop.
Yeah, it is a little tricky too, because as you see with all the access to the Fiendsmith engine, you're still able to negate it. So even the protection effect of Kashtira Shangri-Ira wouldn't be doing that much if you just say, no, we're going to negate that. That doesn't even exist.
And Flare Battle did really pressure Adam and almost got him down to a potential range where Michael could have gone for game.
The Flare Metal's a really, really good card, and I have seen duelists just be like, I can't win fast enough. There's no way I can play enough cards, especially depending on what deck you're going against.
Yeah, and like we saw, like the Fiendsmiths resolve like minimum 4 to 5 monster effects with just one cycle of all their cards.
Absolutely, that's 2,500 damage right off the top.
Plus, who knows what else you do.
The duelists are pretty much locked in. Michael already presenting his deck. Adam just about to do the same.
Here's the first interesting choice of game 2. Will Michael choose to go second, even after post side?
Oh, he's got a little smile on his face. What's he going to tell him?
I think he's going to choose to still go second. He's believing in the dream that is the Kashtira go second deck.
I think so too. Oh, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series continues here in beautiful Houston, Texas. So let's go into game 2 of round 8.
Oh, no.
Both duelists are ready. They're happy. They're excited. Wish them all luck in the chat.
All right, let's see what happens first here.
It's looking like...
I see a lot of spell cards on the left there with Michael. I think he did go second, and he did. Adam was the man with the mark right off the top.
That's a great way to start for his Tombkeeper deck for sure.
Yep.
So I guess the theory here with Michael is just what we talked about. There's just so many great spells in the deck that specifically work in Michael's favor, so why change it up? Just stick to what you know.
But something that did not come up in the first game that Adam will probably be playing for this game is that Man with the Mark can protect your back row from being destroyed by card effects. And I don't know if Michael has thought about that for playing around any of these cards.
Have to be an order of operations problem. You just get rid of the Man with the Mark and then go for the spell and trap.
True.
But again, the spell and traps are what are probably going to keep you from getting rid of Man with the Mark.
No, I'm pretty sure Man with the Mark also protects himself too.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, he specifically protects himself and all your Apophis monsters.
Going to be difficult then. Get rid of one of those Anubis the Last Judges there to bring out Circuit.
Yep.
And this will get him access to Temple of the Kings here.
Yep.
The OG Temple of the Kings specifically. I guess you could get treasure as well, but you may as well get the real temple.
On res.
You know, didn't think about it before, but just now I realized that Adam running Book of Eclipse in the main deck means that he can set his own trap cards back to the spell and trap zone for additional activation.
Oh my gosh, you're totally right.
Yeah, it's just some weird stuff that like only this deck can do, but the Dimension Shifter coming down is really going to change things up. No graveyard means no access to some of the most powerful parts of this deck.
And because when they go back, their trap cards, they don't get flipped back up. That's so
right,
cool.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think Adam is more than content, even though he just got shifted here from Michael, just to be like, yeah, no, you know what? I'm kind of good. I have my Popus cards. I have some interaction. I'm chilling.
Set it and forget it. I think that is Adam's plan. And that's it. Pass turn. Michael draws. Still an effective Dimension Shifter here.
Oh, here we're just clarifying what Circuit's effect is on field.
Monster, and if you do, it gains attack equal to the destroyed monster's original attack.
It's kind of an homage to the original Circuit monster. Whenever it destroys cards, it kind of like sucks them up and then eats and then gains their attack.
Absorbs their power. Odeon would be proud wherever he is.
So there's Lightning Storm. I believe we just called spell traps. So if we chain our continuous traps to be summoned here, Man with the Mark will then protect them. But if they're still face down, I don't believe it will.
Should not, because their names would be unknown.
Right, exactly. But if they get activated, they'll be known. Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, but we are going to see those activations. No reason not to.
And that's 2 infinite impermanents being destroyed.
Look
That's
how gorgeous
huge.
those are, too, by the way.
Ultimate rare. Oh, so many ultimate rares being shown off today.
Pretty good. All right.
Ooh, nice.
Okay. Yeah, that would just destroy Circuit here, but it does protect specifically this card and then all of his Apophis monsters.
Apophis monsters.
All right, so still has spells. I see what appears to be 2 Kashtira Theosis and a Kashtira Birth, so he's just going to set some cards. Just 1 card and pass turn.
Go ahead.
So that's rough. Maybe just a few too many spells in this deck.
Yeah, not enough monsters to be able to use all those powerful Kashtira combo cards.
For now.
Sometimes we like to say all gas and no brakes. I almost feel like Michael's turn was all gas and no car.
Right. all brakes, no gas.
Yeah, there's just nowhere to go.
He just stopped Adam's cards. He didn't really do anything.
That's true. That's true.
So there we have another judge going to the graveyard. This time going to the graveyard, even though Shifter was in play. Oh, well, we banished the first one with Circuit, but this one will go to the graveyard. Gonna get another Man with the Mark here.
Many.
You summon a detonator, right?
Just glad this deck has caught the imagination of so many different duelists, right? We didn't see a lot of it at Team YCS Las Vegas, but in the regionals in between, people really understand the Man with the Mark.
Yeah, people are always afraid to like really dive in like week 1 for these TCG or World Premiere archetypes. But man, I feel like if we just had this figured out for YCS Vegas, it would have been such a different event.
Oh, absolutely. Hopefully there are some Tomb Keepers watching that have been inspired.
We've definitely seen some awesome iterations. What's been your favorite? I think
the Blue Eyes one was pretty sick. I ain't gonna lie.
Having more Spellcaster normal summons is always a good thing, baby.
Did you have a Circuit or something?
But this version's really good. Adam has just been doing such numbers, just kind of sort of playing it straight, but including the Fiendsmith engine for that additional extension that doesn't use his normal summon.
There we see a link with the 2 Man with the Marks. Probably going to access our own Fiendsmith engine here if we're Adam. No Silhouette Rabbit again. Oh, I can never get it right.
Commentator's curse. It's still a good move, either or, but it looks like Adam is really all about the trap card and trap card activations. The Fiendsmiths have been really late in the turn or later in the duel, but getting that Statue of Anguish pattern set, just good stuff.
Ooh, and there we see another Apophis the Serpent coming down, being activated by the Temple of the Kings, and that will give us another trap monster, and I believe it will trigger Silhouette Rabbit to destroy that set card that Michael has.
Yeah.
Thus clearing the way. It was cached here at the Theosis.
You remembered.
Haven't seen this many trap cards on the first turn since Makura the Destructor used to have its own old effect.
Oh man, that card was crazy.
Oh, it was insane.
Yeah, it was his turn. That's what I summoned last turn.
Yeah, so the Serpent that he just switched to attack mode was summoned during Michael's turn. This new one was set this turn thanks to Temple, and he summoned it in attack mode. I believe it has the classic stats of 1600 attack, 1800 defense. So right now we have, I believe, 46 damage for Adam.
Definitely big numbers, but maybe able to close it out right now. So still taking a look.
I mean, we could summon Swamp Deity here. We could go for Divine Serpent Apophis.
Can you set it in the same zone that it's summoning from because it's all one effect?
Oh, he's asking about the ruling of, can you summon it to a different zone, or does it have to be the same zone? Yeah, they're pretty much just free monsters now. It's the easiest way to think about how these trap cards work.
Absolutely, yeah.
Summon it and then you have the option to set.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so it's all like one effect, but they like resolve in sequence. It's a once you do this, then you do this.
All right, so Adam considering their options.
I think he's just debating if he wants to summon this Divine Serpent Apophis, sorry, this Apophis Swamp Deity, and then get some more damage. But here we're just going to, I call it Link Fusion Summon, into Divine Serpent Apophis. Going to be resetting those Serpent Apophis if he wants to. How much damage is this? I think Divine Serpent has 2,800 attack points.
Oh, but we're about to see more on the field already.
Yeah, and then I believe Swamp Deity has 2,000 attack points because it's level 6 and not level 4, so it's a bit stronger. And this could be a lot of damage that Adam is representing here.
Yeah, Apophis is 28.
Yep. No, we're going to Link Spider because it is a normal monster. Wow. And now we're going to use Apophis the Last Judge, shuffling back 2 different names. That was the other name we needed to put back. Sorry, not shuffle back, put to the bottom of the deck. And now we have 3,045 plus 38. Is that 8,300 damage?
I think that's big enough numbers. This is crazy.
Yeah, it's 45, 55 plus 28 is 83.
Is that the battle phase effect, or that was
Well, I guess we just got to tally it up, see if there's anything missing.
That one does what?
If I activate a trap on like a new chain, the way Fenrir activates, it targets a card on the field and destroys it.
Yeah, just clarifying how Anubis is. Anubis has an actual on-field effect, by the way, where it can like pop cards if you activate trap cards. Very powerful.
That one's good.
Oh no, he's talking about Divine Serpent. I apologize.
So I take battle damage.
All right, taking the damage.
Oh, clarifying with the illusion monsters, I believe that's only for battles.
Yeah,
and you always take battle damage too. You don't not take battle damage.
Neither monster is destroyed by battle because they're illusions. The vibe of the cards there is that they just sort of pass through you and nothing happens, but you still take the game.
Yep, that was enough damage for Adam to win the game. Wow, really awesome to see that line. I had no idea we had Link Spider in the deck to get that extra bit of damage.
Yeah,
Super
every
awesome
now
to
and
see.
again there's like a weird deck where you're just like, yeah, I have a normal monster in the deck. I need to convert it to an effect monster, and that can set up for some really cool SP Little Knight plays, but we didn't even have to see that. Adam just takes the game 2-0 in a 42-minute duel. Oh, all traps, all spells, all the time, but Adam clinched it out. Really good stuff.
Yeah, Tomb Keeper has definitely been the talk of the town this weekend. Lots of players showing how powerful these cards are and all the different things they can do. Sad we couldn't see Michael show a bit more of what his pure Kashtira deck can do. Really awesome, but maybe not the best in this particular matchup. Not many monster effects to get value off of, unfortunately.
That is absolutely true, but he's still got a chance, right? He is still, this is his first loss. He had a draw before, so, you know, X1 can top, absolutely.
100%.
And what an amazing series of duels. Like, this is just so wild, the impact of what a previously existing deck was out there. You see the creativity of duelists, right? We saw that with Blue Eyes, where people doing things like Invoked Blue Eyes, or maybe they were doing a Pure Blue Eyes or a Primite Blue Eyes. This feels like the next cool deck where everybody's just styling.
Oh yeah, super awesome to see, and I can't wait to see more this weekend and all the fun things people are going to do. Congrats to Adam for guaranteeing his spot in Day 2. This will be the last round you and I are commentating today before we come back tomorrow for round 10 and onwards. It's going to be so much fun, you guys. I can't wait.
It's just going to be a good time. I just can't believe seeing like all the cool cards, because that's what I just look for. When the new cards come out, yeah, it's cool in theory. It's way cooler for somebody to just put that in the deck box, fill out the deck list, and just go and do it. And a lot of people have been doing that this weekend.
Hey, you know, I love talking about cards as much as the next guy, but playing with those cards and winning with those cards, even better.
So are you thinking of building a Tomb Keeper deck of your own?
I have so many decks I want to build right now, Steven. It's hard, but yes, it's so impressive and awesome. And I do have a collector's rare Man with the Mark, which is really pretty and nice, and I want to show it off.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, I was thinking maybe like an Argo Stars build just to test. I don't know if it's going to be good. Don't quote me on that. Don't start picking up Argo Stars cards, but it just might be a fun way to go ahead and do that.
I mean, that makes Anguish Pattern even more pops, so it can't go wrong, right?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because they special summon themselves and then they put themselves back into the spell and trap zone. It's a really weird, bizarre deck. If you haven't seen it, it just came out in Supreme Darkness, but might give that a shot. Might actually have to try Tomb Keepers out myself.
Hey, anything can work. If Blue Eyes Tomb Keeper can work, I think anything can work.
Anything that's a spellcaster now is just a Blue Eyes deck, right? That's how the sort of invoked crossover happens.
Yes.
Because Alistair gets negated and you're like, okay, cool, Spirit with Eyes of Blue.
And who knew playing Alistair with light monsters was a really good thing to do? Like, what are the odds? Mechaba, really good card.
Mechaba, that sounds familiar. Oh, goodness. What a weekend we've had so far. Again, some really interesting stuff and great decks. But tomorrow is really going to be cool. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We still have one more round ahead of us. So.
Yep, and a lot of duelists are vying to make sure that they get that 19-point magic number to guarantee their spot in Day 2 and give them as many chances as possible to be in a YCS top cut.
The real temptation is you can't stay up all night, right? Because you still want to get testing done. Maybe you want to get ready for your public events tomorrow. Spoiler alert, I think the French Open happens at like 3 a.m. local time.
Yeah.
I've already got my alarm set so I can continue to watch more duels. There's just so much Yu-Gi-Oh going on. It's a great time to be in the game.
Yeah, Steven, don't you realize, like, yes, I love sleep, but I love dueling more. If I choose not to sleep, I can watch more dueling and duel more.
That's true. That's true.
Win-win.
We're just teasing. Please take care of your body. Please sleep, because that's honestly the best way to get ahead in the tournament. You're the one who ate. You're the one who took care of your body. You're the one who's prepared to duel.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good stuff, good stuff. Has there been anything that you wish we've seen, right? There's still maybe somebody floating out there that we haven't seen yet. Maybe like those A to Z duelists that are still floating out.
Ooh, that could be really cool. Some more Maze of the Master archetypes that maybe haven't been talked about enough because of how cool they could be. Yeah, I'd say that'd be a really awesome inclusion and surprise factor during day 2. Yeah.
Definitely some performance stuff. And no, I didn't stutter there. It's performance, not performage. But speaking of performances, let's go ahead and go to our stage so we can talk to Jackie and hear from our winner themselves.
Thank you so much, Stevens. And I am with Adam, our big winner. What a fantastic day for you. Such a great performance on stage. Show me some enthusiasm here, Adam.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. You did fantastic. I do want to talk to you a little bit about your deck here. We were jokingly talking behind the scenes, and you were like, Jackie, I literally was putting this together when I was in the registration line. It worked out for you.
Yeah, I have no one to thank but Ferruccio. We started at the back of the line, finished the deck at the front of the line, and walked up to register.
Okay. So playing today, have you felt nervous at all or uneasy?
Only on stream.
Why? Was it the lights and people watching?
Everybody watching me. But I got the win, and that's all I can hope for.
Was it kind of cool being up here, though?
It's terrifying.
You're killing me right now with this interview. It's too funny. Talk to me about tomorrow. What is your mentality moving forward in the tournament?
Just win the next one.
I like that, taking it duel by duel.
Yeah, exactly. That's all you can do. Live in the moment and duel by duel.
I love that. Okay, is there anything that you want to say to everyone watching at home, to your friends who are here?
Hello, my best friends.
Adam, probably my best interview today, I'm going to be honest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Best interview today, too.
Thank you so much, Adam. I'm going to send it back to our casters.
And hello to you too, Adam. Great job as always. We have some fun stuff to talk about before we go over to our break for round 9, like the Quarter Century Stampede release celebration event.
That set is just incredible, and one of the coolest looking cards out of it is the Salamangreat Raging Phoenix. And so coming April 9th through April 20th, check with your official tournament store participating locations, but you could win your own Salamangreat map. And we've seen some Salamangreat duelists in the tournament. It's not like that deck is going anywhere, so you're going to want to show up to your shop pretty soon.
I mean, as long as you have Promethean Princess in your deck, you can summon this card.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. It's just so wild that, like, you think about Yu-Gi-Oh's future, and then you look about Yu-Gi-Oh's history, and like, oh yeah, all the cards are still good in that set. Oh my goodness.
It's almost like our game is eternal, always going on, like Atem himself.
It does make the Yu-Gi-Oh trading card game specifically special that, like, none of the cards go out of style unless they're on the Forbidden Limited list. So just some crazy, crazy stuff. But on that note, I think it's time to throw it a break. This will be our last cast for the day, but don't worry, there is another round coming up, so Billy and Asal will be back soon. But thank you so much for watching. We'll be back tomorrow.
See ya.
I'll pass too.
Draw.
Yeah.
Stand by. Me?
Yes.
Normal summon. Activate. I want summon. Activate.
Jeez.
That's fine. Affected? Yes. And on summon? Well, chain link 1 affected. Yeah, that's fine. Activate my Wallows. 4 in hand? Yes. That's fine. Okay. Working bad. And battle's fine, yes. Attack for 31. I'm going to chain Lancia. Not yet.
YCS competitor for the following players in the event team: Jay, Silver, David, and Stu in the event team. Jay.
Yeah, 31. Okay. Main phase 2.
Before we begin, I have just a couple of announcements that I need to make.
130.
First of all, I've already made this announcement a few times, but throughout the room there are QR codes for a survey. If you fill out that brief online survey before 3 o'clock tomorrow, you will be entered into a drawing for this Rescue Rabbit plushie that I am holding up right now. It's super adorable and super squishy. It's so fluffy. The drawing will take place tomorrow at 3:30.
That's fine.
We greatly appreciate any feedback that you have.
Yep.
And so that's why we are giving away this Rescue Rabbit just for filling out the survey to one lucky
That's summons from deck.
So please make sure that you scan that QR code,
Yep.
fill out the survey,
Seconds.
and then tomorrow at 3:30 we will be drawing a name. The winner must be present to win and must agree to the terms and conditions on the UDOblog.com website.
Yep. I bricked.
Now, this is round 9. This is the last round of the day.
Oh, that's why
When this round is finished, once all of the match results lists have been turned in, we will post
Hello, everyone. To all the duelists out there, we're here at YCS Houston, and we have something a little special for you that we've never done before. We're going to do an interview with our YCS Orlando champion. We're going to ask him a few questions. I'm here with Tavion Crowley. Yes, first of all, thanks for joining us here. So excited to, watching your finals match in Orlando was so exciting. I had a lot of fun commentating it, but you were the winner, got to walk away with the trophy. That was your first YCS win, right?
Yes.
Yeah, all right, so we have some questions for you. Looking back now at all that excitement from Orlando, which was so exciting, take us back to that moment and describe how it felt to win the YCS.
I don't think you can put it to words. Like, it's an unreal feeling. I've been playing since I was 4 years old, and finally to get a win, it's just been amazing.
It was just like at that moment, even that's something you've been wanting for a long time. Yeah. It really is like an epic moment to finally have that victory. So like it's a long path to get there. You mentioned you've been playing since you were 4. Were there any moments where you maybe have doubted your ability to win? And if so, like how did you push through it? How did you overcome those doubts?
After Nats last year, I took a break from the game and had more doubts about myself, but my friends encouraged me with new stuff to try again, and it worked out pretty well.
That's right. I mean, you can never give up. You always there's always another tournament to play in, right? And that could be the one.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the players who've won for us say it has to be your day. The stars kind of have to align, and all you can do is give it your best effort, right?
Always be prepared.
Always be prepared. Do the best you can. Control what you can't control. What would it mean for you now that you have this opportunity here at YCS Houston to win 2 YCSs in a row and win back-to-back single-person YCSs?
It'd be amazing. Like go into another echelon of greatness. I think there's only like 4 or 5 duelists that have ever went back to back. So that would be an incredible feat.
So it's something you're really looking forward to doing. So if that's something that's on your mind. Was there a way like you prepared differently for this YCS as opposed to before already having that win under your belt?
Honestly, I practiced more for this one because
like, it's something to prove.
After you get that feeling, like you just want to get it again, and that's all I've been thinking about is winning again.
You want to get right back to the top of the mountain?
Yeah.
Definitely feel that. So you've been playing since you're 4. You already won a YCS. You probably learned a lot of things along the way. You talked about how there was like you had those kind of rough patch, but your friends carried you through it. Is there like an important lesson that you learned for competing at a YCS?
Discipline, definitely. Understanding that it's not always going to be your day. Matter of fact, 99% of the time, it's not going to be your day. But you even learn like life lessons, like just keep trying and keep improving time after time.
Never giving up. Yep.
Yeah.
I would say the same thing as advice. Definitely great. So how has winning the YCS impacted your life in the short time since then?
I've had more people come up to me and talk to me about it. It's been good growth for our team and stuff.
Nice.
And it's like gave me more confidence in my abilities, not even just in the game, but in life in general. More confident about myself.
Oh, that's awesome to hear. You realize like you can believe in yourself and achieve what you want to achieve, and applying that to just your regular life. Yeah, that's so good to hear. So awesome. Now moving away, kind of just more specific about the YCS, but into this like format in particular. Are there any underrated decks or tech cards that you've seen out there in the meta that maybe deserve more attention that might be flying under the radar?
At this point in the game, or like in the format, I don't think there's really any hidden techs. I think it's just comes down to who executes better along the course of the tournament.
Yep. So yeah, having that strong mentality makes a lot of sense.
Whoever makes the least mistakes.
Yep. You're staying on top of your game for sure. Now, I mean, you won a YCS. I know a lot of the things, at least for a lot of my memories in tournaments, it's about who I played along the way. Who I got the wins against means a lot, too. Is there anyone you're looking forward to facing here at YCS Houston that you'd love to add to your resume of maybe duelists you defeated?
I'd like to play against Dominic Couch. He beat me. Well, he's beat me 3 times. I haven't beat him yet, but I want to beat him in Top Cut. I think that'd be amazing.
That was Dominic Couch, 3-time Team YCS champion, amazing duelist, definitely a monster. So that's a good one to pick, but ambitious. But I think you might be able to do it if anyone can in the room. That's for sure. So last question. You talked about how you made it to the highest level. You're a YCS champion. Is there any advice you'd give to people that also want to become a YCS champion?
Keep practicing. First and foremost.
Practice makes you have to actually sit down and play, right?
You have to actually
Theory
play.
can only take you so far.
Don't be afraid to try new things or different things from the grain, and like when it's necessary, because
you never know if you don't try it.
Yeah,
definitely. So trying things, staying strong mental, definitely great advice to give. Well, I'm excited to see how you're going to do this weekend. It's going to be a good YCS. I hope everyone watching has been enjoying the YCS so far. We have a lot more YCS action coming up. So thank you for joining us for YCS Houston coverage. Thank you, Tavion, for talking to us. We have more dueling going on, so stick around, everyone. It's time to duel. Hello and welcome back, everyone. We're here for the final round of Swiss here on day one at YCS Houston. It's been a crazy day so far, just like every YCS, but I feel like this one's been a little more exciting.
A lot of surprises, you know. It's rare that we get to see a YCS with so many decks showing out when we've reached sort of the end of a format, so to speak. There's been a defined best deck. There's been, at least a defined top 2, maybe top 3 decks, but now there's just more and more decks that are showing up, even with, it was a semi-new release at this point, but we've seen a lot of decks show more dominance than I expected.
Definitely a lot to be discovered still. We still have a lot more dueling, and especially our last round, round number 9. Jackie is with our players. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. Jackie, who do we got for round number 9?
Oh, we got something for you, Billy and Asala. Starting with the blue chair from Fort Worth, Texas, we have David Gonzalez. Love the enthusiasm. He says, I love my girlfriend. She's so good at everything, and it inspires me. Aw. Then the red chair, hailing from Fall River, Massachusetts, Henry Gullens. He says he hasn't made Top Cut in years, but he is hopeful. This is the first feature match for both of them. Who will win? Casters, take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Jackie. It's been awesome having you here with us this weekend. That's right, it's the 9th round of Swiss. Both these players already have 2 losses, so that means this is a bubble match for these players. Whoever wins this match will be coming back to play the last 2 rounds of Swiss before we cut to that top 32. And you can see what the matchup is. Well, you see it's Azamina Fiendsmith, but there's also another strategy in there that you can't quite see, and that's going to be Malice. You wouldn't expect it, but it's there in David's deck. And on the other side, Henry, that cool, awesome-looking Primite Blue Eyes. We've seen a lot of different Blue Eyes decks, Tombkeeper Blue Eyes, regular Blue Eyes, and now Primite Blue Eyes as we jump into our last round of Swiss of day number 1.
I guess a tried-and-true version of Blue Eyes up to this point, right? That's the more standard strategy. The Primite cards are typically the strongest way to play Blue Eyes because, just the simple power of Primite Drill Beam.
Yeah, Drill Beam just being able to negate something and then to be able to reset itself on the following turn. The Barrel being able to come back to your hand during your standby phase. It's just the recursion, the resources being replenished on your following turn is what has really been so great for a lot of these strategies that have seen success in the current format, and Blue Eyes is good at that. But I want to talk about David's deck here. This is a cool one. We saw the deck breakdown, that it was Azamina Fiendsmith. You've seen those 2 strategies used together before, but Malice on top of that. We've seen Fiendsmith and Malice together, but I've never seen the Azamina cards incorporated into that, so I'm really intrigued at how he's going to capitalize on using stuff like Deception of the Sinful Spoils, of course the Hollowed Azamina, to somehow incorporate that to amplify his strategy. Maybe it's just another engine he's adding on top to have that negate from Ilya Silva, or maybe there's something more he has in store.
Typically with Malice cards, you just want to get as much advantage as you can. As long as you can find a way to a Link 3, so just any additional copies of, or any additional bodies on the field, along with any Malice monster, is usually good enough. So maybe we're just kind of leaning into that direction that we saw people were doing with Fiendsmith, and just having even more with the Azamina cards.
Yeah, that definitely could be the case. Like, the more things you're trying to also... We saw it with, like, the Tombkeeper Blue Eyes deck. He was basically just using the Tombkeeper strategy to bait out those interactions from the opponent, and then his true strategy emerges, and he just White Lightning blasts with Blue Eyes after that. And maybe that's going to be the case here. He's going to use the Azamina cards to force out some sort of interactions, and then, bam, normal summon Dormouse.
Yeah, if you're able to normal summon Dormouse after getting all of their interruptions out of the way, that should really do everything for you.
But I'm really excited to see this. We've seen a lot of creative decks, and it's still going into the Swiss round 9 of this YCS. Both these players, 2 losses, not exactly where you want to be, but at least you're here in the last round and have that opportunity to come back tomorrow and eventually maybe make top 32. But it's going to have to start here in the final round of Swiss of day number 1 for Henry and David. 2 duelists enter the feature match stage. Only one will walk out the victor. There are the dice that are waiting to be rolled to decide who will be going first. It's time to duel. It's game number 1 here at YCS Houston 2025. Feels great to be back in Texas for a YCS.
Absolutely, you said it, Billy, and this is going to be win and in here. Only one of these players will be able to continue in the tournament. The hot seat is there.
Henry
the pressure is on,
8,
and that's a 7.
So Henry will be starting things off, and this is going to be our Primite Blue Eyes player.
historically, given there's not much history there so far, but Malice has had a really strong matchup into Blue Eyes because of the contributions of Whitebinder as well as Bestials being able to target down the graveyard and just having a better resource game overall.
Yeah, definitely. I haven't seen much of this matchup, but we'll have to see how it plays out. I do see a True Light in Henry's hand. That's the one card you don't want to draw, but he's going to start things off with the Primite.
Ether Barrel.
Yep. That's going to let him add a Primite card.
I mean, that is one of the cards you do want to see, right? The games that you have Primite cards are significantly different than the games that you don't.
Yeah, it's a level 4 lower dragon. On top of being able to access Primite Drill Beam is huge.
Opting to go directly for the Drill Beam here.
Yeah, not going into Lordly
Do
Load.
you want cutting after every search, or are we okay to wait? Okay, thank you.
Yep, no reason to keep going back into or shuffling the deck every time you search. As long as you shuffle it before you draw again.
Looks like they're taking a second here.
A quick technical pause. Taking that moment to wave to the crowd. So this is round 9. So like, if you get an early feature match, like there's not too many watching like until the end because they're out playing the round. But now that it's round 9, you have a lot of friends who maybe have already lost in the tournament. Maybe they were playing public events and they're over with now. So the crowd watching the game, kind of grows. So maybe there's a couple friends out in the crowd ready to cheer on their friends as they try and make their way into day 2 of the YCS.
Yeah, you can kind of see the players looking into the crowd there, so there are probably some people there that they can say hi to. They don't want to really speak to them because they can't interrupt the match, but they can of course say just a hi here
Look
and there.
at me, Mom, I'm on TV. That's what I'd say at least. Just kidding. I've actually never said that, and I've been on the screen many a times.
I mean, you said it just now.
Yeah, so
and you're currently live on camera.
What? You can see me right now? Oh, no. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm so excited about this matchup. Like, I'm a huge fan of the Azamina cards. When they came to Master Duel, I was all about it. I'm still playing them in Master Duel right now. Obviously, they have original Sinful Spoils, which is a cool card for it. But no Sinful Spoil. Well, no original Sinful Spoils here. There might be some other Sinful Spoils in store.
There has to be at least one Sinful Spoil.
You would think so with using the Azamina stuff. You need to use it to summon your Azamina fusion monsters. But he's going to link away the barrel into Spirit with Eyes of Blue. That's going to be met by Ash Blossom. And as we suspected, the Primite Lordly Load is already in the hand. That's why he grabbed the Drill Beam. So that's going to let him add another copy of Ether Barrel to the hand. He could also summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon from his deck if he so chooses.
Yeah, but you're just locked into normal.
You can't use, effects from the extra deck.
Yeah.
In defense.
Or maybe just any effects anywhere. It might be the case. It's a pretty tight restriction when you can name any card and special summon the monster from your deck. He's going to call Blue Eyes White Dragon. Now the Blue Eyes White Dragon is on the field.
I believe special summon monsters has to.
It's all special summon monsters, not just from the extra deck.
And now we're going to be linking off those 2 dragons into the Hieratic Seal of Heavenly Spheres. Strong play. He does it at the barrel in hand for that Drill Beam, so it will be live as well. And another Mystery set here before passing turn. Doesn't look like it's too much, but it's pretty formidable here. Especially since the Spirit was cut off, so you couldn't immediately access Mausoleum.
Yeah, but he's still able to get that Hieratic Seals of the Heavenly Spheres on the field.
Okay, we're immediately starting with the Druid Swarm here. Surprising. Going after Henry's graveyard. Looks like we're targeting the Blue Eyes in the grave, potentially trying to force out True Light.
Chain True Light to summon. That's fine.
All right, and he is going to use that True Light to summon Blue Eyes White Dragon back from the graveyard, keeping the Bestial in David's hand.
Sorry.
Okay, how will he follow up here? There's the Deception.
Okay.
I mean,
Effective Deception.
So he's going to activate the effect. He has to pay the cost of tributing a monster from his hand. He's going to tribute Engraver.
All right, I mean, this feels like a pretty juicy Drill Beam because, I mean, you already spent a card and being able to get rid of it right now for free.
Or you could use the
Hieratic Spheres,
yeah.
Just any interruption seems like it'd be pretty prime right here. But I think he wants to save the Hieratic Spheres, just looking at his main deck options. Yeah, it looks like he's going to be activating the Drill Beam here. He does control a normal monster, so he's doesn't have to reveal anything. the Deception will be banished and will not be able to resolve with effect. And then a second copy of Engraver is activated.
Makes a lot of sense why he sent the first one for Deception, so now he's going to be able to access Fiendsmith's Tract. He hasn't even shown his main strategy of his deck yet.
Keeping it as hidden as he can, just like he did with the character cards.
Sure.
Tract is able to resolve, likely adding a copy of Fabled Lurie. Fabled Lurie is added to hand and discarded for the effect of Tract, and then able to activate in the graveyard to summon itself back. We'll see if there's an option here.
Activate Hieratic Spheres.
Yep, Spheres is going to be able to activate now. Probably going to be...
Bounce to my hand,
yep.
Lordly Load.
Putting Lordly Load back to hand.
Spheres to summon. Yeah.
And this is
Also
where
Fallen of
some of the
Albaz
tech cards... Oh, we're summoning from hand even. Fallen of Albaz from the hand, off the effect of Hieratic Spheres, able to discard a copy of Effect Veiler. Okay, that's pretty expensive.
All right, we're seeing at least there's some cool stuff here on Henry's side with his Blue Eye strategy.
And there is Albion, the Shrouded Dragon?
Yep, the Shrouded Dragon, and now he's going to be able to... Oh, this is the Branded Dragon.
This is the Branded Dragon.
The Shrouded Dragon is the main deck one.
Yes.
The Branded with the Fusion, but he's going to be able to use its effect to banish the Albaz of the Light to summon Lubellion. Are we playing Branded here or Blue Eyes? I'm not sure.
Sanctifier is able to activate now. Going to be able to summon monsters to each side of the field.
Oh, so he's going to give him the Spear with Eyes of Blue, so he'll be locked into dragons.
Mm-hmm.
Smart stuff here coming down from Henry.
Oh, he's going to concede immediately once he saw that.
Yeah, he knows he's going to be locked into dragons. He's not going to be able to play. Man, if he probably didn't see that one coming. Otherwise, he could save the Deception to tribute off the spear hit from his field later on in the turn. But that's a tough thing to anticipate.
I mean, even just holding the Druid for the Hieratic Sphere, so like you can chain it to the effect of Hieratic Spheres. Assuming, well, I guess you couldn't really do that if you weren't able to bait out the True Light first. But as long as they had a monster on the field, if you were able to chain the Druid to at least prevent it from summoning from the deck or hand in this situation.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. I mean, that's interesting. I mean, I've seen Branded Blue Eyes before, but I feel like this is just incorporating maybe just Fallen Albaz for like a small
I mean, just to be able to do that lock, yeah, I don't think it's a full branded package. It's just having a copy of Fallen of Albaz in your deck for the Hieratic Spheres. The Hieratic Seal Heavenly Spheres, rather.
Definitely. Now we're going to the sides. Unfortunately, he still doesn't know he's playing against Malice. Like, he didn't see any of the Malice cards. So the side decking could be a little flawed here for Henry.
And that's, I mean, that's huge for David here because...
he's the Chaos Hunters in his side deck. He's just kind of looking at them, but he doesn't know that he needs to put them in. Why would he think about putting them in when it's Azamina and Fiendsmith? Maybe he's thinking maybe there's Snake Eye cards in the deck potentially.
Yeah, I mean, not really giving a clue here. That's going to be huge because if those cards did manage to get in the deck, it's almost a guaranteed victory when you're able to see them. David needs this right now because he's up down one game already. I'm not sure what he was trying to go for with the Jerusalem, if he was just trying to put True Light face up on the field just to see what the back row was, but we'll see if it ends up being a decision he regrets.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to side deck because you're not expecting Azamina stuff. It has been a while since a lot of players have used those cards. But now they're right back here in the forefront with the potential to make it to day 2.
I mean, if you see Fiendsmith cards, you see Azamina cards, you just assume White Forest?
Yeah, I would probably think White Forest would be probably the go-to to think of what it could be. But you didn't get to see any White Forest cards, but there's a chance he didn't draw them or concealed them.
I mean, yeah, Deception didn't get resolved either, so...
Yeah.
This could be a pretty easy, like, siding in of cards like Dimensional Barrier. Like, a complete miss-side here.
Which I'm all about. That's the cool part about playing unexpected strategies, is you're really going to catch your opponents off guard. Unfortunately for David, that since Henry does have that game cushion, chances are in game number 2 he will have to reveal his true strategy, and so Henry will be able to side accordingly in game number 3 potentially.
It'd be pretty impressive if he was able to win without summoning a single Malice monster game 2, but I think Fiendsmith cards are very capable of doing that.
Oh, especially with the Azamina stuff as well, yeah. You can easily win just using those 2 engines and not ever having to summon that Dormouse. But I'm definitely, if he does summon Dormouse, I'm going to be looking at Henry's face to see what his reaction is when he touches down. He needs to hurry up with the side decking, though. You don't want to take too long now that we're in the end game here.
I mean, it is a difficult decision, right? You don't really know anything about your opponent's deck. You're making a lot of gambles here. You just have to make an assumption. All right, looks like Henry's getting ready here. He's committed to his side deck at this point. Just has to put it away.
Back into the box it goes. Now we're ready to get into game number 2 after the players shuffle up a little bit. I mean, today's been great. Just so many unexpected strategies. I think my favorite thing so far was definitely the Tomb Keeper Blue Eyes, because that's not something I anticipated, and it looked pretty good, actually, in action.
It's rare that a deck that catches me so off guard performs so well during the feature. I feel like I have featured many times a deck that I didn't expect to do well, and then when I put on the feature, it doesn't do well.
Yeah.
So I feel vindicated. But now this one, I really overperformed.
Definitely. I ran into Julian earlier, too, the player who lost to that deck, and he unfortunately lost a round after that one, too,
Oh, no.
so he's eliminated. But he did not feel bad at all about losing to that crazy strategy. He was actually excited. He was like, yeah, he deserved that win there. He put in the time and effort and found something cool that worked. But that's neither here nor there as we are in our Swiss round 9. David versus Henry going into game number 2. Will David be able to bounce back with his Azamina Fiendsmith Malice deck, or will Henry seal the deal here in game number 2 for a swift 2-0? These are the questions. We're going to find out the answer momentarily.
I sure hope so. I need these answers. The players stoic. They are ready to get started.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long day of playing, all the dueling. It all comes down to this. Game 2, round 9, YCS Houston 2025.
Henry really wants to close us out here, being able to move on with that 7-2 record. David almost certainly going to go first now. Let's see if he opens playable.
All right, starts with Fiendsmith's track, so still on the Fiendsmith aspect of the deck.
Likely going to bait some form of interaction from Henry.
Adds Lurie, discards Lurie. Now since Lurie was sent, it's going to special summon itself.
Nope.
Likely going to be immediately linked away into Fiendsmith Requiem. Requiem has hit the field, going to be using its effect. Likely going to be sending or summoning a copy of Fiendsmith Lacrima, if he is allowed to do so. Looks like Henry's considering stopping it, and there is an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. How will David continue here? There's Malice in Underground, and Henry is confused, but it will be resolving.
There it is. That's the moment I was waiting for. Is what is he going to think?
It's so funny because I was talking with my friend about this the other day, and I was like, I swear this is a good deck. And he was like, nah, it's bad.
I mean, he has a chance to prove it right now, one way or another.
Now Dormouse is going to banish White Rabbit, more than likely. Oh, looks like you might be thinking about Chessy Cat.
Chessy would be interesting here if he had other options to start with. It's like he is eyeing that White Rabbit. No, you're right. It seems like he will be going for that Chessy Cat.
All right, pay 300. He's going to be able to special summon that from the banished.
Effective Chessy Cat to...
All right, we are going to be activating the Chessy Cat. Will we be banishing a monster, or are we banishing a spell or trap?
I definitely see a Malice and Underground in his hand, I think.
This resolves.
All right, Chessy is able to resolve. Banishing, you're right, the second copy of Underground.
All right, where does he go from here? Can't go into Haggard Lizard Dose. Both those monsters have been banished already.
Ooh, this is good value for Underground. You're sending it for Diabellstar.
All right, see, we're seeing the synergy. This is what I'm talking about. So Diabellstar, the Black Witch, is going to let him set Sinful Spoils of Slumber Morian.
Yeah, not needing to go into the Azamina line directly, instead just having the third body on the field, making it so you can easily link climb for the rest of your Malice plays. Now this is kind of just where you want to be.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, the Morian's like kind of a disruption. Just you can flip down a special summon monster. So that's going to be a potential disruption he'll be able to use against Henry. But the Link summon for the Link 1 Link decoder sends all 3 monsters to the graveyard. Let's see which Malice monster he's going to summon. Probably, I would think it'd be White Binder since, I mean, 2 Malice and Underground's already gone. But no, it is going to be Red Ransom. So Link decoder will be able to special summon itself back, and Red Ransom will be able to add a Malice spell, and it's going to be that 3rd copy of Malice and Underground.
Now we might be seeing a Link summon into something along the lines of SP Little Knight.
Could be to banish his own Red Ransom.
Yeah, so it's able to summon itself back as well as banish the other name that hasn't been used, which is White Rabbit.
Yeah, that's smart. So he's going to set a trap card. Could be a Malice Trap. It is. It's going to be GWC06. So he's going to use that to banish the Red Ransom so he can activate it the turn it's set. That's going to let him special summon back a Malice monster, bringing back the Chesty Cat. And now Red Ransom can pay 900, special summon it from the banishment.
An expensive turn so
and
far.
Then also banish a Cyberse monster from your deck. Yeah, Malice turns can get quite costly.
Luckily, he will still be able to have access to White Binder later in the turn to reset that GWC from the graveyard. Oh, and we have actually played Dotscaper.
All the bodies to continue. That makes a lot more sense why he went into Red Ransom. So now he doesn't even need the White Rabbit.
We don't need the White Rabbit, but like, we are just not going to access it at all? We didn't really need the Dotscaper either in that situation.
It would have been the same deal. All right, he's going to link away the Dotscaper, the Chesty Cat,
and
the
the
Link
Cryptor
Decoder for Heart's Cryptor.
That's surprising, not going back into White Binder at all. Or maybe now these are going into SP Little Knight to banish the Cryptor? Not super sure how he plans on continuing this turn, because he needs to prioritize getting back access to that GWC.
So
yep, there is the Little Knight to banish the Cryptor. Cryptor's able to activate again. That's a very expensive turn.
Another 900 off the life points.
Luckily, these players have a lot of time, but Henry is playing a deck with a lot of really massive monsters. And we're going to be linking those away into the White Binder. White Binder is going to be able to reset that GWC after choosing whether or not he wants to banish any cards. Looks like we're going to be banishing Dormouse just to have another
Malice card.
Yeah, there is a Malice and Underground still banished as well, so not like he really needed to. Oh, I'm deciding to banish the Ash Blossom for fun.
Okay. Might as well.
Confirms that he doesn't play Hida.
If he had room for Hida in his extra deck with the Azumina cards and the Fiendsmith cards, that would be wild. And now he's contemplating his next move. I mean, is he going to just leaving the White Binder on the field? I guess I mean, he will, right? I don't think he uses TW. No, he's just going to set MTP 07.
Very interesting. And if your plan was to do that, why wouldn't you just summon White Rabbit with instead of Dotscaper so you would be able to get both?
Maybe he only plays one and he has it in his hand, potentially.
He has normal summoned.
I'm just looking. Okay, no, he's going to banish the White Binder to go ahead and activate the MTP 07 to add the White Rabbit.
Okay, okay.
But White Rabbit only sets the traps from the deck, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
So we'll be paying another 900 here to get the White Binder back onto the field and draw a card.
He's at least summoning all the Malice monsters.
like if the goal was to pay as much as you could in a turn, then we're hitting it.
Yeah, he paid 900. He's only not paid the 300 for White Rabbit. Everything else has been used.
A whopping 3,300 has been paid, yeah.
It's a race to the bottom.
But he has plenty of cards.
I mean, he has plenty of stuff to banish now with White Binder if he's able to resummon it and just unload on Henry's field during his turn.
Is he going to normal summon the White Rabbit? Because I'm pretty sure he has a normal summon, right? Because it was starting with track. Yeah, okay. We're going to normal summon the White Rabbit, no effect, because it doesn't seem like there's anything relevant to set anymore. And we're just linking away.
Yeah, definitely if the White Rabbit was instead of Dotscaper, he just
didn't have to do this.
You can also set the trap from the graveyard with the White Binder.
Yeah.
But now we're seeing a link too for Moon of the Closed Heaven. We're not done yet.
But Requiem has been used in the beginning of the turn.
Maybe we're done yet. Never mind. It's a pass. It's a Moon pass. He just wants to get the White Binder into the graveyard.
It makes sense. You do want to put that in the graveyard at this point.
Moon, go.
Activate Lordly Lord.
All right, we're starting off with Lordly Lord. That is a powerful one.
Gets access to Primite Drill Beam right away.
Any Primite?
It adds any Primate card, yes.
Does that merit a response from David here? It's going to be met with Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. I think that's fair. I think that's a very reasonable thing to do, cut off access to Drill Beam and Barrel. But you still have the option to summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon at any point, but that's not really that big of a deal.
I'm good to go? Yes. Activate Maiden of White.
Okay. That is a powerful one. We're going to be chaining Called by the Grave.
That's really good because not only are you stopping the effect of Place True Light, you're keeping it out of the graveyard to be summoned back later on.
I wonder if that was drawn off the effect of Whitebinder, because I feel like he would have stopped his opponent's Ash maybe, but he did have a copy of Ash Blossom of his own, so maybe there's a reason to keep it there.
Yeah, maybe he looked at his hand and he's like, I can play through this Ash Blossom.
Definitely fair here. All right, 2 big pushes stopped for Henry. Can he have a third one?
Declare load.
Load to special summon from deck here. That is going to block him from using any effects of special summon monsters. Going to be summoning a copy of Blue Eyes White Dragon from the deck, if he can find one. Oh, the movie art.
Nice.
Respectable.
It's a good one. So now he has a Blue Eyes White Dragon and a Dream.
Yeah, there's been no illegal summons here.
All right, he's looking at that Typhon.
I mean, he can summon it, he just can't activate it. Doesn't really seem like it's worthwhile.
He'll still have his continuous effect applied, but I don't know how much that's going to help him.
I mean...
So
he still has the... Yes, the set... I forgot he never got access to GWC.
Yep, the Morian just puts the face straight down.
This is so strange, actually, because he didn't get access to... Oh, because he said he just has a Bestial.
Oh, that makes sense. So he just was needed all set up because he was always going to be able to banish his own White Binder with the V-Seal. And we're going to a Game 3 thanks to the Malice cards.
Yeah, I mean, the Malice cards was the core of the deck there, for sure. But now Henry knows.
He knows he's going to be able to side a little more probably. But even like now that you know there's Malice cards, you still know there's Azamina and Fiendsmith cards too. So if you put in those hard counters for the Malice cards, maybe like Chaos Hunter or something, they might be able just to summon Engraver, equip Requiem, get rid of your Chaos Hunter, and then continue playing from there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Chaos Hunter might be one of the ones that you really can't afford to do as much, or you might still try to, but then you have to just hope that your Blue Eyes cards are able to interact with everything that could threaten the Chaos Hunter.
Definitely.
Which is fair. I think that's very doable.
I think so too. But we'll have to see how it's going to play out here as they dive right back into their side decks.
You can feel the tension between these players here. It's only one game away, and then one of these players will be walking into day 2, and the other will sadly not have to go home, but...
Can't stay here. We can go back. Luckily at YCS, there's so much more going on than just the main event. We have public events that go on all weekend with some awesome prizes. You can only win here. You win prize tickets for the prize wall. Win some cool stuff like an uncut sheet of quarter-century secret rares, some giant cards, some oversized cards, this really cool tumbler.
I think they have super rare prize cards there as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff on the prize wall. So there's plenty to do even after you get eliminated from the tournament. I mean, I've played in over 100 YCS, and every time the second I'm out, I just immediately run over to public events and start signing up and trying to just because I have that same energy. I still want to win, even if I can't win the big prize for the weekend. There's still something to.
I usually need the day buffer. I'm too upset to go immediately to side events, but then the day after, I'm ready.
No, I'm always ready right away, so I dive in as soon as I can. But these players aren't going to make it to public events today. They made it all the way to round 9, though, and the winner will be coming back to play 2 more Swiss rounds tomorrow before we cut the top 32. Will it be Blue Eyes, or will it be this conglomerate deck of Azamina, Azamina, Fiendsmith?
Everything but White Forest,
everything but White Forest, and Malice. It's really cool. I was really happy to see Azamina. It's one of my favorite themes in quite some time. I love the aesthetics of the card. I like Deception a lot. Not only the way it looks, but what it accomplishes. I think Hollowed Azamina is a cool card as well.
I think the ceiling of what it can do in White Force is very interesting when you're actually playing a lot more of the range of the
More
Asamina
sinful
cards.
spoils.
Yeah, because I think, like, obviously the two that everyone's really familiar with, being Ilya Silva and Murcielago, are very strong, but there are other ones, and they do have, like, very functional effects. And I think
Mo Regina is insane in White Forest.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think White Forest is able to utilize these cards in a really interesting way, and there is just more support coming out for them as well.
Yeah, it's like never end the story that never ends until it does.
For every end, there's a new beginning.
Yeah, for every there is a new beginning. It's closing time. But no, the Duelist R side deck shuffled up. Looks like, you know, not too stressed. I would be maybe a little more stressed there if I was Henry. But, you know, he is going first in game number 3. Looks like he's counting out his side deck real fast. 3, 6,
I don't
9.
think any of the stress will really help you, right? You just have to be able to play a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Like you have been this entire time. You got to focus on what's in front of you.
Definitely. It's always one game, one play, one hand at a time. Don't get overwhelmed with what's in front of you. Just got to focus on what you can control. Having the right mentality is half the battle playing in these long tournaments. I mean, fatigue starts to set in. It's 8:53 p.m.
It's probably been
local
set
time.
in, right? Like, and then the pressure of being in the feature match for the last table in the win-in as well.
These players have been dueling for almost 12 hours. It can take a physical toll on you as well. You got to make sure you eat, drink, stay hydrated throughout the day while you're at these tournaments.
Yeah, a lot of factors. They all catch up with you, but at the end of the day, you just have to duel and you have to put everything else away. Looks like the players are shuffled up. Decks have been presented. Hands are being drawn. We're moments away from starting the last game of day number 1.
I can't believe this is it. This is the final game of the first day of YCS Houston. Game number 3. It's all on the line here for both of these players. Who will come out on top? David or Henry? Blue Eyes or Malice?
I will go first.
Henry opting to go first in this all-important game number 3. Will he be able to do it in the exact same way?
Okay.
I mean, the best part about this format, you see with these two strategies, like you can pick a deck you like, and then the tech choices are all over the place that you can accomplish, even down to like the Fallen Out Albaz in the Blue Eyes deck, because you're going to make Heretic Seal so often. Then you have to commit so many extra deck spots, but it can really pay off, because then your Heretic Seal just turns into another interruption. It's just insane.
All right, we're starting with Roar. Not very typical here. I think that's a kind of a sign of weakness that David can recognize. Roar is going to be able to summon a Blue Eyes from the deck here.
Yeah, this is the first time we haven't seen him open up with a Primite card right away.
I mean, again, we've talked about this before. Having the Primite cards and not having them makes a very big difference in your ability to play the game.
World of difference.
Locked into Dragons from the extra deck now, but I don't think that's going to matter too much. His hand does look very weak. We're going to be normal summoning Effect Veiler. Going to be synchroing immediately into Spirit with Eyes of Blue.
Blue Eye Spirit
Dragon. Yeah.
That's the link.
Yeah,
but it's close enough. So again, not a strong start, though. This is not a strong start for Blue Eyes. Just one Spirit Dragon. Do you tag out right away to go to Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit, or do you wait? It's tough.
I mean, you might want to negate Howl Azmina or like
Lurie, Fabled Lurie or something.
There's
like
a lot of options that you can have here, and we're going to be leading with Diabell Star.
I love Diabell Stars. Discarding GWC 06. That's kind of hinting maybe no Malice cards.
I mean, yeah, or just at least not capitalizing. I mean, 06 is a really hard one to use on your first turn into a board.
True. Or as the kids would say, facts. And now David is going to activate the deception of the Sinful Spoils that he just said. Let me see the Hollowed Azamina. Can we see it one time, please? Just give him a thumbs up. Let me see the thumbs up. Come on, Henry. Yes! You saw it, right? That was a thumbs up.
Yeah, you got the thumbs up.
I knew it was going to be a thumbs up. Finally, we get to see Hallowed Azamina being added to the hand. I love the Azamina cards. You can use the Hallowed Azamina to fusion summon them from the extra deck by using Sinful Spoils. So let's see if we can see some Azamina action here.
I mean, this is going to force Henry to do something, right? He can't allow Hallowed Azamina to resolve, because then Ilya Silva can contest everything else that he can do.
Contest? This is not a contest. It is actually a contest.
It's literally a contest.
It is literally a contest. All right. What are you going to do next? What's the next move? Is it Hallowed Azamina? It's Bestial Druis? Or
He keeps trying to do that. He really wants to see if he has a True Light in the graveyard.
Interesting, but I can respect it.
I mean, we'll see what he's going for here. I mean, Henry definitely considering something that it's a big sign that he has it, and there's the True Light. And so Druistorm is going to yet again stay in the hand.
Hard opened it twice.
Does he have a? He has
it's
Magnamut.
Oh.
So he's going to chain the Magnamut to the Blue Eyes.
Just to make sure it's banished, and it looks like we're going to be chaining the Spirit.
Oh, yeah, you could just do this in the bat. So the Blue Eye Spirit Ultimate, you can't banish cards from his graveyard.
Yeah, this is... I don't understand. I mean, like, this was brutal to have to lose 2 cards in your hand for free.
Yeah, they just go right back.
And now, I mean, he wanted to summon the Ultimatus anyway.
He was just trying to force out the Blue Eyes Ultimate every time, not considering that maybe True Light was down. That makes a lot of sense. But now here comes the Hallowed Azamina.
I feel like this forced it out anyway, because if you were able to summon Ilya Silva prior...
It would have been the same thing, except you would have been able to use the Hallowed Azamina before the Ultimate was on the field. But yeah, he's going into Ilya Silva.
Well, you'd be able to negate the Spirit, right, to make sure that one of your Bestials would resolve?
Well, yeah, I guess no matter what you do, it doesn't work out for the Blue Eyes player.
Oh, but that is a thrust.
That's why he was forcing it out. Triple Tactics Thrust. Now that Ilya Silva's on the field, he can contribute that to negate any effect from a monster or a spell or a trap.
Results.
Triple Tactics Thrust is going to let him add any spell or trap from his deck to his hand since Henry activated monster effect during his turn and controls cards on the field. He added it so quick.
It's Triple Tactics Talents, yeah.
It's the go-to, Triple Tactics Talent.
Talent will be able to take one of these monsters if he so chooses, or he might be taking a look at his opponent's hand.
That is... Thank you.
I imagine you do take here just to have the ultimate on your side.
Sure.
I gotta try this. I love the Azamina cards, and I also love the Malice cards. So I'm interested. This might be something I will be looking at playing, but he has Solemn Strike. That is one of the best side deck cards right now for going first. There's like not a lot you can do to it, and it
really does seal the deal.
Yeah, seals the deal is a good way to describe Solemn Strike.
It just forces a lot out of your opponent, and you just can't interact with it.
And he already used
That's
2 Bestials.
I mean,
yeah,
like, he knows his hand.
Can't
He knows
stop
his
it,
hand, yeah.
It's just the 2 Bestials, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So there's really nothing he can do. Not looking good for David.
Will we see a pass back now? Oh, the Deception does have to, doesn't have to, but it can go back to the field during the end phase.
Yeah, your turn, player.
So in phase, since the Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon was summoned by Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon, it's going to be destroyed. When it's destroyed, you can special summon back the Spirit Dragon from the graveyard. Now, a Spirit Dragon special summon from the graveyard, not as good as a Synchro Summon Spirit Dragon, but still a monster on the field. But it won't have that effect to be able to tribute off and replace itself with a different light dragon from the extra deck.
It looks like that will not be meriting a response from David here. He's keeping the Ilya Silva on the field, which is easily threatened by just a battle phase here. But can Henry put up enough damage to actually end the game right now?
He has the True Light still.
Oh, yeah.
Or the Spirit can stop the Ilya Silva, right?
It's not the fact that activates in the graveyard.
Well, it activates on the field.
Yeah.
But it's a tribute off the field for his card. But it has to be something that activates in the graveyard.
I believe so.
I'm pretty sure it can stop like Ash Blossom and stuff, right? Yeah, I think it might be able to stop it. But don't quote me on it.
I'm gonna take a look at that.
Stand by me.
When an effect of a card in the graveyard is activated.
Okay, so it would have to be activated in the graveyard.
Yes.
Interesting.
I do not ever remember it out negating an Ash Blossom, so.
I feel like I swear it could have, but maybe not. Maybe I'm just mixing up Call by the Grave and stuff like that.
That would be one card that could do that.
Now Blue Eyes White Dragon's going to attack over the Ilya Silva, just go to battle phase.
Yeah, but getting the damage in, I think you're just trying to activate True Light to get access to something like Wishes here.
Yeah, I think he has it already, too, in his hand. But, I mean, just the True Light staying power is so great. Oh, no, it's a Mausoleum White. And now he's going to attack with the Blue Eye Spirit Dragon.
Yeah, getting that damage in, I mean, very relevant against Malice. You know, we saw how much he paid in Game 2 already.
Yeah, 3,300 right off the bat, it seems.
Proceed with the end of match procedures. If you need a judge's assistance, please raise your hand and call for a judge.
Still a healthy amount of time on the clock here for these players, but it does run out pretty quickly when these combos can get played out. Going to be using Magnamut now to try to block this attack.
Banishes the Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon. Magnamut's effect on the field is going to activate. So we'll be able to add a dragon.
Thinking of redeclare.
He still has the Druid Storm in hand as well.
We'll go.
I don't imagine you need to redeclare, right?
True Light to set.
All right, we're going to be activating the effect of True Light to set here. We'll see what he goes for. And that does look like Wishes. Okay, he's reconsidering now. Henry really doesn't want to make a mistake at this juncture. We are so close to being able to end the game. You have the advantage. You know the majority of your opponent's, well, you know all of your opponent's cards. It's just the variable of what he has to draw for turn. So he wants to be able to navigate this as best as he can to limit all of David's options.
I realized what I got confused with the Blue Eye Spirit Dragon. I was lost in my head, but it's when you Ghost Ogre the True Light, you can use the Blue Eye Spirit Dragon to negate the True Light from destroying your field, not negating the Ghost Ogre that destroyed your True Light. Sorry, I was lost for a minute.
That one's understandable. That was a very relevant effect to be able to stop.
There you go. I was like, I swear there was something like there's a synapse in my head that's firing off, but we see he's going to access Majesty from his deck, trying to wrap up this duel the best he can.
I mean, that's a really strong card against Malice. Being able to hit their normal summon, it can be very key. Or just being able to limit the bodies on the field is already really strong.
Entering main phase 2.
All right, going into main phase 2 now, and opting not to crash his Spirit with the Magnamut, which I think makes sense, just keeping your monsters here. And then going to be activating Wishes in the hand, discarding the hard-drawn Mausoleum. Going to be no interruptions here from David.
He's going to be able to use Wishes to add a level 1 light, plus a spell or trap that mentions Blue Eyes.
Looks like we're going to be adding Sage as well as the Fusion spell.
Ultimate Fusion.
Of course.
We're trying to get a lot of uses out of these trap cards potentially. Can Tyrant Dragon reset Solemn Strike?
I'm pretty sure it's any trap card. Yeah. I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, the Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon is a nasty card. If you could get it out and actually go to the battle phase with it, not just synchro with it off the field.
Keep going. We'll go activate Spirit Dragon.
Ooh.
Nope.
Uh-oh.
I think the judges will
catch the judges are catching this one.
Synchro summon. Yeah,
yes, okay. Quickly caught. Very good.
I'm sorry about that.
That's the one thing you can't do. Only the Synchro Summon one, not the one that summons back from the Blue Eyes Spirit Ultimate Dragon. I mean, Henry's on his duel. He needs the only person that probably can beat him is himself. So you got to just stay focused and not take too long with your plays.
I mean, he can get to where he wants to go.
Activate Sage.
Okay, so he's going to use Sage to turn the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon into a Blue Eyes from his deck.
Okay, interesting.
Used to be really good in combination with Stone of Ancients.
Yeah, a little outdated at this point, if you can believe it.
It was many, many years ago, yeah. The fact that Alternative Dragon isn't good enough to make the cut in the Blue Eyes deck breaks my heart. But it's okay. It's doing something different. It's working with the Maidens a little more than it used to.
I'm glad the deck moved away from wanting the Blue Eyes in your hand instead of putting it on the field. I like that one more.
True. But what if you do both?
Oh, you can do both naturally. You didn't choose to, but it happens.
It's better than banishing all your Blue Eyes with Pot of Desires. That was always the worst.
Yeah, yeah.
But now, so yeah, I guess he did this just to have more blue eyes, to have more destructions for Majesty.
What do you mean? You mean the graveyard effect? No.
But he's, yeah, interesting choice.
You know, yeah, I'm not sure if that's better than just summoning another spirit, but...
Yeah, now he's going to use Druisworm here in the end phase to banish his Dormouse, which is going to have the Dormouse come. Maybe we spoke too soon and wrote off David before things are over.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have the ability to... We're getting another Bestial here. I mean, the other Bestial here is going to be so strong because it makes it really hard to deal with his Dormouse right now.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing he really only has to navigate just the Majesty now.
Okay, apologies.
And the best part, does David still have that Deception set? Is that what it is, right? He didn't get Henry didn't get rid of it. He'll be able to add back the Azamina card. Just replace them, so you can return the fusion from your graveyard and add back the Hallowed Azamina from your graveyard. Which is another reason why you'd want a Spirit Dragon on the field.
Was he not able to add off the Magma? Did he not declare from Magma? It doesn't seem like he did. Yeah.
Maybe he's out. Maybe he doesn't play that many Bestials. That's potential.
No, I think he did attempt to add a Baldrake, but it seems like he didn't declare it. So now we're going to be immediately activating the Majesty to destroy the Deception as well as the Dormouse here, and it's up to David to see if he could draw another Malice card. We're going to start off with Hallowed Azamina, putting the Ilyasova back in the extra deck to add himself to the hand. Not very useful without another Sinful Spoiler card.
Okay, but he still does have the Haggard Lizard Dose.
That's true. That's true.
He's eyeing it. The Majesty's already been used. I mean, this game's a lot more of a game than it was last turn, or at least what it seemed, but...
Yeah, it felt a lot more over than it was.
I guess not having the Maiden of White in the graveyard, it doesn't like have as much recurring power to follow up. Not enough to follow up. The same thing with no Primite cards as well. It's just the few Blue Eyes cards.
Yeah, but he's playing essentially Blue Eyes from 2016. With True
Worse
Light.
almost, yeah. Right now, yeah. No, there's no Galaxy Eyes Dark Matter Dragon. But he's going to link those two away for SP Little Knight. Not going to get the banish because there's no extra deck monster, but he will be able to use Druisworm's effect if he so chooses. Chooses not to. But
Okay.
he has.
He had Chessie. Okay, I'm very surprised he didn't just link all three away. But he opted to make the Little Knight here.
Like this is also round 9. Fatigue is at its peak right now. This is the longest day you're going to have, so sometimes you're going to miss a couple of things.
I will
yeah, miss the Magnum ad, miss the Druisworm Send.
declare True Light.
I mean, just kind of burning a Little Knight as well.
I'm not legally able to activate the one to summon, so it's a set.
All right, so he's going to use True Light's effect here to set a card, spell or trap that mentions Blue Eyes.
I mean, I don't think any of them will be able to be immediately activated, so not really a concern right now. Because if David is able to play, he should be able to do enough damage to end the game.
So that's a B.
Okay, couldn't even activate the True Light. Seems like there's no more targets in the deck.
Apologies.
I mean, he's only been playing with Blue Eyes cards, and now he's tapped out. Not even a Vision left in the deck.
Yeah, we know the set is
Or
the
Wishes.
Ultimate Fusion.
Sorry, Visions. There's a Blue Eyes card that's Visions, but not used. Really cool card art on that one. But yeah, not even a Wishes left. So now we're going to see him link the SP Little Knight and the Chessie Cat away for White Binder, and it's Malice time.
I mean, this is where David can just run away with it. He has access to access code.
Access code. He hasn't used any of the Malice effects yet on his turn.
What can Ultimate Fusion do anything to protect him here?
I don't think so. Not unless he made Dragon Master Magia, but I don't think that's in his deck. And there is no Chaos Monster inside for him to be able to use the Fusion Summon it. So he's also going to banish the Wishes, so that's one less equip he'll be able to get, along with his 2 Malice Monsters. They'll be able to pay 600 to summon those back.
Activate Ultimate Fusion.
All right, here's the Ultimate Fusion
I'll
after
use
White
both Blue
Binder.
Eyes from field.
So 2 Blue
Summon
Eyes.
Tyrant Dragon, and then as a part of the resolution of Ultimate Fusion, I will destroy White Binder and Dormouse.
Oh, Ultimate Fusion also destroys. Interesting. So he was able to take out the White Binder. Now he's just left with the Chessie Cat.
I mean, he drew the Chessie Cat. The card in hand is Hallowed Azamina. So there's nothing that you can really do here.
So Ultimate Fusion lets you destroy face-up cards your opponent controls up to the number of Blue Eyes White Dragons or Ultimate Dragons that were used from the field as material. That's why it doesn't come out, because most of the time you're using the materials from your graveyard, but since he used them from the field, he was able to get the destruction effect for the interruption. It looks like David wasn't anticipating that either, because he just had to pass right back. So again, what looked like in the end of the duel is now not the end of the duel.
Yeah,
but I think it might have been able to be played differently just a little bit there. I mean, obviously, if the Magnum was able to add something, having a Bestial would have been huge.
All right, so True Light, because Wishes was banished from the graveyard off the White Binder, no longer in the grave, True Light can now set Wishes. And now, as we mentioned earlier, Tyrant Dragon is on the field. He can start resetting those Blue Eyes trap cards, or just any trap card.
Tyrant Burst has been MVP for the Blue Eyes decks this weekend.
We'll go declare Tyrant into Chessy Cat.
Tyrant's going in.
Effect of Tyrant at end of damage step. Sure.
It's going to be able to reset here. I think, yeah, you went for Solemn Strike, but I don't even know if that's correct here when you can't afford to pay it. Yeah.
Enter main phase 2.
He is ahead in life right now. He's going to go to main phase 2, and...
Are you just going to activate the Wishes that set? Does it even have targets in the deck?
And
oh, no, it's just a pass. Okay. A minute on the clock. Can David get out of this?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
We're under a 6-minute extension because of slow play previously. So we don't have to worry about time running down too much. There's going to be 6 more minutes after this.
Then that is one of the best draws possible, a Druid Worm.
And
but
he has
then
the strike.
The strike is what was needed in this situation.
Does he have anything
It's
else?
a Hollowed Azamina in hand.
Oh, it's the one card. It's Hollowed Azamina,
Yeah.
and he's conceding, and that's it. Henry's going to take the long game number 3 over David's Azamina Fiendsmith Malice deck. It looked like it was always in his favor, but then it just looked like he ran out of gas there at the end, but had just enough in the tank to finish off the game. And now we're going to see him back here tomorrow to try and win the last 2 and make it to top 32. So big congratulations to Henry there with his Blue Eyes deck featuring Fallen of Albaz.
Yeah, some slight missteps from David there really held him back. Not being able to resolve the Magnum was really costly there. But these things happen. We talked about fatigue. The misplays do happen, especially at this stage in the game. So it's great to see that Blue Eyes was able to take it.
Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, there's a lot of cool decks out there. Tombkeeper has been the big, impressive deck of the weekend, I think. Blue Eyes is following up right behind that. I mean, especially the Tombkeeper Blue Eyes deck. It's the thing I'm going to be talking about probably the most from this event, unless something crazy happens tomorrow.
I mean, we've been seeing a lot of Memento as well. Like, Memento's just been sneaking up in there.
Pick. Murmella Atlanteans all over the place. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy decks. I mean, of course, Fiendsmith, Ryzeal, Pure
Fiendsmith anything,
Ryzeal,
yeah.
all over the place too. But there's a lot of creative strategy, a lot of players taking these fan favorite decks or the top meta decks and putting their own personal spin on it. It's really cool to see, and the format's shaping up in an exciting way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily think Ryzeal has the numbers to just dominate the format like it used to. People are really trying all these other decks. But I do expect to see a lot of Ryzeal going into the top 32, a lot of Malice as well. But I think it's going to be a lot more diverse this time just because of how many other decks people are trying and seeing how well they can perform.
Yeah, I think so too. I think we're going to have a lot of surprises in top 32. A lot of things that are going to meet our expectations, but I definitely hope we get some of these creative decks all the way into top cut. This is just 9 rounds of Swiss today, 2 more in the morning before top 32. We had so many players, like over 1,400. Really good turnout here for Houston, Texas for the YCS. It's been a while since we've been here, so I'm really excited to come back to Texas and, be here at YCS and see what the duel's got.
Yeah, Houston does not disappoint. A lot of fantastic duels, a lot of great gameplay being had. And it's still so many matches left before we can crown that champion.
Yeah, and more importantly, I mean, not more importantly, but equally importantly, we had that thing with Jerome happen a couple rounds ago, and yeah, I've been trying to get a hold of him ever since to see what was going on, make sure he's not like trapped in the TV or something, and he just seemed to have gone completely dark.
He's missing?
I'm not going to say he's missing, but he's dark. He's not responding to any of my messages. He's not responding to my texts, so either I've been let go and he doesn't want to talk to me anymore, or something is awry. But we're going to have to find out more about that, but Jerome aside, hopefully I can locate him and figure out what's going on with him tomorrow. I know you guys are going to want to stay tuned to find out what he's trying to. It seems like he was just trying to say something before he got just taken away or turned off, or I don't know. We're going to have to find out more about him tomorrow. But today we found so much out. I mean, so many cool decks, so many awesome players. Like I said, my favorite moment is probably going to be the Tombkeeper Blue Eyes deck, just because we saw it from behind the scenes. Did you have a favorite moment from today?
I mean, like it's rare that we have the same one, but the Tombkeeper deck, like the Blue Eyes one specifically, really showed. I thought that was incredibly impressive.
It was.
Sales ban specifically.
Yeah, sales ban. Stock, yeah, so good. We're going to have to check out and see if he makes it to day 2. It's been a pleasure joining you today for 9 rounds of Swiss. I'm going to throw it to Jackie, who's going to do our winner interviews and take the show away. Thank you so much for joining us. Jackie, standing by, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you so much, Billy and Asala, and fantastic job today. But right now I am with our winner, Henry. Oh my goodness. Are you feeling relief? Are you excited? I can only imagine the emotions you're feeling after that bubble match.
Well, I finally got my day 2 secured after I don't know how many attempts this has been of trying, you know. This is the 3rd YCS I've played in where I've had a full-on testing group. Shout out to the Association of Gentlemen for helping me test and everything they've done for me over the past couple of months. I appreciate you guys a lot. And yeah, I'm relieved to finally get my day 2, and to do it on feature match is an incredible way to go.
How are you feeling about the rest of the tournament? You know, we were talking behind the scenes earlier, and you're like, it's been years since I made Top Cut.
So my tournament started off really rough. I actually have not dropped a match since round 3 of this tournament. I lost round 1 and round 3. I've been on the cutoff since the start of the tournament, and the stress has been building the entire time.
Okay, I can sense the stress right now. I'm like, oh my gosh, Henry. But you know what? You performed magnificently in this last duel that we saw, and the Blue Eyes really delivering. How are you feeling about that deck?
Well, so I started practicing this deck 2 days prior to the event. All of my testing went towards playing Crystron and then later Ryziel. But due to being unable to receive the decks within enough time before I had to leave in order to come here, I had to make a very last-minute pivot to Blue Eyes. I was deck building up till about 6 in the morning on Friday in order to try to finish my deck list and submit it before deadline.
Wow. Okay. Well, it seems like it's working. Is there anything you want to say to everyone watching at home and all the dozens of people here? Hi, everybody.
Everyone back in Fall River, I miss you guys. I hope to come back and move back there soon, but for now, I'm going to keep grinding it out. And to the Connecticut guys, I don't know where I'd be without you guys right now. I definitely would not be here. Thank you all.
Aw, you're going to make me cry. Everybody's just smiling and yelling your name right now. Thanks so much, Henry. You go enjoy that victory. Oh, man, but the action is far from over, everybody. But what a wonderful day. The vibes were just immaculate. I'm just all smiles. And I want to thank everybody who was on camera today. They did a fantastic job. Everybody behind the scenes, chat, y'all are great. You've been making me laugh all day long. And then all the wonderful people here at this event. It has been absolutely a fantastic day 1. But we are not done. We got day 2 tomorrow, so do not miss out on that action. We're starting at 9 a.m. Central Time. See you then.